faster. Go. you to be more patient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
let's go.
Tara, let's go.
Tara, tara. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ち日グループ100周年、私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ、私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に、立川と世界をつなぐ立ち日グループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Dude, I have massive headache right now. I don't know why.
So stressed?
No, I'm not really stressed. I just have a headache.
I mean, it's okay, Alex, to say you're stressed.
I'm stressed as man. This crosshair, I used it when I was younger, bro. Now I'm a bit old, so I don't know if you want I'm 28 years old this year, by the way. Oh, 28. Bro, his face. I look at him, he's like, oh, wow. Thanks. How old do I look? 21. Thanks, bro.
30. Yo.
Toxic, you suck. How old does Zest look?
20.
45? Look like 45, bro. 야, 텐션 좀 올려줘봐라.
어떻게 해줄까? 어? 응애야, 지금 응애야?
야, 텐션 좀 올려줘봐라.
고태기 형.
어?
야?
어.
가빈아,
Yes.
너 오늘 잘하잖아.
예.
이겨줘.
아, of course. 스플릿. 근데 스플릿은 내가 버스 반 맵인데.
오키는 엔딩이었어. 난 정키해.
マンチューで一生喋ってんだけど。仲いいんだよ、あいつら。
You gonna kill guy?
Of course. Why not?
Of course.
I'm gonna kill 40, bro.
I go 50, bro.
Wait, so everyone else has 0 or what?
Starting.
Let's go, boys.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Flashing. Flashing again.
I back up. I leave.
I rotate.
Come, take back outlaw, Jake. Come, take back outlaw.
Yeah, okay.
来てる？帰ってない。あ、いる。一緒狙う？
うん、一緒狙おう。
の。
I come middle.
Okay.
One cypher mid, guys.
I have to go one A shot for them.
誰だった？で、またアンダーかも。アラバルかも。
一人寄ってきた。
でも行く？行こ
A shot to attack.
う。One shot.
A shot dead. Recon.
No, in yet.
Coming.
I'm watching main.
Para is up.
アンダーパラ。
ちょっと待って、行かないけど、ほんで。出るよ、せーの。
Nice. What the heck is that? Oh my god.
Let's go, bro.
Good job, man.
Good job.
So, Sen is your house?
Yeah, sure.
Oh my god.
I told you.
Wait, I'm playing Odin. Ben.
Yep, can do it.
He Odin me.
Where are you?
Guys, he Odin spam.
The prowler B. One prowler. Mid B.
I'm leaving, yeah, probably.
I think you'll stay there.
I'm staying B for a bit.
Just hide, okay? Viper, what are they? Nice, Jerry.
He's farming. What? Only one.
I'm picking.
Okay, leave me now, Golo. Leave me. Golo, just rotate to SB.
I'm holding B still. Nothing bad.
Okay, he's farming.
Someone open the door. 3 go left side.
Okay, I ready flash, guys.
Okay, wait. Hey, you go left. Open the door and then go left. Yeah, open the door now. Go break. Guys, go.
Opening door. I'm Molly.
Molly.
One close, two on A. Dead. One more side. One side already, Ben.
Nice. Backside.
Remaining.
1 HP, guys.
He's still tree, inside tree. Stuck in trap too.
I'm going to Ben.
I'm jiggling Ben. You can pick up me.
Nice.
Sick.
Nice round.
Oh, you see that reveal, yeah?
Dog in below. I'm molly this. Hookah.
One leg delay.
They're in below, Peter.
I have a kill.
Come on. Nice.
3 below. He don't know you.
Viper is on alert A.
2 more. 1 more Isu. Nice Isu. 5 more say.
Nice. 2v1.
Viper. 1 HP.
Yep, gone.
He can't come long. I have him contained. He's gonna leave.
I'm running. 1 sec.
We should go back to A together. Trust me.
Wait, he's like coming, no? Volley him.
Oh, chill.
I should have your showers.
Okay. You can go U4 technically.
I know. I have it both. It's okay.
I think he's there.
30 seconds left.
I think they're here.
I have to watch VCT spawn in a second. I'm turning around.
Viper very low.
Careful, Silex.
Front to B.
I'm 1 HP. You wanna follow me?
Yep. Can we switch gun then?
Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. I'm gonna molly elbow. We go. Okay.
Yeah. Go.
One enemy remaining.
Oh! That's my goat! That's my goat, sir! You're the goat! No! Calm down! Sit down, bro! Sit down!
They're taking B.
They can't be from middle.
Right here.
Nothing. All the rest.
Hey, 1 B close. Go kill him.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
May isa ka ba yun, B?
Meron.
Okay, pag meron.
Kayo dito. Wag, balik. Okay, flash A. Flash A. Bridge with open na A.
Sa'yo nga top mid,
Pwedeng mid ah. Sarado ko to.
Peeking 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, let's go mid 2. Leave me alone in.
Smoke left side 1, may paleta pa.
Yeah.
Let's go now.
Cypher mark.
Let's go.
Coming.
Mag-i-split tata, mag-i-split.
Top mid.
May stun ako, Bash.
Spike down A.
Pusi
One
mo!
enemy remaining.
Pusi mo, Bash! Baben!
Ay, tabi!
Aiming! Asan? Aiming! Baben!
You mean I? いない。
キルジョイ A かな。キルジョイタレット A にある。もういける。俺 B に目たけないよ。
ちょちょ。一緒見てる。
あ、エメ降りた。エメ一人降りた。
エメさんと今見てる。
パラコン入ってる。ゴーゴーゴーゴーゴーゴーゴー。いた。もう一人。もう一人。で、何？なんかパラ、は？なんか全員俺のことを見てたって。
でかい。
So you have this hallway, that door, and these stairs. This is the plant site. And it's a 1v3. Let's say you're playing Viper.
Okay, where do you want to play? Okay, you go first.
I'm gonna plant there. And from the smoke this way. And we're holding this area and shoot to spam me.
Can they come from this way? Oh, they can come from this way also.
We can clear this.
Okay. I'm gonna plant here, like close to the wall. Put the smoke here, and then push that way. When they come, I'm gonna smoke up, molly here, and spam.
I think for me, I'm gonna plant here, and I put the smoke also here. I'm gonna go like on the stairs. When they're close, I'm gonna put on the smoke and molly, and it's gonna be hard for them.
I will still plant there, put smoke here. So the smoke up, I just came there first. Then maybe before that, I can push through the door. If I heard a footstep or whatever, I can put one molly here. So they're gonna like get delayed like 5 seconds. Even if they run through, I still have molly and the orb on. So they probably like double damage. I probably need like 1 or 2 hit. Then it's gonna be like 1v2 or 1v1. Then you just play the time. Then you just molly it. Then that's it.
Who do you guys think has the best plan?
Every plan is good.
하나, 둘, 셋. 안녕하세요. DRX의 와퍼라고 하고요.
메인 요원은 오맨이랑 브림스톤 그냥 그 외에 연막 그냥 다 하는 것 같아요.
Hi, I'm Freak from Team PRX, and my main agent is Viper, Brimstone, and Omen.
Hi, I'm Skelly from Beat Esports. My main agent is Viper and Omen.
Hi, my name is Pharaoh and I'm from Team RRQ and my main agent is Omen, Astra and Piper. I think we have the same
role probably. Duelist.
컨트롤. 아마 여기 있는 모두가 원해서 할 것 같진 않아요.
Yes, that's actually correct. That's actually correct.
일단은 되게 플레이를 하는데 제한이 돼 있어요. 먼저 죽으면 안 되고 마지막까지 살아남아야 된다는.
Even you want to pick, you cannot pick. You cannot,
Sometimes
you cannot die.
yeah. Then the reason why I like picked up this control role because like nobody wants to play the boring role, you know, like waiting, then you like smoke. There's no people like wanna play the role, so I just pick it up.
For me, since I play VALORANT, like first time, I pick a controller role because I want to use smoke. On attacker side, you can control the game tempo, you know. Like when you're gonna go in, when you're gonna block an enemy, you can do many things with your smoke.
At first, my main role was duelist and initiator before, but then I feel pretty okay about the role and it fits my playstyle with the team, so yeah.
I think we need to be more patient because we have to let the other player to play first and we just follow them. We cannot go first.
We cannot pick, we need to just hold. We cannot die at first, we need to be the last guy.
What triggers me the most probably like when you got the feeling that you can kill this guy, but I kind of have like the hesitation to try to kill the guy, you know, because like I'm playing this role, that kind of stuff.
단점이 있으면 이제 장점도 있죠. 합법적으로 이제 베이팅이 가능한 직업군 중에 하나라고 봅니다.
No one can say anything. For me, I always have smoke for myself.
Yeah, that's true.
Skelly, can you smoke here? No, cannot. I did it, bro. Sorry.
For me, I think the most fun is when you're in the clutch situation because that's the time that you actually play.
사실 뭐 클러치 상황은 모든 역할군에서 할 수 있어야 된다라고 생각을 하는데 그 중에서도 이제 제일 클러치 상황이 많이 나오는 역할군이 이제 컨트롤러이기 때문에 아마 클러치 상황에서는 되게 중요한 부분인 것 같아요, 컨트롤러.
I think it depends on the situation, but what I need is probably like the information from my teammates.
Yeah, I agree with my fix. It depends on the situation, but most likely for me, you just need to find the position that you can 1v1 with them. You know, you cannot let they like double swing you or triple swing you. If they do that, you cannot win for sure.
상대방이 이제 흘리는 발소리나 약간 이런 걸로 이제 상대방 위치를 유추하고 제일 유리하게 싸울 수 있는 자리를 좀 선점하는 게 큰 것 같아요, 저는. 전부 다 하고 싶은데 이제 한 명만 콕 집으라고 하면은 캐리 선수를 좀 뽑을 것 같아요. 가장 보고 많이 배운 선수 중에 하나라서 제가 좀 많이 리스펙하고 있습니다.
I also learn from you a lot. From you also.
I learn from you also.
당연히 하죠. 저는 남는 시간마다 하고는 있는데.
For me, if some map I have to play like Brimstone or Viper, these two agents, you need to learn how to use lineup because that is the strong part of the agent.
For me, I also have the lineups, like just in case, but we play the post plan, like too much of fighting. That's why I don't do my lineups because I just keep fighting with them.
저도 똑같은 것 같아요.
When my friend is like planting, I prefer like to move somewhere else, like to cut rotation or whatever. I mean, obviously it's really good and important to have one. Obviously I have one as well, but I prefer not to do it.
Some situation you don't need the lineup, you don't need post plan. Some situation you just need the trading power, you know.
I think I will go for Mako in Champions against Fnatic.
For DRX. He spotted a gun barrel. He's gotten into one. Mako gets both. Mako gets both.
It's like really crucial round and important round and perfectly played. So yeah.
Thank you.
For me, it's still scary. The clutch 1v4 within 15 seconds.
The Crystal plays it patiently. He swings back in. He's gonna check one. Get the headshot.
The clutch is very good.
Thank you. I also want to answer about my feed on Pearl. It's just like 3v1 and he just headshot everyone from the A side, you know.
Yes, EG.
On the back of his own flash, ends up getting gunned down, but my break! 1, 2, 3, shuts them down!
I still can't remember that now. Like.
For me, I don't really have like the specific map that I like, but I have like the specific map that I really hate, which is Split.
Oh, Split, yeah.
controller on split is so boring.
I hate buy. Most of the time I have to play Brimstone and I don't like to play Brimstone.
역시 싫어하는 맵은 스플릿인 것 같고요. 제일 좋아하는 맵은 브리즈인 것 같아요. 왜냐면은 제가 원한다면은 뭐 샷싸움을 걸 수 있는 유일한 맵이기도 하고 부담 없는 맵이 브리즈인 것 같아요.
I think for me, I really like Icebox. Playing Viper in Icebox, I think you can do everything. You have like a lot of impact kills there, you know, like you have a lot of space, you have like a lot of everything. Viper, I think, because Viper you doesn't really like help your teammate much, and you just play for yourself and get the information for your team, or like your team give information to you, then you can execute, like you can kill one or like kill two or whatever, like based on the information.
For me, I think Viper ult. It's so easy to kill the enemy. When you have the Viper ult, you can just stay inside the ult and kill everyone who go in your ult.
For me, I will go for Viper also. On defender side, Viper have really strong to holding side.
바이퍼를 제외하고는 하버 아니면 브림스톤이 팀적으로도 도움이 되게 많이 되는 스킬 구성도 있고 하버랑 브림스톤이 전체적으로 좋은 것 같아요.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree with Marco. For me, I have two ideas. A controller that have patches, you know, like Yolu or Phoenix. Second idea is new ulti that can copy enemy ulti.
Maybe you have to choose one.
Choose one? Yeah, I think I wanted to make a controller have patches, I think.
How many do you get?
2.
Just like me.
I actually don't have anything in mind, so I probably copy his homework, which is the one that you can steal.
연막이 터지면 손막이 터지면.
Okay.
The lineup ability is the molly, like, but it lasts like 40 seconds. So when we plan,
How many seconds?
40 seconds.
That's so stupid. 저는 이런 유익한 시간을 보낼 수 있다는 점에서 되게 만족을 하고 있고 사실 이제 선수들 간에 친해질 수 있는 계기라고 또 생각을 하기 때문에 이런 시간이 좀 많았으면 좋겠어요.
For me, I'm really glad to be here. I feel like I'm with the people that be the same with me, make me like comfortable to talk with them.
For me, I think it's pretty fun to get these three guys' perspective in the game. I think I learned a lot, like how they play inside the game.
I think we never have this kind of conversation before. We just met like in LAN, but we never like really talk about the inside of the game, the knowledge and everything. So I think it's pretty interesting, and yeah.
We are
the better of our team.
Yay!
Yeah.
To use that thrash. Very offensive posture as they go aggressive here onto Long, where you do see them trying to play out through the flash, and then it's perfect this time. Euron picks up the 3-4K! Another chance, maybe? Slowly creeping in. Where's the spike planted? Oh, okay, I was about to say, maybe he can get into the site and then start defusing, but that headshot from Deb makes it exorbitantly more difficult. All right, he's doing some things. He's doing a lot of things. He's doing everything! Izu! T1 could not be here without you! For the next round, yeah, Buzz already has this cleared. It's a stack over on the B side. It's a tag.
Ooh, not too bad. He actually gets the info, and he's prepared for the hit. The Stinger shots will fire through. Swaps over to the Vandal that he's picked up, and now Foxy9 is going down on tear. The Fox in the hen house again.
They've marked B main. That's Elmimore gone.
Lakia
ready
watching
for it
the
a bit.
back as well.
He
That
gets
Sparrow down. Both Jemkin and Estrella are in, and they're stuck. Jemkin able to fire back and blocking off lane for the time being, though. But then Munchkin comes through, still running out of time. Look at the shot, Jemkin! With 90-degree flick onto her defenders.
No way! Now it's all up to Bad. Defuse coming right in. Oh! Stop her. It's halved. It's halved. Someone's gonna have to go for the defuse.
Oh,
no! What are you guys doing? Hello? Yo, come on!
2 teams down, now 4 remain. It's day 2 of playoffs here at VCT Pacific, live from the COEX Shinhan Card RTM. We get closer to finding out which teams head over to represent Pacific at Master Shanghai, and of course, which team becomes our Pacific Stage 1 champion. Hey guys, I'm Mika Fabs, and I'm on desk right now with Paperthin and Valdez. What's up, gentlemen? A belated happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I saw your guys' nice little birthday wish for me.
Thank you for
that, thanks.
He made that card.
I know exactly who made that. There was never a doubt in my mind. But no, it was really funny. I really enjoyed it. It was nice, yesterday a day off kind of, and watched some games from home and some really good games yesterday. But today's really exciting. Obviously, we're going to be sending a few teams to Shanghai. So.
Teams are going to Shanghai, and of course, getting farther on in the bracket here at VCT Pacific. So a lot on the line, and we start off with Genji versus T1, which is a matchup I have cast many times.
Right.
Not
it
too
seems
often.
familiar. It seems familiar.
Not too often here in VALORANT, but yeah, a very common one. 2 gigantic Korean orgs going head-to-head, so definitely a fun one to start off with, to say the least.
Oh yes, and later on we have DRX and PRX, and it feels like, it's not Pacific without, at least one of these matches. You have Genji and RQ, and DRX and PRX is also another one. And especially when you talk about like championship winning matches, this is usually what we end up with.
The RX battle.
Yep.
It is definitely so exciting to see every time. You know that both teams are going to give it their all. You know it's going to be an absolute banger of a match. I mean, going back to the Pacific Finals last year, so that one's going to be awesome. But it is it's kind of weird. It's the same 4 teams, right, from kickoff that are here again at the same kind of position. Even going back to last year, it's very similar look with a lot of the same teams. So, consistency has been very strong for all of these teams throughout the last couple of years of Pacific, but who knows today? Maybe T1's able to kind of get an upset going. I think DRX PRX is a pretty even battle, but yeah, you don't want to go down to that loser's match. You just need one more win at this point. That's it. And you don't want to be that team that goes down to tomorrow and is like, oh no, if we lose, we're not going.
Oh yeah, it's about taking the easiest road to Master Shanghai at this point, right? Especially for these teams. Would you say, because it's these 4 teams once again that are top of Pacific at the moment, would you say like maybe Pacific is somewhat stabilizing at the moment?
I'd say so, yeah. I mean, in terms of the other teams that could have been here, Team Secret, Talon, they got pretty close. I think Team Secret yesterday was a little bit disappointing, but T1 definitely overperforming, and then Talon actually getting relatively close, even though they did get 13-0'd as well in the same series. So now we do, as you guys have mentioned, end up with the same 4 teams. It's 3 Korean powerhouse teams, although T1 didn't really look like it at the beginning of the season at least, but they have slowly gotten stronger and stronger, and then PaperX isn't going anywhere. So I feel like, if we had to predict a top 4 at the beginning of the season, I'm sure at least 3 of these teams would be on that list, and so it's not too surprising. It feels very stable. Sure,
we might differ maybe on like 1 or 2 teams, but this is more or less like the core of what we have, right? I gotta say though, yesterday the Talon match kind of had me like sitting up straighter a little bit as each round got on. I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. And then Quack and I here were like giving each other shifty eyes like, wait, can they actually do this? I mean, that's how close it was, right? As we're seeing right now, our championship points, we can see, of course, that Genji, thanks, of course, to Kickoff and Master Madrid, they are quite in a lead, compared to the rest of the pack here. But again, this is only stage 1. So how do you think the rest of the year is going to compare as we're hitting the end of stage 1?
Well, I think it's not super surprising to see those top 3 teams where they are. The consistency, like we've been talking about, has been great. It's awesome to see Talon right on the kind of tail end of being one of those teams that can go to champions, and I'm really excited for the way they looked. I know that 13-0 was not the way you wanted to start that match. Nobody does, of course. That being said, they bounced back really, really well, and they even really pushed PaperX to the limit on map 3. So I think there's a lot to be really hopeful for Talon here, and I think going into the next stage, they should have a lot of momentum. They just need to win some matches, get into playoffs potentially, and they have a really good shot of going to champions.
Oh yeah, and even Talon, or even PaperX rather, themselves said that okay, it was a 13-0, but it didn't feel that way for them. They were also quite shaken up by that. It felt like every round was a lot closer than it seems, and that's also what I like about PRX. You know, they treat every opponent equally, and they're always prepared for whatever might come their way. Even if it, you know, it looked one-sided, it certainly didn't feel that way for them. Looking at our MVPs so far, though, this is kind of interesting, especially since you see the top three. It's usually the boys in the backline here, Valdez, that are really showing up.
Yeah, absolutely. Another interesting thing is that you don't see any player from Gen G and no player from T1, but I guess, you know, just a couple of these guys stepping up and doing a lot of work for their team. You see for PRX, it's only Devi, which, you know, I feel like he comes in the clutch all the time, even though he's surrounded by some incredible players, so he's up there. Other notable names, you know, a couple of Talon players up there. We also have Laz from Zeta, who did not make it, Jemkin as well. A couple of the carry players, I guess you can say, for their respective teams.
And I think what's interesting is there's only one true duelist up there, and that's Jemkin with 2. Everybody else is mainly kind of shifting around roles. Now, Ban does occasionally slot in the duelist, so he's definitely got that potential. But I mean, in my opinion, Devi's been incredible for PRX this year. Once again, you know, he always jokes about himself as Uncle Aim, but he's so smart and he's so good with his util. He's such a boon for PRX. He's literally my favorite player to watch right now.
No, Uncle Aim is an honorific.
It is.
It's an honorific here in Pacific. And right now we were talking about our 4 teams, our final 4, and we're seeing how far these teams have gone, right? You see that these teams, they're no strangers to the international stage, especially, of course, you have Gen G, fresh from Madrid, and you have PRX, DRX, T1, who also made it quite far in, you know, other international tournaments here. So it appears as though, like, you know, the experience, of course, is definitely showing up, especially in stages like these.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think if you're looking at what's happening in the rest of the world right now, you know, with the chaos in EMEA and North America as well, I think this is like the perfect opportunity for Pacific. I think if you're these Pacific teams, you got to be looking at this. You want to get to Shanghai because this is one of the best opportunities you're going to have to win an international event. And I want to see these teams hungry coming in here and wanting to go to Shanghai and wanting to take that first trophy. Like, it should be, I think, Pacific's time right now.
Yeah, I think especially for Gen G, you know, we saw from 2023, they weren't necessarily the team, but now coming into this year, this is their year essentially, right? They've started off really well with kickoff. They win over 2 Masters, and now, you know, they've got another chance. So I think for them, they really want to continue this kind of road that they've started for themselves here in 2024, because in terms of 2023, they were the weakest team out of the 4 in terms of results.
Yeah, it's really nice to see how Gen G is really shaping up this year, especially since, you know, they did win kickoff and then they did go over to Master Madrid. I love seeing this continuity from these teams, especially as the year draws on. Now, this is a match that we haven't seen in a while, by the way, Gen G versus T1. I mean, you've seen it quite a bit.
I was going to say,
on the VCT stage, we haven't seen it in quite a while. These are 2, of course, big teams in the Korean VALORANT space, as you mentioned, Valdez, and they are facing off for a spot to Master Shanghai. You know, it's that big question of, you know, we talk about Gen G and how far they've come. It's continuing that, right? Is this when Gen G, you know, we keep talking about how shaky they are, but they seem to be proving everybody wrong every single time.
Yeah, I think for the most part, this is a team full of cracked aimers. Like, that's first and foremost. There's so many players, you know, as we're going to see here in a little bit of the, you know, the 1,000 kill club. Most of them are on Gen G. And so it was really smart, I think, in the offseason by Gen G. I really like the way that this team approached building this roster. A lot of people had questions because some of these players have kind of been bouncing around different teams, had some question marks about maybe their mental kind of focus and things like that. But this team has been really dialed in. They're trying to address some of the issues that hindered them to win the championship at Madrid, like some of their endurance and things like that is what they've been talking about in their interviews. But I think really it's just a matter of keeping everybody on the same page. You know, Lakia making sure that he's using his util in good spots to set up these tremendous crack duelers that they have.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned the 1,000 kill club, because I feel like every time we have a Gen G match, somebody enters the 1,000 kill club. That's just how it is. But on the side of T1 now, I think that T1 are in much better shape, right? Especially for this playoffs week. Saya player also mentioned that, you know, Xcurate IGLing was really the key, especially since, you know, Saya and Xcurate vibe really well, apparently. And Saya mentioned also that they're much aligned with their executions, and we're seeing that as a result.
Yeah, I think that on paper, seeing the result of T1 over Team Secret 2-0 is pretty surprising to a lot of people. But if you watch the way it played out, and with Xcurate and IGL role, as you mentioned, it was pretty insane. Not to mention that everybody was pulling their weight. Like Rossi had huge clutch rounds. Ease was also really impressive. Even Carpe had some big moments in some of the rounds, even though he's not necessarily the carry player for this roster. So it feels like T1 have finally reached their final form at exactly the right time. And you know, they're definitely the underdogs coming into this one, especially given the way that the regular season did go. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see a much stronger T1 that actually does challenge Gen G, even though you might not expect it coming into playoffs. They certainly have reached a next level.
And I don't think it's like, we're not saying that they're underdogs because, like, you know, these players are absolutely cracked, by the way. It's only that they're an underdog because they're going through an adjustment currently, right? But you look at this lineup again, and these guys are some of the scariest in the server, right? You know, this is a team that is also built to be made, like, similar to PRX, where it's made out of superstars. It's made out of heavy firepower and heavy aimers.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is what you need at this level, is players who can, you know, when called upon, can get it done themselves. And that's why they kept, you know, Saya player. Carpe was kind of floating around as an IGL potentially. Here's this 1,000 kill curse or a boon, I don't know. But I think today we're looking to see if Textures get, well, he's probably going to get there. And that's 3 players on Gen G that'll have hit that 1,000 kill mark. But I mean, it's not surprising at all to me. I mean, especially with Texture. You know, obviously on GE last year, he was playing some different roles. He wasn't necessarily always a duelist, but he's still just so individually talented. He has just the ability to win you rounds that you have no business winning. You know, think back to some of those pistol rounds on Split and the ace on Lotus, things like that, that he alone is capable of doing, it feels like.
The question is, does the 1,000 kill club come with a price, right? That's the big question over here. Does it come with a sacrifice?
Thank you, Valdez.
No, I don't think so.
I don't believe it anymore. Thank you. Thank you for the reassurance. But of course, you know, Gen G and T1, this is another big match. And I feel like, as we mentioned, Gen G can be a bit shaky. T1, it really does boil down to the IGLing, right? So it's going to be Extra, and it's going to be Munchkin. And it goes to show as well, because Munchkin does have some history with T1, right? So we're going to see Munchkin going up against a few of some of his friends from yesteryear.
Oh, no doubt. And I mean, these guys have a lot of respect for each other. Xcarrot talked about it yesterday in his post-match interview, that even though there is, you know, some people who played with each other on different teams at different times, there's still a lot of, you know, good feelings in terms of they don't, you know, they don't, there's no bad blood, I should say. I really think that, you know, it is going to come down to how much is, like, Saya Play and Carpe going to be able to relate over to Xcarrot to say, here's Munchkin's tendencies. Obviously, you have a ton of video on Gen G this year. They played an absolutely insane amount of maps so far this year as well, but they haven't played each other in the server this year. So that's what's going to be tough, is, you know, getting Xcarrot there and saying, okay, we're seeing this right now. What are the adjustments we expect from Munchkin? How can you anticipate those? So I think there's going to be a little bit of extra help that Xcarrot is going to need today from Munchkin's former teammates.
Yeah, I think that Xcarrot as an IGL is, it fits perfectly, I feel. It's a great change from the side of T1, right? But there is, I do have a question with, you know, with the switch. It's that, you know, you look at who's putting up the numbers, and it's usually still Xcarrot. It's usually still Xcarrot that's there. This ideally should free up somebody like Carpe to be a little bit more aggressive, to focus more on the mechanical plays, right? We're not seeing it yet. I feel like, Valdez, that may be a key into pushing T1 into more of a definitive success here against against a team like Gen G.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty necessary. Everybody has to step up and do their job. As I said before, I think even Carpe had some pretty decent moments in that series against Team Secret, and even though he's not necessarily the carry, maybe he can step up. We are taking a look here at Karan versus Izu. Izu definitely had some big clutch moments as well, but Karan just kind of cracked aim. He also has some really nice celebrations with the the bulldog, I think it was. He was pretending to wield there in
it was the Odin,
But either way, I mean, he was having a lot of fun. Gen G was having a lot of fun. They're also still coming off a loss against RRQ, so it is going to be interesting to see how they do bounce back from that. They have had some time to watch the T1 series against Team Secret and now try to prepare for this one. But I would imagine that, you know, maybe it gives them a little shake up, and we'll have to wait and see how they do prepare today.
I love this, you know, this matchup, especially since Yevkar and Izu are two of our Pacific rookies, and they not just bring, like, you know, a lot of power or, like, you know, new energy to the team, right? They also bring lighter energy, and you can see that as you mentioned, Valdez, Karen's celebration. veterans, and you have Izu. I think in one of the mic checks, he was saying, Izu play God, Izu play God, which I hope we'll be seeing in today's match. But new energy is good, especially for teams like this that have so many veterans on their sides.
Yeah, I mean, this could be what gets T1 over the line today, is that Gen.G's had to play so many matches in such a short amount of time. It's been a really grueling season already for them. You know, T1, now with that breath of fresh air, might be able to overcome them. But another part of this that's really important today is going to be the map pick and bans. I think this is actually maybe where this could be decided. I mean, I know there's debate about how important this actually is to some teams, but for me today it's very, very important because they both normally ban Icebox. That has been one of their favorite bans for their first ban. Sometimes Gen.G also bans Sunset, but it's going to be interesting because whoever gets that first ban, or you know, kind of has the power in their hands, because they can kind of force the other opponent to say, well, I'm going to ban your favorite map, but Icebox is still going to be there, so what are you going to do with it?
It's the you first. No,
you first. Yeah.
No. Go ahead. But you know, in this, I totally agree with you. This is going to be so important, especially since Gen.G, they are coming in more or less refreshed, right? Even Autumn, the coach of T1, he mentioned in yesterday's press conference that they did not have time to prepare for Gen.G. I mean, what are you going to do overnight? There's pretty much nothing you can do, right? So it's going to boil down to the map select. So to be honest, if the sides were switched and T1 was coming in from a few extra days of preparation, I would revisit my prediction, maybe, that is posted online right now. But that preparation matters, especially when each team in Pacific can be so vastly different. So right now, we are hitting map select, and Valdez, as we mentioned, you know, Icebox is probably going to be banned by either one of these teams. What else could we be expecting here?
Well, as we did see there on the screen just before this, you know, Lotus is definitely a big map for both of these teams. I would expect it to probably go through, especially if the Icebox does get banned by T1. Gen.G might consider just banning Sunset, but also, you know, T1 looked fantastic on Lotus, and there it is. They are going to ban away the Lotus, so they say, okay, we respect that. You guys looked amazing. We're going to take that away.
I love that. I love that Gen.G targets that map here because they know how good T1 is on it. And Gen.G's pretty good on it too, but, you know, Ascent here makes a lot of sense for Gen.G. They've only lost on it once this year, and that was to RRQ. Zeta did push them into overtime on it, so it has been a little bit shaky. T1 going with Sunset, yeah, I mean, this map looked really good. Rossi was nuts on his KO on Sunset. His flashes were so darn good. A lot of great 0 points as well. So I think this makes a lot of sense for T1. It's not a map that Gen.G has played a lot. They've only played it twice. So I guess in terms of info, you might be lacking a little bit, but I think T1 has to be feeling sky high in their confidence after yesterday.
Yep, and we are coming in with a ban on Bind and on Split as well, leaving Breeze as our decider. T1 has some recent wins in Sunset, as you did mention, and Gen.G also did kind of okay on Ascent. So I think, you know, in terms of like terms of maps, like it's looking 50-50 at the moment. It could be either team.
I think so. I mean, I think this could go either way, to be honest. In the Breeze, I mean, yeah, Gen.G looked nuts on it against RRQ, but who knows? T1's also very, very good on Breeze. So this is a lot of maps that both teams are very proficient on. Everybody's got really high win percentages across the board on these maps, so through the last couple of years. So I don't know exactly which way this is going to go. I mean, I would normally slightly favor Ascent towards Gen.G, but the way they looked against RRQ, they looked very beatable on this map.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. And it was the choice, obviously, for Gen.G coming into this one, so maybe they don't feel too affected by it, but I think T1 does have some decent, you know, maybe they didn't have a lot of time to prepare for it necessarily, as you mentioned before. You know, they got to go to sleep, they got to wake up today to play once again against a really strong team, but, you know, they should have some information, and then T1 get to play on Sunset, which Gen.G, as you guys mentioned, haven't really played on, so I feel like, all things considered, like, Gen.G should be okay with this map ban pick, but at the same time, I think that this might slightly favor T1 just because, you know, you have that information from Ascent, then you're going on to a map that Gen.G haven't really shown too much, that you should be very confident on, that you just played, that you just won on. So definitely feels like T1 have a pretty decent chance here.
Yeah, it's funny because like I look at Gen.G and it's like, okay, the record on Ascent, the record on Sunset, okay. But I look at T1 and I don't feel like the recent record is actually reflective of what they can do because of how heavily they're still adjusting. I just feel like this is a team that could just snap improve at any one time. And this could potentially be it, especially since you have so many veterans on that team that are so used to high pressure situations. And so again, It's looking 50-50. It's looking even more difficult to predict, but we have no choice. We must predict. So, gentlemen, we are going to bring out our predictions right now.
We were forced.
Yeah, we had to. They asked us. So we do have to predict. We do have a unique vote somewhere over here. We have a Chubby Ninja with her T1 vote. I do know that Chubby Ninja, she does like to cook a little bit, so just leave her to it. You
she
can
also
ask her about
spares
it.
us from the curse.
She's been affected by Asherai.
Exactly.
She's trying to do some weird stuff as well. I think, though, at this point, like T1 are on a roll, so I wouldn't be surprised if they do get what, in my opinion, would be an upset win, which is why I predicted for Gen G. I think they, on paper, should be the stronger team, but I wouldn't also be surprised if T1 come in and they play at that really high next level and they surprise us all.
Yeah, that is actually what I'm waiting for, especially for this match. So I actually would love to hear from the team themselves. Fortunately for us, we do have a special guest joining us. We have Coach Data joining us from T1. Hello. Thank you for taking time from your very, very busy schedule. We'll have to put a penguin between us over here. Or you can hold the penguin if you like. Comforted. All right, okay, we'll keep him here. So, of course, tell us, it's a very important match. Today, it's playoffs, high-pressure situation all around. How is the team feeling at the moment?
I think the team is in a really good environment right now. Everyone seems to be relaxed and ready to play, so can't be too upset.
Yeah. I mean, they mentioned that the team is in high spirits all around, right? So I wanted to know, during the press conference, Autumn said that the map select is going to be very, very important coming into this match. How are you guys feeling with what went down? We have Ascent, Sunset, and Breeze.
I think we're feeling pretty confident in the maps. I know we've had some rocky ascents before, and there are some pieces that we can be punished very easily in certain areas. So I'm sure that Gen G is prepped for that, but hopefully the practice that we've done over the past couple of weeks to correct that kind of translates to game day. But I think Ascent will be fine. As for Sunset, I think that they've had mixed performances on it, and I think that yesterday, our attacks and practice have been really good. We were getting into really good positions for the post plants, but our micro game was really poor in the first half as far as telling our teammates how we want to play around each other and directing your teammate to kind of play off of the information that you have. And we were lacking that. That was something that was addressed at halftime. But I think that if we can go in with those corrections in the first place, I think it'll be really good for us, especially since they picked defense the first half to kind of hope that we actually have a weak attack. But I'm hoping that our corrections will go through and that we'll have a good game. And for Breeze, we scrimmed them right before the DRX game, and we've had really good growth in our scrims. We've had really good results in our scrims, and that is the one match where it was really rough for us. But it was also we were at a point in the team where confidence is extremely low. We're trying to change the core philosophy of the team, and I think that that really impacted the mental of the players for a couple days. But I really think that as long as the first two maps are going relatively close, I think the third map it'll be really good for us.
Wow, thank you for all of that. It sounds like you guys have dotted your I's and crossed your T's, and it looks like your team is very well prepped.
Yeah, absolutely. So the one thing that I'm curious about, yesterday in the post-match interview, Curate was talking about the comms. Specifically, they were messy earlier in the year, and now he says they're a lot cleaner. Well, what kind of process have you guys been going through to clean up the comms? I think a lot of people would be interested to know how teams actually think about comms and how they think about improving them as well, which we've obviously seen the results for T1 so far here in the last couple weeks.
So there's two different styles to think about the game. There's reactive information and then there's proactive information, and it changes how you actually play depending on your comp or the aggression levels that you are at. So if you're very aggressive, you want to be proactive. You want to be building what the opponent's going to do based off of what you do, and then building that the step ahead. And then reactive is very much the information, their scan, the scan came here, you're reacting to, oh, they're executing, how are we going to react to it? And those are actually two different channels of the way that you're communicating, and you have to approach them separately. And the issue is that if you're trying to talk proactively, but you're doing it in the way that benefits reactive calling, then you start skipping steps, you might have players that aren't on the same page. So really it's about cutting down the communication early and then focusing on the essentials. You target you'll target specific utility for you'll focus on utility of individual players, kind of build that up, while at the same time as a team you address their micro games, you go through you'll drill through like your executes, talk about the utility and like what happens if this happens. You get the players to communicate back and forth. But it's really like, it's about cleaning it up and putting them on the same page. And as much as it's been like our biggest struggle is you go through an IGL change, it changes everything. I know from the viewer's perspective and when you can see the opponents in through the X-ray, that it can be very easy to be like, oh, I don't know why T1's struggling with this. It looks very, very low level issue, but it is like a fundamental issue. And like, realistically, that's our first stage that was our biggest weakness. It was like trying to get over that, because if you aren't confident and your communication is struggling, then the amount of strategies that you have doesn't matter. The way that you play doesn't matter, because you're taking every engagement as a 1v1 essentially. With your teammates right next to you.
I'm learning so much.
I know, that was really good.
I was like, what other kinds of communication?
No, I'm actually curious on the topic of, what the teams actually think and on the inside. Is there anything you hear like on a cast or on a desk that you feel like casters shouldn't really say, that you feel like the pros or like the coaches have like a deeper insight on, that we might say something pretty basic that doesn't really make sense in your mind? Is there anything that kind of
You can call these
stands
guys
out
out.
like that?
I think the only thing would be from a top-down perspective, and like you guys have more information than like we have as coaches. Like I'm looking at the players' individual cameras and their feeds. Autumn's looking through, like he has his own flow of how he's watching. But from a viewer's perspective, you're able to cycle through and have you see everything. And it's very easy to make decisions on how good a team is playing based off of essentially like a vacuum approach to this is the way the game should be played, and it's not being played. But then sometimes like the rounds can be really scrappy. It's like, why did this player do this? And I mean, at the end of the day, you've heard certain bald people say it doesn't matter, you're just gonna get shot. And, that's not me. I will give you that. Another bald person. But it is correct in the sense of, as a coach, like we have to accept that stuff does happen, but then like we have to be more forgiving, even though we go into practice and we can't be more forgiving. But on game day, like you have to accept that the game is playing a certain way. You let it happen. You fix what you can. But I think for the broadcast, the biggest thing would just be like understanding that there's more perspectives than just the top down.
Wow, can these guys leave and can you just like take their place? Because I'm learning so much. No,
wow.
this is
like
amazing.
To talk too much.
Yeah, no, this
good.
is amazing. Thank you so much. We don't want to take up too much of your time though, because I feel like this is a separate podcast altogether, right? Thank you so much, Jada, for this quick interview, and we'll send you back down to prepare for your game.
Thank you guys so much for having me.
Yeah, good luck today.
Thank you so
Good
much.
luck. Yeah, thanks, man.
You guys have a good day.
You too.
You too. That is so enlightening, especially since, like, as analysts, as casters, as a host, we have our own biases when we look at the game, and we kind of forget also that, like, what the teams are seeing, what the players are seeing, it's an entirely different perspective. And then you have all of the pressure. You have the stage, you have uncomfy chairs maybe suddenly being an X factor, and you have this also communication flow that needs to happen, like he mentioned, right? We tend to forget about that because we're just seeing what is on the screen.
I feel like it would be really difficult to, there's always so much criticism from the casters, from the fans. Everybody's like, why are they not playing at their top? And then on the coach's side, as you mentioned, it's like, well, you have to be forgiving at the same time on game day, but also at the same time, you have to be critical because you want to fix like some of the mistakes that are obviously happening. So it's like, must be a very difficult balance. I don't envy a coach's position. It's very difficult.
Same here. I can't imagine what it would be like, if you run this and what kind of decisions drive, like, certain compositions and all of that. So yeah, this was incredibly enlightening. It's also like nice to hear from Data how the change in communication is when it comes down to a shift in an IGL, because that was the big thing for T1.
Yeah, I think this is really good stuff that a lot of people can learn from. Is sometimes you can over-communicate. Sometimes you think the things you're seeing are really important information when they're actually kind of not. And knowing when that's the case and when it's not, and being able to correctly identify like what your opponent is trying to do based on, like he's talking about, the reactive information, or if you're trying to get proactive information, planning ahead for, okay, if they do XYZ, this is why we talk about protocols a lot on broadcasts, is because if your opponent does XYZ, and you're doing this, what is your expected response? That's part of what protocols are, right? Is your expected response and what you're going to do to counter that and things like that. So really enjoyed that conversation.
Not to mention, every single player has their own idea of what to do, right? When anything happens. And this is happening in microseconds. So it is a tough job. As Valdez mentioned, like, I don't envy their position. And that's why, these are athletes. These are the best in the world. As we enter this match, any final thoughts as we get into the first series of the day?
Well, I wish we had more time to ask Data a million questions, actually, because
I have so many questions for him now.
He was so insightful. I would be curious, like, what he thinks right now is like the strongest team in his mind, because I'm not sure he would necessarily pick them, but out of the other 3 teams, right? He might see himself as a challenger or whatnot, but obviously we don't have Data here anymore, so we can't ask him. But
he's busy.
Yeah, just I think T1, they're on a huge upswing right now, and they have a excellent chance to upset. But Gen G, they had so much time to prepare, so I hope they are ready for the upcoming storm that is T1.
Well, I am certainly ready. It is going to be the battle of the biggest teams in Korea. We have Gen G and T1. You don't want to miss it. VCT Pacific starts now.
Beautiful coordination from Gen G. Texture with the ace. Man, baby, they're already in. Meteor's already in.
Meteor is just wreaking havoc.
저희 젠지가 그룹 스테이지에서 성장한 점은 이길 수 있는 경기를 확실하게 이겼다는 점.
Gen Z, they get Lotus. They got split. They get the 2-0 tonight.
일단 1시드로 진출을 해서 다른 팀들의 경기를 다 같이 볼 수 있는 이점이 있는 것 같고, 오메가 팀에 비해 알파 팀이 약하다 이런 소리가 있었는데 플레이오프 때 알파 그룹의 자존심은 저희 젠지가 지키도록 하겠습니다.
저희가 TS 경기에서 8대1로 지고 있을 때 솔직히 저희가 하고 있는 큰 틀이 전혀 문제 없다고 생각을 했고, 원래 하던 대로 해도 된다, 이런 좀 긍정적인 얘기가 많았고요. 바뀐 케빈이 IGL을 되게 잘해주고 있고, 그리고 나머지 선수들이 그 안에서 잘 맞춰가기 위해서 노력도 많이 하고 있고, 밸런스가 잘 맞는 상황이라 재밌는 경기가 나온 것 같습니다.
T1, they take today's series 2-0.
젠지가 강한 팀이란 걸 알기 때문에 준비를 더 많이 해야 되고, 저희는 지금 분위기 좋은 상승선에 있기 때문에 충분히 이길 만한 상대라고 생각합니다.
플레이오프에서 T1과 붙게 됐는데 T1에 비해 저희 젠지 선수들의 개인 퍼포먼스가 좀 더 뛰어나서 쉽게 이길 것 같습니다. 우승까지 해서 꼭 상하이로 진출하도록 하겠습니다.
저희가 이번에 젠지를 이길 수 있게 열심히 해서 젠지 이기고 마스터즈도 가서 한국팀 최초 우승 한번 저희가 노려보겠습니다.
젠지
They took Pacific by storm during kickoff, and since then, Gen G has been one of the best in the world. They nearly won Pacific, our first championship, and you can be rest assured that the Tiger Nation isn't resting until they do exactly that. They want that spot to Shanghai for another chance at that glory, but after their 2-0 victory yesterday, T1 are back in the top 4 for Pacific once more. They've got some of the most powerful puzzle pieces in VALORANT, and now it's time to see how hard they fight against the Giants in the tournament. Can they take down the Tiger Nation, the reigning Pacific champions? That's the big question here, Paper Thin.
I really think T1 can do this. I know I predicted Gen G, but I don't take the percentage difference to be that large between these two teams. I think it's maybe 5 or 10% in terms of the difference. I think for me, this is gonna come down to today is how well has Gen G been able to get a read on Xcurit's play calling style. Like, are they going to be able to react well to that decisiveness, know when to play for retakes, know when to contest, some executes, things like that? I think it's going to be the biggest factor for Gen G.
And you got to be ready right from the get-go. You don't want to have any maps that go crazily to one side. We saw 13-0 yesterday. Don't want to see that again. I want this to be a close match between these two teams, and everybody's got to be ready right from the get-go. And that's more so aimed at Gen G, right? T1, they had to play yesterday, but sometimes that can be really good prep for the next day. Yes, you don't get to prepare for your specific opponents, but you're really warmed up. Everybody's very confident. You're ready to go, whereas Gen G, maybe a little bit cold. We'll have to see them coming in here very strong right from the first map.
Are they coming in refreshed or are they coming in cold is the question, right? We've seen it before, even the best of teams. Sometimes, you know, you get into those first rounds in the first map and maybe they just need a little bit of time to warm up. It happened against Talon yesterday, or it happened with Talon yesterday. So it's very, very possible that this could happen for Gen G as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's tough as a coaching staff and as players, is to keep yourself in that game day form. It's such a challenging aspect because there's nothing else like playing on stage. I mean, you'll hear so many players and coaches talk about how the best practice is actually to just play matches on stage, especially when it matters. So I think that gives T1 a little bit of a slight boost here coming into today. I think most teams like to play warmed up. They don't want to come in cold. So this definitely could be a challenging start for Gen G.
Oh, challenging indeed is going to be the name of the game for this series. So let's get into it. Gen G versus T1. Over to William and Achilles. Take us into Ascent.
Thank you very much. Yes, with pleasure.
Yes.
Now in our day, this is an SK Telecom versus Samsung Galaxy matchup,
Yes.
but now today we've got T1 going up against Gen G, a Korean esports El Clasico in its own right. We'll see who is going to be keeping themselves in that upper bracket, who's going to be having Match for Shanghai qualified, you know, just get that ticket booked right off the rip, and who's going to be falling down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's going to be huge, I mean, for both teams, right? Gen G, obviously, most recently going to Masters Madrid, the first time they're going as that Gen G squad, and really being able to uphold that name. But if they aren't able to qualify for Shanghai right away afterwards, that doesn't spell such a bright future. Meanwhile, T1, obviously, they're now trying to get back into the upswing. So there is a very big rivalry going on for sure between these two squads.
And I think especially if you're Gen G, you're watching the happenings around the world and you're saying, okay, there might be something in the water, something that we are trying to avoid. We want to be at every single international. We want to be at that back-to-back. We want to try to make a run, try to get that trophy that very narrowly eluded us the last time out. We don't want to fall to the wayside like some of the other representative squads have done. Now, we'll take a look. Nothing shocking. We're here on Ascent. It's all stock standard.
Yeah, we're back to everyone playing just meta compositions. Even T1, obviously, they tinkered with the Viper for a little bit in the beginning of the year, but now they've decided to put Rossi back onto that KO, and he's been looking better and better every time they play it, no matter the map. And of course, Izu going on to that comfort pick of Omen as well. So Gen G, the big question is how much have they changed their defaults, right? Their tendencies to over-rotate, their tendencies to play with a number advantage, because that's surely something that T1 and Xcurate have a good read against, just like every other opponent has now caught up to it during Stage 1 here in Pacific.
Let's see how it does fare, but a lot of this is going to come down to that ingenuity, those micro plays, that aim. Everyone knows widely how these comps do play out on this map. This is something that has been, in quotations, I'll put it, solved for a while.
Yeah.
Very few teams like to stray away from this every now and then. You get the Stray Viper. PRX kind of maybe the most creative, at least out here in Pacific, that we have for this map.
Pacific,
at least, where they were playing the Reyna and the Harbor on this map.
And in China, you got the Yoru, right? FPX bringing that out to take down EDG. So there are a couple options, but it is the solid formula for sure.
Well, widely, things have stayed the same. An eternal matchup here in Korea to kick things off in this upper bracket. Let's go ahead and jump into the action. We have Ascent for our first map in this series. As both of these squads vying for that slot at Shanghai. Be in that upper final. Is already, and hearing the fan chants, hopefully that's going through. Over to you guys watching at home.
Yeah, today's
quite loud for the Gen G camp.
Huge day for a lot of the Korean fans, right? Obviously, all three Korean teams playing, but even PRX having a huge Korean following as well.
We saw that yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, this is the top four continuing once again, and right off the rip, Gen G just going to put some fake pressure on to B with the Silva, but they have their eyes trained on A, and I feel like T1, they have a decent read against this, right? Obviously, you have the numbers stacked, you know, ready for the anti-flash as well over on B. But look at the Killjoy setup. That is just meant to absolutely disrupt the entire plant while you still hold on to tree with the alarm bot.
Smoke down for now. Izu setting up the one way, looking to keep him staved off for now. No one making any noise here on the side of Gen G. T1 just going to be basing everything off at the game sense here for now as everybody's tucked back, not really peeking any angles. Izu the only one who's really trying to hold, and Gen G look like they really want to just wait out both of these smokes.
Yeah, I mean, you'll get one timing, you know, as you have to wait for those cooldowns a bit more and more, even if you try to stagger it as best as you can. So Izu's going to try to wait for it as long as possible. The real question is even if they push him back, the turret's still there to help delay them even further. So I don't know if this pinch is going to work out the way Gen G wants. And if they rotate, that's exactly the trap that T1 has set.
Paranoia set up the dash. They get ahead of that one, though. Not caught by it. Only Munchkin there in main as Easy tries to hold the line, but as he turns away, he ends up getting taken down. It's going to be trade out, though, as the Omens fall. Excurate able to find one with the Nano Swarm. The lurk from Lakia, though, absolutely gorgeous. Catches the timing on a Saya player. Recon Dart getting a decent reveal, spotting multiple players. Munchkin going to be dropped, and that's now the spike on the floor. Drop down off the top of Heaven Meteor, trying to hold this line, trying to keep himself alive. Needs to find one, but he cannot. Now it's all on Lakia. The headshot onto one, but cannot find the other. Carpe and Excurate will be left standing as they go ahead and pick up the pistol round win.
Such a good pistol from T1. I mean, the setup is perfect, right? The original intention is that you're trying to just force them to go through mid to B. You're already ready with the anti-flash, things like that. But the biggest thing that caught my eye is when Texture gets taken out in mid by Lakia, they immediately execute the Flood retake. Before the spike is able to go down, before Genji is able to regroup, you know that there's still one member out in mid. You know you can match them in numbers. It's a good retake here from T1, and that puts them in a very good lead. Going with buys across the board, including a Vandal. I mean, it's the absolute variety pack for sure.
3, 2, 1, go. Does get pushed off the angle. There's the entry, but able to stabilize it. Pass enough. Texture taken down. Rossi finding Munchkin, Excurate, Meteor. As Excurate will be able to find Lakia as well, and suddenly that does leave just Karen alive. 2 players tagged up. Would be able to potentially find those kills, as for now it's just going to be a grab on that orb. Widely around. Done for here. Karen just wants to see if he can try to deal a little bit of additional damage.
Yeah, I mean, you have Excurate who's low, but the angle he's holding is not an easy one for Karen, and now he's spotted.
Ooh. Back behind the box once again, down to 64.
You see him smiling. I mean, he knows, you know, this is him just trying to do as much damage as he can. But with 64 HP, I think he also knows. Right now, if anything, he's also just buying time for the extra comms. Ooh, Excurate actually going for the peak despite being so low.
Bolt peek out is the most at risk. Carpe the next most as he tries to push up, but Excurate will just go ahead, spray across into the smoke, manages to find himself a 3rd elimination in the round. So 4 charges towards the ultimate. T1 off to a 2-0 start as we now go into their bonus.
So right off the bat, obviously they didn't get to really see the setup from T1 over by B side on the pistol, but something you're realizing both on A and B in these first 2 crucial rounds from Gen G is that they should understand that just cutting audio and going for a Flood execute isn't going to work out. All right? I mean, T1 is prepped for all the possible sets that could come through, so you really do have to try to do a little bit more push and pull with the util. Go for a little bit more util trading if you're a Gen G right now.
It's an early warning shock dart there from Carpe. Nothing going to be spotted or taken down off the back of that. For now, once again, Gen G getting everybody clustered up over towards this A site. Smokes continue to come through. As Izu not going for the peek on main, is just spotting out, waiting over in tree. Drone over the top, checks down towards wine. Nothing spotted.
Did see that the turret's in the same place as the pistol.
Tree now coming through. Texture gets himself on top of Gen. Excurate still just tucked away here in Hell. Takes a couple shots. Now they should know that he's going to be there, but no, still managing to swing out and catching him off guard. Texture gone. Munchkin will fall. The full flash connecting onto him, and he cannot stabilize at all off the back of that. Now it's suddenly just Meteor all on his lonesome, and this has been a massacre at the hands of T1.
These Killjoy default setups are really messing things up for Gen G.
Oh, just full flash.
That's just a confident peak right there. And this is one of the things that Data actually talked about when he was over on the analyst desk for that pregame interview, right? When you're in the server and you're only able to see it from your POV, your teammates' POV, and obviously when the timeout comes from your coaches as well, it might not be as easy to realize what exactly is the default and what is it meant to deny. But right now, it is meant to deny any sort of site execute that allows the jet to get into quad, right? It has the alarm bots, it's got the turret, everything is there to make sure it's delayed, and then they swarm and cover the right side of the site. And I don't know if Genji's going to be able to catch on to that fast enough.
Still putting a decent investment in. Stingers, Sheriff Marshall there. Still looking for that win, looking to do some damage here as the coffers get very much lined with gold here for T1's side. Smoke dissipating now on short. The swing in coming through. A little bit of damage going to be found there, but they do force them back. Texture trying to chase in, but just blinded up by the Paranoia. Ends up getting taken down. Plant can come through though. Munchkin that went down to the floor, but now Meteor to creep his way forward, ends up getting caught, and that sends Lakia around to try to lurk his way up Cat.
Oh no.
Flash getting ready to come through. Karen trying to get in front of it. Does so, but cannot find any kills. Just a smattering of damage as Izu gets chipped away at down to 61. Munchkin now going to try to hold this with a stinger at range. Does have a fragment to buy maybe a little bit more time, but with the door shut, the defuse held to half, and the push coming in. Let's see if it's going to be anything more than just a couple of kills. As the turn of the flash not going to happen. Rossi deja vu as he picks up a 3K out there in main. As T1 will get the defuse and move up 4-0 at the start of this map.
T1 is looking just smooth as butter. I mean, Rossi breaking the window to allow for Izu to maybe combat another peek in. The timing on that is perfect. Obviously, the paranoia coupled with the fragment means that they're safe. We're not going to see the window shot. I think that might have been the highlight of this round. But Rossi now 9-2. An incredible start, taking down the anti-bonus or the bonus against Gen.G as well, and then chaining it into 4. Got the null command. You've got your weapons of choice. You've got the operator. And they even switched the Killjoy default there in that previous round. So now Gen.G's really scratching their head. Huh? The Killjoy wasn't on A this time. What exactly is the rotation right now?
Press on the 1. Would have heard that. Should have stepped forward, so not going to be the most surprising, but Izu changing it up a bit. Sets up for the smoke here to just completely cut off his main access, and now he's going to creep back over into wine.
Yeah, the drone first is so risky because Izu could just spray through that if he knows that he's in danger. They're not even going to check for
And
it!
he will strike! 2 quick kills. Yep, they completely ignore that position. Lakia falling as Rossi swings out from back Gen. And everything that Gen.G try is just getting absolutely swept aside.
I don't know what's going on, but Gen.G is trying so hard to save Util until they go in for the site execute. Yes, I understand that they're not able to have full buys for the past couple rounds. It doesn't feel great, but they're just hoping that, again, the numbers formula is going to work out. If we go in as 5 with a flashbang or 2, that should get us around, and T1 is just ready for it every single time.
And, the timing.
Oh,
Carpe
no.
spotting him out. He's able to find him. Meteor trying to be elusive. Taken down, and now it's all on Munchkin, who widely will just have to tuck away. Hold on to this rifle, if he can. Cash a pound. I mean, T1, no reason to not chase for this one. He already has the ult online.
Yeah, I mean,
will start swinging out. Advantage going to be there.
Oh,
But
no.
oh my God, the whips!
Oh no!
And that, I think, is a strong summary for how these first 5 rounds have looked from Gen.G. Carpe, dead to rights, but comes away with that round win. And that is, of course, the timeout called because, the coaching staff cannot be happy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care if you've talked for an extra 20 seconds on that one. First of all, you just need to calm everyone down because Gen.G absolutely flustered. I've never seen an Odin be this nimble.
Nice!
I don't know if Carpe does it, but he's able to stay alive, keep the Odin, don't have to reinvest. You're now 1 point away from the Hunter's Fury. Oh, boy.
Nimble, I'm not sure if that's the word I would use. Had the nimbleness of a semi-truck barreling down the highway.
Well,
it's just that Munchkin decided to just dive in front of it.
You know what? I didn't really want to focus on the other side of it, but you're right. You're absolutely correct. I mean, this is a bad sign for Gen.G, and the Des talked about sometimes it is beneficial. We've heard countless teams talk about getting that stage time. Sure, it's grueling. Sure, it's tiring, but it keeps you in the zone. It gets you going. And T1, they are showing no signs of stopping for the time, and Gen.G, they've got to get into it. They've got to get into that zone, into that level, into that focus.
A lot to discuss, but quite a bit more conversation coming out of the T1 camp, at least from the coaching perspective.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm
Autumn
grenade.
having to be absolutely ecstatic with how things have started here, but those not to discredit Gen.G. I don't want to count them out quite just yet.
I mean, yeah, obviously it is Ascent. Plenty of time still for Gen.G to crawl back in, and they do have 2 crucial ultimates. Quite frankly, ult rotations be damned. Just trying to get around on the board would be so important right now. Lakia's just waiting to see the spray first and try to counter it with the tracers, but he's not going to get that gift for free.
There's some util counter spray. Carpe immediately pulling back off that angle. The Meteor down to 7, so Carpe still getting the better of the exchange. Izu looking to creep forward, spots out Karan, who will just go ahead and make his quick exit.
So Texture is just waiting to break this alarm bot at the prime moment, but it's so far forward
that if they wait too long, it might just not have any meaning, right? T1, they can still sit safe. And look at this, the push out from Mizu.
This is so much information.
Yeah, and now that alarm bot really holds so much info, you're like, okay, maybe it is a pinch. Doesn't matter, we've got 3 on B. I mean, where's Mizu going? He's just cleared out everything.
I mean, if he swings wide enough around, works his way into mid, he might actually be able to catch Texture completely unawares as well. But there's the null command coming through, side player. Set up on the angle, holding. Flash finds him, Izu able to put Munchkin down. That is going to be Resable, and Izu trying to go for a bit of a cheeky play. Does end up getting caught. Not reading the Texture was going to be in that position at bench. Now smoke down across onto mid. Excurate cutting his way back across into heaven. Footsteps going to be heard as the recon goes out over the top, looking to the back, and Texture this time is able to find the jump. 12 seconds though remaining as they start bringing the spike forward, but this plant can come through unhindered.
They still have the Hunter's Fury as well. This should be Genji's round, but Texture goes down. They don't have as much space as they originally planned.
They also just don't have the money, so they need as many players alive as they possibly can. The drop down, Rossi beating Lakia to the punch.
One suppressed.
As he will fall. It's 1 HP, Karen getting the headshot just for good measure. Quick drop down, an attempt at the flick. Saya player not able to come away with that elimination, but Carpe does find Karen. Meteor though, trades it back, and now it's a 2v1. Saya with the op in hand, seeing what he can get done. Wants to try to hold this 1.5. Gets off of that fragment. It's quite a bit of damage, but now he's right back on it.
They don't know that half is done.
He's going to be holding for it. Meteor gets there with less than a half a second to spare. Genji will get themselves on the board, but at the cost of 3 players.
I mean, the number of individual heroics that T1 was trying there, but it's not them just sending it, right? There's always this backup plan. I mean, you see Saya go down, jump down for the flick, things like that. He's not trying to get the kill, he's just trying to make sure he confirms. If he gets the kill, lucky, great. But if not, he's able to dash out. So that's what makes it so costly. But at the end of the day, Texture opening up the site single-handedly. That's what gets such a desperate round. You still have the Hunter's Fury to match. So you've got a couple options.
Standing ahead.
Fury opened up, Carpe able to find the limb. Munchkin gone. Another rough start here for Genji.
No flashes, no 0 point. You're not denying that Killjoy util. And for some reason, Texture scratching his head, where's that alarm bot? It's just sitting right at the entrance to the site. T1 understands that if you wanted to run fast, it would have just been the 0 point the Killjoy needs to avoid, so the positioning is good. Oh, what in the world is
Saya
this?
just coming away with the headshot even. Now shifts his sights back over to main. But too much movement there. Able to find the kill. Lakia poking and prodding, but needing to back away. But now Meteor in a very committed position. The smoke there to maybe try to bail him out, but still have 2 players hovering around this side of the map, so they may just end up trying to play this through into B or just backing away and trying to go for the save.
I don't know if we've really seen Saya play this confidently, maybe ever since he was on the guard. I mean, sure, he's had highlights, but right now, the movement makes it look like he can do no wrong whatsoever.
Definitely fearless. Albeit the shots, you know, he's keeping them at bay, so it's not like, even with the whiffs, he is still finding value.
Absolutely. And even that from the shadows. I mean, this is T1 understanding that they want to snowball things as hard as possible. It's not about the most ideal way to win, but it's understanding that we can basically waste resources to stay ahead and we'll still get it back faster.
Izu going to be noted here, but I mean, you can see nobody really feeling confident enough to try to peek out onto that one as the rush attempted to come through, but they run out of time. Show me the replay. Show me that Saya shot.
I'm pretty sure he just pings it. He hears the knife and he just fires through the wall. We have to see it. Because, I mean, if you're Texture, you have no idea why you just died. It did not seem right.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I can already hear them scrambling. I can hear the keyboards clicking, but the replay's just not coming through.
Oh, no.
Oh, we've been robbed. It has to come at the end of the match. I don't know. Whatever it takes.
We'll see it eventually. But for now, Carpe shifting position. Moves over at base of stairs, gets a decent amount of damage across there. Texture going to be taking down Karen. Noted as he tries to TP his way into Bones. Texture is able to find that kill, but still at decent cost. Falls down to 20 health. Side player in the meantime still holding main, so it's just Texture in sight. Drone leading the charge, but shoulder will have been spotted. Still going for the peek.
What?
Goes for it again. Has the dash available. Munchkin's just out there in main. Taken down. Lakia able to trade one back, but now it's Texture down to 20 HP, which of course will have been calmed over to his players. The side player watches down that back ramp. Shot goes wide, can't find him quite just yet, but it feels like it's only a matter of time. It would be such a miraculous clutch for him. He has been able to deliver on it in the past. There's the first.
Dash about to end. He's not going to get the peak he wants.
Dash gone. They both cut down back ramp now. Creeping back forward, ready to double face. And there you go, Izu. Not going to fall. Weapons will be recovered. The Op and the Odin carried into this next round. 7-1. T1 looking absolutely incredible so far in this defender's half.
I mean, the reads are perfect. The timings, knowing how to work around their own util, and understanding that even if Texture is through, he's weakened, he's not going to be able to go for the trades, and you can just hold them off. I mean, you're holding them at market. Texture's not able to come around for the flank. You still got people watching from defender spawn. The setups are so good, and they continue to change. Not a single identical default 2 rounds in a row here from T1. And a swarm to clear the turret. That's going to force Gen G to have to use util if they want to keep a hold of B main, especially on an eco. You know as T1 that you have the advantage right now.
Xgrid just holding a hard angle. Meteor slow swinging in. Taken down his Texture now, wanting to try his luck. Says, well, I've got the Guardian, and he is able to put it to good use. A couple more taps through Carpe. Oh, I was going to say he's lucky to avoid the lineup, but he just manages to trade it right back. That's the only tap once here as Karen desperately tries to open things up over at A main, give them some sort of approach. As Munchkin slipping the net a little bit. Carpe, though, seemingly wise. This is actually playing in B. Back not exposed here.
And they're not going to
very quickly turn.
Yeah. This is rough. I mean, sure, you don't have the numbers to pinch onto it either for Gen G, but still going to lose one more.
Well, now it's very much confirmed as Karen does fall. Lakia trying to creep up from behind.
Carpe's got a timing.
Oh, the gun coming through. He's playing up close, tries to rush it down, and Lakia does manage to win out on that exchange. Carpe dead. Brings it now into a 2v3 for Gen G, but Munchkin doesn't have a rifle quite just yet. Still just holding on to that Sheriff.
Because of the post-plant positions, this is still one of the best chances that Gen G's had, as ridiculous as it sounds. That alarm bot not going to catch Lakia on the lurk. And it's actually going to take longer than it normally would because he had to stop for a little bit off of that 0 point. So they don't expect it.
Catches one. Now the 2v2. It's the recon, but he's thinking about even just going back across into B main once again. Izu now here on the site. Shots flying, swings out. Munchkin trying to clutch it. Izu swings in the boats. He gets taken down. Now it's all inside a player. He's only got 40 HP, and he cannot get it done. Munchkin will be able to keep them in this one. Grabs the op, knows he's not going to be able to carry it over, just in case. But Gen G will find their second round win in a thrifty fashion. Gen G, maybe they're coming back online.
Yeah, you know, it's always the thrifties that get him back in the game, keep him in the game. It's what got him all the way to the grand finals of Masters Madrid. And you can't count him out just yet. It doesn't look great. It doesn't look clean. It's heroics for sure. But that's what this team is built off of. You've got 5 members who can pull things like this off whenever they need it. It seems like he was actually asking Texture if he wanted the op, and that caused a delay a little bit further as well.
Either way, thrifty attempt doesn't matter too much if you go down to the spike. Obviously, the carryover weapon would be nice, but ultimately not too bad unless they lose this round as well. So they have not been able to bank up anything at all. Texture, right side bench. Saya holding. Swinging across, and oh my god! Oh, the adjustment is swift, and it is on point.
Don't know what I'm watching right now. What in the world? These shots from Saya. Few and far in between, but all very impactful.
They have been. Izu noted, just going to be TPing back over onto the site. Munchkin, he's got no presence over in main. This is a very bold position for him to take. No one there to try to back him up, and Rossi thinking about swinging the angle. Does so. Takes it down, but oh now. Util out in hand. Munchkin gone. Izu catches him right as he was trying to get that 0 point across. Ping's coming in, a smoke sent over towards B to try to fake that presence a little bit. Matching smoke now expended by Izu.
So Izu's just holding the off angle. Obviously, main is held by Saya. But at the end of the day, this site hold, it's mainly all up to Saya player. Izu's meant to just get one on a cheeky
my
kill.
God. Well, push up into the corner. Lockdown does get invested. Lockdown able to find Izu. Saya player still holding forward, looking for a little bit more. Sees that gun barrel, wants him to peek out, and he does. Lockdown taken down, but now they have to make their exit. Karen all on his lonesome in a 1v3. Lockdown clears the way for him a bit, but he just doesn't really have time to try to go for any extravagant, any big setup here. Just a smoke down, a fake on the shadow step.
He knows he can't stay down here, so he's trying to go for the early peek, but they just don't drop soon enough.
Drop down finds one, but Saya peeking into hell will find the other. 3 for him in the round, as Gen G will be denied their 3rd round victory. 8-2 now. 4 rounds to be played out in this half. T1 maintaining a dominant lead.
And like you said, they haven't been able to string 2 rounds, so the Creds not banking up. Still no full buys across the board here for Gen G in the coming round.
Some of these adjustments from Saya heating up, and that's going to force the 2nd time out here from Gen G in the first half.
I haven't seen Gen G really feel the need for this in a long time, and you imagine, and I think this probably goes for a lot of us that predicted Gen G, that you imagined that they still had more left in the tank, right? That they were trying to get through with the basics as long as possible. Obviously, they didn't have much time to readjust after Masters Madrid, so they're sticking with their fundamentals. They're still cooking, but they don't feel confident enough to have to bring it out just yet. And surely they've got a bit more. And you look at the draft, and I'm thinking Gen G probably felt that they got away with just enough where they should be able to have the edge. But not with Ascent going this way. This was not in the books for Solo and HSK. T1 being this prepared, going on the defense, the early rounds. And I was going to say that before it started. I mean, when you have 2 teams that are pretty evenly matched individually like this, those pistol rounds are so crucial, right? The potential 4 rounds advantage that you can have pretty much makes or breaks the game.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the impact here, the kills. Sure, side player, 5-4-0. But like you said, every kill that he's gotten, impactful. He's been buying so much space and deterring Gen G at every twist and turn. But Rossi out there, 13-5-3. It's not often that we see Locky as the top fragger for the side of Gen G. Everything right now for them looking very disjointed as they scratch their heads and try to figure out how to work their way around this defensive setup from T1 that has just been widely gorgeous.
With the KO and Omen being tagged, even if there's no Jet, even if there's no Sova, you kind of imagine that you're okay to hold this default.
Well, now there's no ambiguity. There's the entry, 1 tap from Rossi onto Karen to shut him down. Munchkin trades it back a bit. Izu being tagged up, and oh, the drag across to find Lakia. That is disgusting. He does eventually fall. They keep things even up at 3-3. Fragment up the top side player, knowing that there's still going to be some players lurking here over at main.
Texture has no help. And he basically has to open things up again for his teammates.
Starting to push his way up. Drop down, it's going to be a very close angle, and he swings it right in. Saya player gets the headshot once again, puts him down. Spike does work its way forward onto the site, can be planted here. The door nearly broken. Meteor getting himself aligned here alongside the switch. Lockdown from Excurate available and invested. Now Munchkin's going to have to figure out how the hell he gets out of here.
Yeah, they actually wait all the way to the end to make sure that they're stuck.
Player standing.
He's dead.
And Munchkin's dead. Yeah, I mean, this is perfectly timed, and no, not like this.
Oh, dearie me.
Wow.
The stare down. And then finally the mercy shot delivered. A monstrous mistake from Meteor.
Last round in the half.
And even if he doesn't have that happen, does he clutch the round? Unlikely.
Very unlikely. Would have been a miracle.
But the fact that we're seeing mistakes like that occur tells you all the more about how Gen G are feeling right now in this game.
Oh, he's not even going for the shot on Texture on that one. That is, I mean, they tried to swarm it. Skirret's been really enjoying the matches here in playoffs.
We've had him on cam twice now, and he's been singing both times.
Yes. This doesn't bode well for Gen G when your opponents are that lax. It's as if he's streaming ranked right now.
Well, now,
cover going out.
Gen G looking for the 9-3, looking to believe in curses. Saw 9-3 run back yesterday, but right now, given the scenes we're witnessing. Feels all the more unlikely. There's the entry though, and Texture able to start things off nicely. Does find the kill. Saya player considering pushing up past the smoke, and he does. Has the dash at the ready. Genji seemingly cognizant of this, are just going to be waiting. Now that Jet stranded in position.
Oh, they even check for it.
That's 0 point from Rossi, so that will note Texture here in Wine. Oh, and that hand now spotted. Nobody else getting ready to counter swing on the angle. Lakia starting to creep forward though. The drone will help force them back. Texture keeps his life for now. Up over the top, able to find one. Looks for that third kill. Can't quite find, but Saya player goes down. Lakia sniping in with the Hunter's Fury. Carpe is holding across, somehow drags it. Gets the headshot on the Munchkin. That's nasty, but still, Genji are finally in an advantageous position as the spike gets ready to be planted. Tap onto it. It's baiting out this Hunter's Fury here from Carpe. They get rid of the util, but Texture unable to find the shot, and Execute suddenly looks to try to keep them in this one. Gets a decent amount of damage across, but cannot confirm the kill.
10 seconds left.
As it's all on, never mind. It's all on Carpe, but Meteor makes his presence felt there at the very end. So 9-3 on the half. Genji unable to string together any rounds consecutively, and now need to have absolute perfection as they get ready to go on to the defending side.
Yeah, the adjustment in that last round was some of the best, right? If you're going to try to deathball it, you got to find these off beats. And they're able to do it with the Blade Storm. Really push T1 just a bit quicker. Realize that T1 has been holding things a little bit closer based off of their util. But the adjustment's a little late. Quite frankly, given how all those rounds looked, I would say Genji's lucky to have 3 on the board. It almost feels like it should have been an absolute 10-2, if not worse. And now you switch sides. It all starts back. You got to reset for the pistol round. See if Genji's brought out something new that T1 could not have possibly anteed for.
Of course, plenty of fans here from both camps, but Genji, that fandom right now, needing to be the loudest in the audience if they want to try to spur these players on to a map victory. Because, I mean, reminder, this is their map pick of Ascent. And, yeah, I mean, we saw it even just yesterday, you know, in the PRX Talon series. Sometimes you do just over-prepare for your opponent's map pick because you have a decent idea of where they're going to go. You end up dropping your own map, but then you beat your opponent on theirs. That's usually closer when things like that do happen.
See what the adjustments can be here for Genji. So not sticking with anything like the mid push out with 3. Just stick for a heavy short presence over by A. But B left open a little bit. You're relying on that one Nanoswarm. The Killjoy in mid won't be 0-pointed. So that's the good news, that your util will still be available on both sides. I like the setup from Genji, but will T1 respect it is the big question, even on the pistol. They do have 2 members, both with dashes that can get over that with half armor.
0 point noting just about everybody theirs. Oh, straight shots, but oh, the reveal. Ping catching him. A side player going to be taken down as Meteor does find an opening frag. Got across now. Everybody shifting from T1 across mid. Texture going to be hearing a decent little amount. Now spotting even more of it. As Heron is the first to arrive. Paranoia to try to slow them up. Spring out of the smoke, but nothing really going to be found there.
Not ready yet.
It rotates quick.
They're basically being matched here. Now they're starting to turn back over towards Tree. Kill's going to be found as Munchkin cleans up 2. Texture getting a pieces. Rossi will be the last one to arrive. Swings up into habit. He's able to find one with that frenzy. But Texture will go ahead and get the headshot as Genji will equalize pistol round count.
A really good pistol setup from both teams on their defense. I mean, here. Oh,
I hear that music.
All right. 1,000
Texture
kills.
has hit 1,000 kills.
Texture still wants to celebrate it. You'll have to see that energy.
So the admins just told him.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, me?
See if that breathes a little extra life into him, because the Genji fans know that he needs it right now.
I believe he was 9 shy, so now is at 1,001.
Yeah, there you go. See if he can try to overtake some of his teammates throughout this match.
Texture working his way out. Doesn't manage to find side player. Doesn't have that staple Marshall in his own hands. Taken down by it. Lakia thinking about the swing and ooh, a little bit faster. Execute looking like thought it was going to be a slow peak, but Lakia gets out in front. So headshot cannot be found. Drone not going to spot the rotating members though. But he can safely grab this orb and then just back away and allow for this KJ util to basically play contact for him.
Gun here.
So Meteor 2 rounds in a row, sticking by mid, making sure that he can leave util on both sides of the map. That's going to make things a little bit harder to read for T1. And the whole decisive calling may be a little bit detrimental because there's always going to be util available to delay.
Okay, well, Lockett
Spike down.
able to take one down with him, so Carpe gone. Weapon potentially recoverable, but as I say that, Meteor will just swing out from alley to clean up the rest. So, Gen G, back-to-back rounds here for the first time in the second half, as they swiftly deal with that anti-eco, but now they have to try to convert this bonus.
Yeah, this will be very necessary for Gen G. I mean, thankfully, they're able to close the gap up to 4. They're going to be able to hold down to that defense, but obviously if you falter here, the Odins and Operators will be delayed. And you don't want that on Ascent. Two crucial power weapons. See, the smile is returning. The joke's returning here for Gen G.
And an Operator in the hands of Texture.
Okay, they'll just buy up to it.
Oh,
he can only click heads, that's why.
Yeah.
You know? The recon bolt's not so much.
The dart's too narrow.
Just a standard clear here with a double peek. I mean, especially with the Bulldog peek out this early, you surely suspect the Operator.
And Extra does. He does indeed. Picked up though. Lockett gonna just make sure that can't go into the enemy hands. Munchkin trying to intercept, ends up falling down, and Charon not realizing that they were just gonna be pushing forward into the site. Meteor considering trying to get underneath the door. Izu gives a little bit of spray. Just go ahead and confirm, check for that. Meteor will put that Guardian to good use. Wallbang shots to go ahead and clear one out, but given that they have this Operator that they want to carry over, not sure if they're realistically going to be able to try to play for this one, especially now that Excurate is getting ready to have to jump on Meteor, and he does. Easy kills found, and Lockyer, it's an easy decision. They'll just have to back away and try to hold on to this.
Yeah, curious to see if maybe they'll send one member from T1 to go on the hunt just because of the value of the Operator, but obviously T1, they'd be happy to make sure that the snowball just gets bigger and bigger for themselves. So Excurate going to clear close, but it doesn't look like they're going to go on a map-wide hunt, wisely so. Operator will stay alive. Excurate's going to keep inching forward, though. Lakia does have to understand that there is this possibility.
Oh, for sure. It's way more damage dealt just considering the lead that T1 have of themselves as they hit double digits now. Even if they do lose an extra player, lose an extra rifle, being able to deny the Operator away would have been an immense amount of value given the little kickback here on the Gen G, but Lockett will be able to go ahead and hold on to that one. It's just a very great headshot coming through from Excurate. Just fully anticipates that aggression. Seems like he anticipates the weapon of choice. And he is able to deliver. So now, doubling the scoreline.
Here.
T1 just a few rounds away from taking down Gen G. One step closer to knocking them into that lower bracket. This time, if a golf clap as Munchkin is able to clear out the dart.
And that'll allow them to hold a little bit safer, but you didn't contest for main control, right? And that's the entire purpose of that recon bolt, is that A main now fully in control of T1. So that's already a little bit extra space. You're still contesting for B with the turret, so mid's the only one that you haven't really shaken up just yet.
Texture popping the dash, ready to swing, and is able to come away with a kill. Actually readjusts for Saya player.
Standing ahead.
Either way, huge value going to be found as Recon will get the ping there onto Excurate. Meteor wants to capitalize, and he does. Snappy with the Phantom headshots, finds that. Munchkin spots Rossi. Flash out over the top. Rossi now having to just tuck away behind the stairs for a brief little moment.
Yeah, the timing so far has been very good for Gen G. I love the push out with the Recon on B right after you get the kill because you didn't spit all 5, and now the Paranoia and counter.
They did get the spot onto one, but Munchkin swinging back out from Switch. Takes down Izu, who's just trying to get in on top of Charon, but they keep him alive. Very strong responsive around here from Gen G. 5-2. The drift back here. Rossi and Carpe not going to be able to do too much.
Yeah, just going for the save at this point. Obviously, not everyone on the side of T1 as wealthy as they are themselves, but on the other side as well, you know, the chances are so slim.
10 seconds left.
You're not exactly trying to press to make sure you take away only a couple weapons. Unless you take away the Operator, the value's not really going to be there. The extra ult orb zap might be the catalyst that allows Gen G to catch back up. So I like the patience. Okay. You know, get it out of the system when it's this part of the round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the fine time to whiff.
Exactly. When it wasn't like he whiffed a lineup or anything, you're just trying to go for a jump peek. So we'll excuse him on that one.
One down.
Wow. Both duelists in this game. With the operators, the flicks have been absolutely gorgeous. And that's the thing. So the peek out from Munchkin that round and the previous round as well with the Guardian. The previous round, T1 was very well prepared for something like that. They know that Munchkin, that's how he'll create those openings when Gen G is down on numbers or when they're holding on the default. So we'll have to keep our eye to see if T1 continues to try to punish this KO.
Chance a blind timing spray there from Munchkin. Presses 2, hasn't spotted out some of the rest of this, but should be suspicious about that presence there at Wine. Fragment gonna come down. Smokes are flying, drone up over the top. Karan gonna be noted. And he is just in such a poor position. Swing out from back. Gensai player able to find the headshot, takes him down. Spray up in towards Heaven. Tries to find any connections, but Texture able to answer back a hell of a lot of damage there onto the enemy Jet. Side down to 18. Null command now gonna be invested, however. It's Fragment. Bouncing up behind the box, but Meteor still going to be flushed outside player, able to find that headshot.
Saya so low, just trying to make sure that he's not in a position that could usually be spammed.
Both he and Rossi avoiding this spray, but quite a bit, but Lakia eventually able to hound him down, does find that headshot. A 3v3, but time ticking, dwindling here from Gen G. Lakia now picked off, swing around the side of Jen, and Rossi get it with a headshot, puts Texture down, and given that Munchkin only has 7 HP, he's going to have to hightail it the hell out of here.
Holy, I mean, everyone on T1, obviously a couple members on Gen G as well, but everyone on T1 is so sharp today. I mean, these reactions are just near instant. And they'll take away the operator as well. Texture will reinvest for another one himself. But again, T1, they wait to see, right? They respect that Munchkin might fill the smoke, but as soon as they hear that Fragment come out, they know they're safe to push the smoke. So they go in, wait for the second ping on the Fragment. As soon as that pulse goes out, they swarm, knowing that no one can be holding close because of their own Fragment. And Gen G's tendencies are absolutely getting picked apart, especially Munchkin's right now here on the defensive side.
Well, slow start here from both sides. Sai with the operator in hand. Himself boosted up here onto the wall. 0 point though. Spot him out. Answering 0 point from Rossi, not going to be catching anything.
So much early Yuto was being used on B main right now. And normally Gen G, they would do that so that they can over-rotate. I wonder if T1's going to punish this, because this might be Gen G just defaulting into old habits right now.
Ping's coming down. They expect a player in this position. Turn for the flash. Munchkin able to find 2, cannot get the third. Rossi does put him down, but the man advantage is there for the side of Gen G, but now taken away. And Saya gets the shot here on the Texture. Lakia lurking and Excred asleep at the wheel a little bit. Not prepared, ends up falling with Saya. Keeps him in it, finds himself a second elimination. There's Fury now coming through. The swing out of the smoke. Karan trying to find it. Lakia will be able to take down Rossi, and suddenly it's a 1v1. Lakia
30 seconds
hightailing it, getting his way all the way across through into Gelato. When does he cut the footsteps? It'll have to be soon, but look at Saya having the read, knowing, expecting, and delivering. A 4K from Saya player gets T1 up to map point.
Just an absolute trademark Saya player round, all with the operator on the attacking side. Gets the absolute necessary kills at the right time to keep them alive. I mean, all these off angles, he's just out in the opens for some of these. You don't expect that with the operator. And even the read on the wrap around. Because the kill happened in mid, you're not hearing door being broken, you're not hearing footsteps up in heaven. It's a good timer. Right in his heart. And now Gen G 1 round away from losing their map pick.
Knives pulled from Texture. Scraped together by here for the side of Gen G.
So the push out on A main this time. Trying to hold a little bit more aggressive control. That way they can rest easy. Just waiting for a flood retake on to B. This is where Gen G thrives the most. Even though weaponry doesn't look great. They'll even actually just fill the site early on. Not going, they don't want to get counter-read by T1. on the Flood
Over
retake.
the top, Texture thinking about it, goes for the jump. He's able to find one, but Saya able to snipe him out of the sky, so it does go ahead and equalize that. A 1-for-1 exchange so far. Double stack, though, here on the entryway as Paranoia crashes across. Meteor not clipped by this. Found Lakia. The 0 point does not scout. TP to check, now TP down into the side, the pop flash, finding Meteor, but no one checking the right-hand side! Meteor able to gun down 2, upshot point blank, Saya comes up with the goods there, Guardian spray cannot be steadied, as Charon does fall. Now it's all on Munchkin, still working his way across, arriving now into market. Gets a jump, Saya dead, no command now used, Izu. See if he can try to clutch this one out, keep them in it. Munchkin tries to keep them in this series.
Spike planted.
Plant through. Izu now spotted. Has to be wary. That Guardian can wallbang through boats, but yeah, he's going to reposition the 0 point. However, not catching him. Tells Munchkin all that he needs to know. Sends a flash. Knows that he's here on the side. The headshot will come in. Kill found. Up recovered. Gen.G hold on by a thread.
Oh, man, Munchkin, he's always still good for the clutch. I mean, even accounting for the possibility of that reposition. That's a hard one to read. Obviously, you know, when we're watching it, sure, you think, yeah, of course he could have left, but you're so concerned about the 50-50 between the two doors at Boathouse. Now, that's a hard one to think about, but the pop flash is there. And this, a crucial mistake from T1. They've been so good about checking their corners all the way up to this round. But when they could have closed it out, it bites them right back.
Not done yet here, our Gen.G.
I mean, if T1 loses this, their econ, I mean, it's already not perfect, but it's going to get broken if they don't win here. We could very well be looking at an overtime.
Flash of TP forward. Izu taking a hell of a lot of space. As Charon just looking to get flush against the wall, the judge in hand. This is not something that Gen.G have been showing, so T1, do they have any expectation, any read for this? As he's waiting to swing, and there it is, they all line up. Judge Collat, not something that you always see, but there it is. Rossi noted. Only going to eat a smattering of damage on the exit, but already such a huge start to this round here for Gen.G. It's just Rossi and Excurate left alive. Because of the economy, they might just have to try to hold on to these weapons.
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, sure, yeah, you'll get an ult or two online if you go for it, but you have to consider, you have a lot of rounds up. So there's two ways to think about this, right? Just get the ults up, forget the next round, and move on.
One enemy remains.
1-2. Swift as ever, Munchkin helps to deliver a flawless round here from Gen.G.
So this is very, very big for Gen.G. Again, going for it just because you have the round advantages, maybe you just make sure that the ults are going to be there whenever you want. It puts a little bit of extra pressure and the possibility of getting that thrifty in the next round. So I don't think you blame them, but the save wouldn't have been bad either.
Conditioning was there.
Absolutely.
Looks like Gen.G starting to get heated up a little bit. T1 though, still at such an advantage. Multiple attempts, multiple chances to stop this, but Saya swings out of top mid. He will get taken down. Texture snapping with the shot. Finds that opening elimination. Munchkin considering going for a spray over the top, but as he continues to swing out, Rossi strikes him down. Charon now trying to hold the line, trying to backpedal, but Rossi just a little bit faster. Top shot from Texture peels back some of the pressure, and the flank is coming through, and then Carpe will play off that 50-50. Still found out front Meteor, the reveal in, now Excurate cut off away from the spike, and even though he's all on his lonesome, that will be the lockdown invested, just shoving him away from this spike and making this round damn near impossible for him. We'll see what Excurate tries to get done here. What kind of magic he can potentially work, because for now, he has an operator in his hands.
Yeah, the op, and then the lockdown as well. So he's going to try to dwindle the numbers, but Gen.G's very well aware of this. They know the spike is still down, that he has to recover it. They've got the turret to wash main. The only place he could be coming from is Heaven with the door closed.
Creep across, Meteor just around the corner, and he's not ready for Lakia, up on top of the generator. Close but no cigar there, 4-1. Gen.G continue the run back, but they still need 3 more to force this into overtime. And look at the ult stacked up now here for the side of T1.
Yeah, Excure's going to be very thankful that Meteor pulled out his own lockdown first. That way he didn't really commit his. He's able to carry it over, now chain it in for a near guarantee round. Charon, I mean, we're seeing some of the same things that we saw when he first debuted. trying to just delay, trying to be maybe a bit too much of a team player. Maybe his teammates, calling for the op, maybe his teammates and the coaches have to remind him to maybe shoot his gun a bit more. That worked during kickoff. See if it brings the same magic here.
Smoke going to be thrown in. There's the null command to start things off. Lakia, does he push up in front of this? Yes, he does. Swing out though, and he tucks back into the smoke and cuts off his own vision. He ends up falling down. Shots flying, Lakia and Meteor both taken out. Now Karan dead. Is this where it all comes to an end? It certainly is seeming like it as Izu finds 3. Texture now, last one standing. The fragment to hold him at bay. The op in hand would be a monstrous clutch, but it seems nigh impossible. TP now used. There's the first shot though. Finds one, picks up the Vandal. Spray across, just a hair off of finding Rossi. Knows that there's one over at main. Decent idea about the positioning here of the others, but this is so many angles to try to isolate and pick off. Spot one, there's the counter swing out. Izu with the 4K will put him down. Gen G, they get close, but not nearly close enough. 13-9. T1 will take away Gen G's map pick of ascent.
Very, very well prepped and polished T1. I mean, very few mistakes as a team. Sure, you lose a couple duels, but the reads were great. The prep was perfect. And this is an absolutely revitalized T1. Gen G, meanwhile, we haven't really seen too much new on that ascent. You're open for more on Sunset.
Well, that'll do it for us here. Now we'll pass it back over to the analyst desk, though, to break down all the action from our opening map of the series.
100% agree with what William said there. T1 was very much prepared for this, and we heard it from Data as well earlier, right? They really knew what they had to work on, and I feel like there were such minimal mistakes here for T1 on this map. Usually it would just boil down to timings or, just maybe some rounds being unlucky, but this was pretty much a very big improvement for them.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, they had a good read from the get-go, really understanding when they could harass and stop the executes on their defender side of Gen G's. They really had great timings, great reads on all of that, so that really made it difficult for Gen G to get into post-plants, and even if they did, they were very low in terms of numbers. That's why the post-plant percentage is very weak here for Gen G. Then they just made good adaptations all the way through. The rest of the map, they did a good job of kind of readjusting to any changes that Gen G was making, so this was very, very impressive from T1.
Yeah, I think that T1, they just feel like they've brought what they had yesterday and they immediately brought it into the next day. Like, everybody's on fire. Saya's having an insane day. Rossi once again putting up some big numbers, and I think that T1 as a team, they were so ready for this. Gen G came out a little flat at first, and T1 had the really good reads, as you mentioned, so it wasn't very close early on, and Gen G tried their best to come back, but it was just a little bit too far ahead for T1, and these guys are on a roll. It feels like everything is very smooth. The shot calling is great. All the plays are fantastic, and Gen G are playing up against a really strong team today. That's why we said, maybe we're predicting Gen G, but on paper it's probably like 55-45. It's a very close match, and T1 are making it seem almost T1 favored now.
It certainly is, and of course, going back to our predictions, right? Chubby Ninja, she's cooking. Just let her be at the moment, because it's looking like a T1 right now. This is a very strong possibility for them. This is for Gen G, of course. They're going over to Sunset, which will be T1's map pick, and we're looking at the individual performances from each of the T1 members. They are popping off. As you mentioned, Valdez, Saya player is hitting some unbelievable shots, which would, I think, make any team balk.
Yeah, and like the casters were pointing out, you could see it the way he was positioning himself, the way he was re-aggressing on angles, the way he was holding angles. They had really confident reads on Gen G's positioning, and they were looking to punish that time and time again. I also want to say that particularly Izu and Rossi did a really good job of making Karan's life an absolute nightmare on the A site when they switched over to defenders. Like, every time I'm just watching Karan, I'm like, he's screwed, he's dead. Like, there's nothing he can do. He's just getting smoked, paranoia, and flashed. I mean, he's just absolutely just getting destroyed by utility. And that was a big reason why they had some more success on their attacker side versus what Gen G could pull off.
Yeah, I think you said it very well, Paper Thin. Like, we're seeing some of the more obvious great things that T1 were able to do, specifically Saya player. Like, some of those shots were just absolutely bonkers. Just getting a sliver of sight and then shooting him through the wall, and then the crazy flick near Pizza that one time, just insane stuff. Gen G did have some moments where it looked like, okay, T1 weren't quite crossing all their T's and dotting all their I's, but at the end of the day, even some of the clutch power from the Gen G members were not enough. Even some moments like this, to fully come back. They made it interesting towards the end, you know, picking up a bunch of rounds in a row, but it was just too far away for them to actually come back, much like Talon against PRX yesterday.
Yeah, this was, you know, this was quite T1 going to be a very, very scary opponent, especially if they're looking like every single match that they have here. They're just improving every single step of the way. I like that you brought up Izu and Rossi as well, just because it feels like, you know, you have the very flashy plays from Saya player, you have the sneaky attacks from X-Rater as well, you have the utility from Carpe. Izu and Rossi are just those, if you need to brute force something, they're there. You know, they're gonna run and gun, and they're gonna go in, and they're just gonna change up what Gen.G might expect of them. And I think that's what makes T1 as well so dynamic, right? When you need that little bit of unpredictability, you have these players that can bring that out. Going into Sunset, though, this is going to be their map pick. Gen.G, I mean, we have seen them on Sunset. It's not spectacular, though.
Yeah, I mean, they're only 1-1. They've only ever played it twice, right? So, and the last time they played it, they lost to PRX, which, you know, it's a pretty good map for PRX.
It's PRX.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's not as big of a deal here, but now you're going up against a T1 that's really confident. You know, Rossi on this KO has really come into form. You know, like, not only is the team kind of clicking as a whole, switching over to Xcarrot as the IGL, but Rossi's really starting to get it figured out, not just being a Viper one trick. He's got the KO now. Not only does he have the KO, he's insane with it. So I think that's a big part of Sunset here for Gen.G is really avoiding those flashes, avoiding that KO utility, baiting it out, things like that. I think are going to be a big component to Gen.G having success, particularly on their attacker side.
Speaking of Gen.G, by the way, we do have to congratulate Texture still for joining the 1,000 kill club. I feel like, you know, there's a pretty decent number of Pacific players now on there. A lot of them, as you mentioned, on the Gen.G side. But yeah, we saw that little celebration that he had earlier where he was like, oh, it's me, I did it, yeah. And a little, you know, moment of applause there for our members in that prestigious club. But now going over here, of course, we are going over into Sunset. It is a 2-site map, and that brings us to our guess and gain game here. The question for today is which site will have more spikes planted in map number 2?
The look you just gave me.
Yeah, I know.
Well, look at the percentages, you know?
Hey, you're already
like,
in Radiant. You're just like...
I'm just sitting in Radiant, hanging out.
Just like,
but now I need to defend the throne, right?
Yeah.
I was actually one above Radiant,
Oh,
but they
that's
wouldn't let
true.
me stay up there, so
Yeah.
now
No,
I
was
just have
suggesting
to
like
maintain Radiant.
I was just suggesting that this is a circle and
Yeah,
the world is
prestige.
not flat, so you don't go down to Iron and join Quack and Achilles over here.
I appreciate that.
But yeah, so we have our viewers who are suspecting that it may favor A. Let's bring out we actually prepared our answers
We
beforehand.
did it ahead of time.
We were. What did you write there?
I
Okay.
wrote something.
All right. Let's reveal in 3, 2, 1. I'm guessing it's gonna be B, but B as in Valorant.
Yeah.
B as in Valorant. Yeah.
What?
B as in Valdez.
Yeah, you're gonna be Valdez someday. Yeah.
Give me 10 years.
It works. But I don't know. I'm feeling like they're gonna favor A more. But I feel like they will be more successful in planting the spike on B. So that's why I think I'm favoring B. But like as you mentioned, we may need to see the composition as well. But like what's I know you have your own logic, by the way.
I pick against what I think would normally really happen.
Yes.
And it
You
works.
voted for A.
It's
so
a paper
normally
thin
I would
meta.
think A. Yeah.
Yeah, the paper thin meta.
That's it.
Your Valdez meta?
Yeah, I mean, A is just generally an easier site to plan on, so A. That's my logic.
That's great. That's Valdez logic for you. But yeah, you mentioned, right, it might boil down to the composition as well, especially if, you know, we're going to see T1 potentially bring out the Gecko, for example, or if they switch things around, which they might be liable to do, actually, you know, at this point. I wouldn't put it past them if they were to bring out something new, especially since, you know, going into playoffs, they seem like a team that does a lot of homework. They could have had this strategy prepared, especially for Gen.G.
Yeah, Gen.G's had a lot of time since we last saw them on Sunset, so they could absolutely be cooking here, trying to come up with something different. I would expect that we're going to see a texture on the Rays for sure, but after that, you could convince me of a lot of different comps for the side of Gen.G. So certainly the Gecko could be in play. We're pretty certain we're going to see the Gecko, considering we saw it yesterday for T1. I don't think they've had enough time to workshop their comps to get that ready. So that does make it a lot easier to plan on B. You'll see that especially with PRX. Right now they have the Sage in the mix as well to make it even easier. But, you know, that does kind of change the equation, the map a little bit when you have a Gecko in play.
Yeah, I mean, with one of these newer maps, it feels like, especially coming into playoffs, it would be nice for you to have something special prepared, especially for Gen G, as you mentioned, haven't had to show a lot on this map. So could be bringing in something interesting. We even saw the Neon from Talon that was mixed success, actually didn't have any success on attack for some reason. In terms of kills, at least. The pick itself, the relay bullets, the entries were okay. But as you mentioned, not sure that they're actually going to go for that, probably just the raise. But it's going to be interesting. Definitely could be a nice time to pull out some pocket picks if you want to do something crazy. And I don't really feel like, though, as Gen G, you have to be feeling desperate. Even though you did lose that last map, I feel like just a little bit of, you know, perhaps nerves, feeling a bit cold, and it's just going to be interesting to see what they have prepared for Sunset, though.
Well, wait no longer. As we jump into Sunset, we're going to toss it back to our casters, William and Achilles.
Yes, thank you very much. We are ready to go into this second map. Let's take a look at what we have here.
Wait.
And, okay.
We did tell Gen G that they don't get to rematch on Ascent, right? Because this...
Yeah.
We haven't really seen this on Sunset. We've seen a lot of things on Sunset, but not this. And mainly the Jet, right? Sure, the Silvas, the KOs, yeah, that's all great. The Cypher Omen, all perfect. But the Jet, knowing that T1 uses that Cypher a lot, I mean, Lakia's going to have to be on point if they ever want to hit that B site. Let me tell you that.
They really do. I mean, it's going to be on Munchkin and Lakia to try to clear out these trips. Texture, you know, not having that raise, you can't try to even just commit paint shells, blast packs, that sort of stuff to try and destroy that Cypher utility. So maybe the guessing game people who went for A will be correct, because we've seen how tough things can be on that B site when you try to attack it and Cypher is just holding it down. This is an interesting swap over here from the side of Gen G. Have only played this map twice in their history. We saw Raze both times there. Granted, that was also with the Sky in play, so a very different look for them. We'll see if it delivers, though, as they absolutely need this win. Gen G trying to keep themselves in this series. T1, however, in the position to maybe have a 2-0 victory and advance forward into that winner's final.
Yeah, curious to see, again, what the choice is here for the Jet specifically. The Silva KO, all of that, it all makes sense. But why the Jet over the Raze? Unless, you know, it just might just be a comfort thing at the same time. I mean, Texture's Raze always looked fine, but the Jet's always been a bit more impactful, so to speak. So we'll see, obviously, starting on the defense. I think this part they're less worried about than the second half. See how many rounds they can chain together.
Get ready for the pop flash, sends it out. Texture able to find that first kill. Talking about re-swinging, as he does still have the dash available for a little bit of time, but then decides to just go ahead and back away. Dizzy up over the top. Munchkin not being spotted there, but now does reveal his position. Fragment's going to be sent in. Karen able to find two. Texture getting himself his second. Now it's all on Execurate. Aaron playing close. An easy target as he is down low on HP, and eventually Execurate able to drag that crosshair over to find that elimination. Picks up the spike. No pressure from behind, so flank not going to be coming in. He gets himself into a winnable position in a 1v2.
Yeah, so Gen G, you still have the Cypher set up on A. All you have to do is make sure you stay grouped up, right? There's no reason to hunt for this. There's no reason to put yourself in a disadvantageous position. Obviously, they don't have any knowledge of mid. There's still 40 seconds. See if they have an internal timer on a potential flank all the way through the map. But for now, they're just focused on that B. And now Texture will turn his sights. Yeah, they'll start to swivel on a timer, see if it's a wrap all the way around mid. And otherwise, if it's A, it'll just be a two-man retake.
Cam is set up, can be toggled there from Meteor.
So while Execurate goes in and will most likely get this, he'll hear the cam. Hasn't quite scanned for it just yet.
Spike planted.
There's the plant, there's the cam. Execurate playing away from it, so won't be able to spot him out. He's going to try to intercept. Texture draws out the weapon, expecting that he could be in this position.
No.
There's the first one. Meteor tagged as well. A headshot to be the difference maker here. Execurate now pulling away from the angle. I don't think he saw the re-peek. Wary about the approach from defender spawn. But time is ticking. With every second that goes by, Execurate, the stock, it goes up.
This cam could be huge. They both tag each other.
Oh. Dart removed. Swing out, and X-Grid is good for it. The 3K to clutch the pistol. T1 start off Sunset once again with a win.
Using my vision to your advantage.
Wow. Excurate, clean with it. I love the push all the way through. Ace short all the way towards mid. He escapes being potentially spotted by any Cypher util. He makes sure that that's the part where he could get a 1v1. I mean, it's the only part that he can potentially get a 1v1 because they would still be running, considering that they think they're not going to be heard. It's an excellent call. And then just a Cypher duel as it comes down to an aim fight.
Back away from the 0 point, so Cam can still be in play, side player. Try to clear that out, but oh man, what a one-tap. Meteor does put him down. Marshall
right here.
Not needing to be picked up as everybody else has a bit more firepower behind them. Trade out here as Shock Dart will find a decent amount of value, and Izu takes a couple shots into the shoulder there from Locky as well, so finds himself now at 50 HP.
Yeah, so this should already give a bit of information that there's probably more than they bargained for from T1. And Gen G, they're just going to try to play for the numbers. They've still got Texture watching for the rotate. Obviously, T1 not going to take any chances for that because they have the surefire information that no one has actually pushed out from the extremities with those trap wires still being online. Skurit's still alive. He's got full armor as well. It's all going to come down to Texture. And Gen G, I mean, it's an eco. You're doing the best you can with the tools you have.
First and last line of defense here is Texture's. The orb going to be taken by Rossi. Texture pushing forward. Dash now at the ready. Gets himself behind the box here. Backside, looks for the first shot. Dashes over into the smoke. Does take a little bit of damage, but Widely is okay. Here's that wingman cutting across, but can't quite intercept it, so Plant will come through.
Spike planted.
T1 with 4 players. Looking to defend this spike.
Yeah, we have quite a heavy buy here from T1, so Gen G, if they can take down 2 more people, they'll make sure only maybe 1 Vandal's carried over and another weapon. It's not so bad. The trap is going to be triggered on the backside, so they have to start to watch for their flanks.
Oh, there's the reveal. Locky with the beat with that Marshall, able to find one. Izu gunning down the others with that Spectre in hand. Swing out from Munchkin had been noted. Ends up falling. Now it's all on Texture to see if he can deal some additional damage. And it's close, but not close enough to find the shot there while full blind. Rossi will find the 3K as T1 move up 2-0.
You're going to carry over 3 of those rifles, so both the Vandals and the Bulldog. That's a fine piece of weaponry here for T1. They'll actually match with all 5 rifles. So this is no longer a bonus round. It's a buy round for buy round, just with a couple of half armors across the board. But same for Gen G. They invested in that Marshall.
Enemy remaining.
Rossi has been firing today.
Man's been absolutely on one.
So one thing with the Jet is, well, okay, this time they're going to commit to the push in. I was going to say one thing that we saw during the pistol that I imagine Gen G will continue to do is you can actually push out aggressively but not have to commit to it like you would with the Raze, right? You're not having to commit with something like a Breach Raze combo, things like that. You can still set the Jet up. They still have the option to dash back towards their own site. But this time they'll invest into it. I don't mind it because you don't really expect that too much with the Jet. So now you have full B control, but the smokes will dissipate. And that cooldown, I don't think it's going to be ready from Charon. So Texture, it's all on him. And T1, they're looking to regain control.
Here's the one holding the line. Wingman in that paranoia, helping to force him back. Rotations now coming back through for Gen G. Try to reinforce this site. There's Excurate on a very deep lurk. Already tucked in over by Alley. Doesn't know if the rest of this position is cleared though, so has to wait. But Lee says, I can get you this close. I've got the cam to check the opposite side. We can look to try to attack this A site. And right now for T1, as far as the gamble's concerned, it is in their favor.
30 seconds left.
It's only Meteor and Lakia in position here, ready to intercept. Null command coming through. Cam gonna get shut down. TP forward. Lakia tucked away here. Inside of that smoke, but now Meteor gone. Lakia now on his lonesome.
Yeah, and a bit of an overextension here from Gen G. I mean, everything was set up for a retake on A. That's the standard rule on Sunset. And sure, I mean, you get null commanded, fine. You know, let the Cypher util just die out. You could have waited, but now it's a weaker retake for sure.
Oh my God. Rossi just spamming through the box, finds the kill. Side player just gets taken down. Hot flash gonna be sent. Carpe reinforcing Rossi's position, comes away with 2 kills. Lakia now Just has to sit back here in the defender spawn, see if he can hold on to his weapon, because now he has been spotted. The flood is coming. He gets swept up in it. As T1 drown Gen G here in round 3, converting the bonus into a win.
I mean, Gen G, they're not even playing how they used to at the beginning of the year, right? They used to play so safe, make sure they always had numbers advantages. I mean, Meteor's just out in the open in the site, being null commanded in 0 point, and he's getting pushed out, and he just wants to hold on with no other util to back him up. Lucky at the very least, I mean,
guys, really good communication.
fine with that, but yeah, we can tell, Carpe. Yeah. I mean, we can tell visually that the comms are good.
It is showing. Whereas right now, they are severely lacking here from the side of Gen G. Things like the mid rounding, like you say, you know, their util usage, all of that right now is just severely lacking. Looking very disjointed. It's Meteor looking to go for a bit of a peek here in towards mid. Does have that Marshall in hand, but everybody gets in front of him. Smoke now dissipated. Zlakia turns his sights back, getting an idea of this, and spots a bit more than he bargained for. Does get taken down. Fragment now finding some early damage here onto Karen as the pop flash gets ready to come through. Texture in the meantime, though, getting pressured. There's that approach. Does manage to find the second shot. Dashes across, does grab that Vandal. Rifle now in play as the Thrash goes on the hunt.
Texture knows he's pinched.
Clears it. Paranoia coming down, sets up the Cloudburst, trying to keep himself protected, and Texture somehow comes away with those 2 kills. Gives them now a man advantage, but weaponry still here in the hands of T1.
Paranoia's good
to
on
delay,
elbow.
tap on the spike, forces Meteor back. 2 Sheriffs and a Marshal to try to pull off yet another Thrifty, as there is the Thrash back into play. The dive forward. Clear out coming in as Izu swings on the corner, and will be able to help rescue the round.
The Thrash, absolutely perfect. Detains both members on the site. That explosion radius just wide enough. And Izu's going to be able to swing on it. Now 6-1 himself. Rare that we see a controller with no assists in all the kills, but it's working out for T1. I mean, Texture, he does what he can. But you didn't really account for that second Thrash. I mean, you didn't have the weaponry to stop it either way. And that's rough, and now back on a buy. You have the Operator, all right? I mean, you got a Jet, you got an Operator. If you can't make something work on this round, Gen G, this comp has to be thrown right back in the bin. Because we haven't really seen any advantages that this agent composition brings for Gen G's defense over what T1 has to show on the attack. T1 now targeting market. They targeted top mid earlier. Really using the map wide, but Meteor is only good for 1.
Let's find the 1. At least is able to equalize the count as much. What is that? The quick 3K looking for the 4. He puts Excret down to 30. As he once again comes alive when the team most certainly needs it. What a hold. As Gen G will get themselves on the board there in round 5.
I feel like 90% of Munchkin's highlights are 3K holds on the defense.
And they're just so quick.
Yes.
I need this.
It is very impressive.
Like, good lord.
Oh, goodness. I mean, almost gets the 4th. But the matter still holds that they're scraping by with the skin of their teeth, right? It's heroics that are keeping them in the game. But T1's not going to feel too bothered by it.
Saya pings, null command coming through. Dizzy connects there on the Lakia. T1 will just back away. So this bit of util for the Gecko going to be left on the floor. Saya player seeing his way back across now through mid. This Texture holding. This is kind of what he wants for them to be ushered over towards him with that AWP in hand. Wingman expiring. Now Dizzy to try to clear the angle. Smoke down, but now Dash expired. This becomes all the riskier for Texture to try to hold this position.
Yeah, he's going to back out on a timer. But here's the thing. T1, they have the choice to rotate back if they wanted, right? They drew out the null command, so you know the retake's going to be weaker than originally planned on A. So you've got a couple options. You're hearing the door being closed as well. Not in a position to rotate, but they do have mid control.
Orb's taken. Saya, he's got a showstopper. So they decide to go ahead and pull the trigger on that one in this round. So there's the flash. First shot sent out. They do interrupt that one. Good timing as knives come here from Texture. He's able to find Rossi. Looks for a little bit more. Meteor takes down the enemy Raze. Pink's coming through. Meteor getting caught there as Texture still within his own hands, trying to close it out. Cannot. As Izu and Excret will be left standing. They will once again deny Gen G from stringing together 2 rounds consecutively. It's just the 1 found so far.
Yeah, and that's with an amazing 3K from the IGL himself. Those are the only 3 kills Munchkin's gotten so far. I mean, that about sums up this map so far, maybe even this match. But overall, this execute onto the site, they almost play it as if they had a Sage, right? They save both smokes, and it's just going to be used just to cut up the map in half, make sure that they just have a single line of sight towards market that they have to worry about. Makes things a lot easier despite the flying jet. And now it's a fast hit, Munchkin.
Oh, great.
Does he do it
shot,
again?
Finds one, jump in the corner, and he does manage to draw down fast enough to find Rossi. Extra, however, replies with 2 kills of his own. Munchkin, Lock here, both going to be taken down. Just waits, playing patiently. There's the reveal. Karon noted. It's still able to find 1 before falling. Keeping things at this 2v2. Gen G now have to regress their way into the site. Spike planted. The Thrash back in play already. Carbay's been having a hell of a day so far.
Yeah, and they realize that they're not over by Alley. So now Crosshair's trained.
On the angle. Texture, trying to go for something a little bit cheekier. And just ends up falling the double face around the corner as Meteor will get picked off. 6-1 now. T1 scrappy, but still winning the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, they're still holding the advantage every time as well. And like you said, a big part of it is those ult rotations coming through. I mean, the showstopper earlier helps clear out the entrance into the site. This time it's going to be the Neural Theft now into the Thrash. That gives them knowledge that it has to be a wraparound, or at least it's very likely.
I like it. Fired up.
No, not singing anymore. He knows it's close.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Close to being over. Just about halfway there on this map. Already the first one in their back pocket. T1 gotta be feeling good about their odds right now. Texture thinking about going to the peak, does so, finds the punish there. On to Rossi, as Carpe gets a bit of damage. Working his way across. Solid early pick found here for Gen G.
The 0 point from afar, that's good support, and that makes it a little trickier for T1 to figure out exactly how many might be on B. Obviously, time has passed, so they can't really account for anything. They'll be able to keep Izu planted there. I wonder if they use that to their advantage for a lurk.
Dizzy out, Texture clipped by that. Smoke there to cut off Boba as blast pack entry. Not checking that left-hand side player. An easy target. Gets taken down, extra dead as well, but Carpe looks to break over the side a bit, but Meteor will be able to say no. Finds the last 2 players. Gen G will get themselves a second round win on the board.
And this was the first round, quite frankly, that we saw Gen G play to their strengths, right? With their default, with the ability to go for these lineup supports with the Sova and KO, make things a little trickier for T1 to read, right? How many people are exactly in there? Because we look at T1's comp, you have the 0 point, but that's the only way you're getting really hard information. Obviously, Dizzy a little bit easier to navigate around as the opponents. So forces T1 to have to go for contact a bit more. I think Xcure does his best by pressuring mid, but Gen G, they're able to keep the spread nice and even. But it all starts with that op.
This time, yeah, noting it nice and early. Still wanting to push into the site, though, as spray through. Decent damage. No, not really even any found. Looked like he had the lineup, but just can't quite get those connections. Texture, however, will make that shot connect on the Saya player as, well, he does fall. The rest of the team are able to just go ahead and mow them down as they try to push out here onto the site. As that is going to be the first consecutive round wins here for Gen G. They have been whittling away because the rounds haven't been clean for T1 at that bank. So Cash not in the greatest position.
Of course, he has to dash into danger a bit more, but Meteor's there to trade. And Gen G, much earlier adaptations than we saw over on Ascent in that first map. So they're in a better position to try to stabilize, and then they'll be able to take the initiative on the attack. Now T1 trying to pick up the tempo again, but this time on the A side. And Gen G, they're just going to leave it open. I mean, they see the no command. They're just keeping everybody far away. As long as they don't make that same mistake, which is trying to fill it with 1 or 2 people again, they should be okay.
Just Fury from Lockheed to try to intercept here and slow things up. Meteor able to find X-Curate. Neural Theft now invested. There's the reveal. Izu going to be noted up on top of the box. Meteor creeps in. Avoids that paranoia. Just stays tucked behind the boxes. Swing out. Rossi not ready for this position. Very radiant. Meteor comes away with the kills. The cleanup off the back of that will be swift. Flawless here from Gen G. 3 rounds consecutively. Seemingly, this theme is being generated. They're starting to warm up.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they're going positive. That's not something we could have said in the first half on Ascent, so they're feeling a lot better, but the positioning is better. The reads are good. The Huntress Fury, I love it. Being preemptively used at range, so he's not in danger being swarmed by that KO, and that allows Meteor to now get planted in, right? If you do something like that, fine. Filling it back with one person, I like it, because you've already eliminated one angle. You know, one of the earlier rounds, it didn't look as clean, but now they forced out the timeout finally from T1.
First one of the series. First of the map. T1 wanting as many advantages here on this attacker side as they can possibly get, being up to 6. Already a decent position, but wanting to find quite a bit more.
Obviously 2 rounds in a row, going for the speedy hits, one side at a time. Kind of just going for a bit of a Hail Mary at that point. So T1, the adjustments has to be a bit more unique. Something they can do, obviously, with the util they have, with the composition they have, is try to scout out that Cypher a bit earlier. Try to force that util out of place, make sure that the default is disrupted. Because right now, I don't know if T1 would have identified this from their own POVs, but it's been a very evenly spread out 2-1-2 at the start of every round for Gen G in the past couple.
Gen G going to be fine cash-wise for these final rounds. T1 needing to try to find some stability for that fourth and final of the half.
On the push out from Gen G, I love the adaptation off the timeout.
It's similar to what we saw in that last round, to be honest. They just heard, I think, a lot more presence over at A that really encouraged this, but similar fan out, taking some space here. Let's try to get as much information as they possibly can. 3 ults available at the moment here for the side of T1. Extra, just 2 away from that next neural theft. So a good amount of tools for them to work with.
But the biggest thing about this is the Thrash and the null command aren't going to find as much value, right? I mean, sure, Meteor is in range of a null command, so he might have to back out and let go, but that cam is used for the retake for sure on that elbow position. Even getting an early read with that drone.
Shock start to clear it out. Texture now playing forward. Dizzy sent, null command used. Shot goes in. Rossi going to be put down on the floor. Locky up finding one. Now going to be blinded up by the paranoid. Tries to backpedal. The res comes through, but Texture managing to find Izu. Can't quite set in the aim to find another.
Down A.
Kills found, but
One
suddenly,
enemy
as
remaining.
the dust settles, it is just Execute left standing versus 3. Gen G wants to try to take away the value from those timeouts, and they have. And now are now within touching distance, 5-6, as they look to have an evened up half.
So Gen G, this is a slight adjustment from their old style, right? Rather than over-rotating based on information and utility, they try to get a read in, and if it's not a rush, then you have to be stacking, but they had already taken B main control. You can see on the mini-map here on their own player cams that Munchkin's holding onto it deep in. So you know that that has to be a prep. So the operator's there, but you imagine if it's a null command, he can't dash out. So then there's backup in Lockya to go for the trade. He can just run away. It's a good setup. Instead of going and letting them have a free sight, you're able to shut it down nice and early.
Again, here's that mid-presence. Something that they haven't necessarily been noting on the side of T1. Now they are feeling it as they're caught with util in hand. The read completely wrong. Gen G strike, and they strike swiftly. Carpe now, last man standing, and he won't be able to find a single kill. A flawless round to end out what was a flawless second half of the first half, I should say, for Gen G. Tying us now up 6-6 after 5 rounds consecutively won.
Yeah, 5 rounds in a row. That's how you know that the reads started to come through for Gen G. And you can tell it on the minimap as well. I mean, like we just mentioned in the past couple rounds, going for that mid push out and recognizing that because they weren't spotted, they can keep doing it. And I love the fact that Texture always had that support from Lockya. He's always got someone to trade, so he can just be the bait after the first kill. Overall, good setups. They started to utilize their composition. And I'm not still quite sold on it that it's objectively stronger than some of the Raze comps or Neon comps that we've seen. But they'll work its magic, and now we'll see what they prepped on the attacking side.
This is where it's for all the marbles. I mean, so far T1, 2-1 as far as the pistol round wins in the series are concerned. If they can go ahead and further extend that lead away from Gen G, be a solid start. Try to get that breakaway, try to get the lead back under their feet, get that wind in their sails. Try to close things out with this 2-0. We've seen what Gen G can do when they start to warm up. They really start to get activated.
Yeah.
Avoiding Breeze is going to be something you want to do at all costs if you're T1.
Yeah, I mean, while T1 had great prep and great execution on Ascent, we'd be lying if we didn't say Gen G looked a little off individually at the beginning of that map. So now, seemingly, both teams back in their prime condition. On the attack, we got 3 ghosts on the side of Gen G. And all eyes trained on mid. Obviously, a little bit easier to take at the start of the round for the attackers with just the angles that you can hold, creating the crossfire a bit easier.
See how this Jet does on the attack now. Recon sent up mid to try to check. Xcrit pulled back around the corner, however, not going to be spotted as Texture takes some very far forward presence. Easy trying to hold the door there at Market. Is going to be taken down. Saya player is able to pick up 2 before falling to Lakia's hand, but the Meteor intercepting Rossi as he tries to get out to safety.
Yeah, Meteor coming in quietly through main allows him to still hold on to the site, so they don't have to worry about that right side by Boba. Will actually clean it up for them. So now a 3v2 should be a pretty easy hold for Gen G. T1, their best option might just be to creep forward.
Xcrit was able to win it in that 1v3 last time. Why not a 2v3? Tag up there on Alakia and Texture. Cleared on the wingman does make this a hell of a lot more difficult for the defenders. Dizzy sent cleared, swing in, Extra eating quite a bit of damage. Texture finds the headshot. Carpe finding 1, but is running out of time. 5 bullets left here in the mag. So he waits to see if anyone's going to come peek him first and foremost. He knows the round is over. Wants to try to take somebody down, try to get some ult charge, but Lakia will say no. Denies that pleasure away from him. We'll find the headshot as Gen G tie it up 2-2 in pistols.
That's just, very clean pistol here from Gen G. You take mid control early, you draw out the paranoia, and then you'll send the drone in to check how many there are. They don't really account for Saya. He creeps in by the stairs afterwards, so it's a good attempt from T1 on the trades. But it's just too many. And of course, Gen G, they've always been known for the good trading. That's how they were able to best PRX at kickoff. And they'll be able to carry through. The smiles are returning. So he's finally happy with that pistol win.
It's begun. Texture. That personality starting to show a little bit more as Xcrit just straight up spotted there on the site. Does drift away. Doesn't take any damage.
3 rifles spot up for Gen G, so they're looking to match the buy going into the 3rd round of the half. They can still drop 2. They'd still have the credits banked up. Of course, full armors for a couple members as well, so really trying to snowball any advantages they can get.
Heavy stack, though. I mean, everybody from T1 hovering on this side of the map. Side player now starting to work his way over towards Marco, but he's going to shut the door rather than go for a peek. And I think overall, Gen G say, well, thank you very much. We're going to keep inching our way over towards A, where things have been very quiet overall.
Yeah, so, you imagine from T1's perspective, all right, no audio, no info. I'm just going to close the door, force them to come back into B because it makes it seem like A is the heavier stack. But Gen G, they'll just go for a slow creep to clear.
Texture lingering in this position is potentially worrisome, though, as he does have the Phantom, but he's starting to back away rather than advance forward into the
30
site.
seconds left.
Likely heard the toggle there on that camera, knowing that he's not going to catch a big lurk timing. Let's just go ahead and slowly drift back. Meteor, though, all the way forward, but it's 3 players getting ready to swing here into that defender spawn, but he still comes up with 2, and all he's giving over is a ghost.
The most ideal scenario, Munchkin, that Guardian, always true.
Xcrit now spotted, forced away. He's just trying to get in a position to die to the spike. Going to prove to be difficult. Lakia will get dropped, but those are just the pistol members taken down now on the side of Gen G. This is where real damage could be dealt if they're able to get rid of some of these rifles, but as Karen does fall down to 20, he still will remain standing as Gen G close out the anti-eco.
I mean, a very clean round. The only thing Gen G could have wished more is that the kills went over to someone else that would have had an impact ultimate, but otherwise, you only dropped the 2 pistols. Still able to carry over the 3 rifles. Now you buy up 2 more. So you're matching rifle for rifle into the buy round. Huge 2K for Meteor. Now you can see the calm aim returning to some of these players like Meteor and Munchkin.
Nice there.
That means nice.
It does, in 2 different tones as well. Really made it known.
Made the force Meteor back away. Tripwire as well, taken down.
Yeah, but that's a lot of investment. I mean, that's 2-3 people over by the B side. It should be a fast hit onto A.
Already working their way around through elbow now. Izu Look to try to hold this. Paranoia at the ready, but it's waiting for any kind of information, any kind of noise that gets made.
Yeah, and the no noise is so good from Gen G. They don't want to take the risk of someone popping out of that smoke. They're now already in position to catch it off guard.
Side player, depending on his approach, might actually be able to get the interception there on the Meteor as he creeps his way up the mid. In the meantime, though, Izu able to find Texture. Takes one down. Fragment does clear out Execute, but Carpe finds Lakia. Things look a little bit decent for him, but Karan, the man's full blind. He's backpedaling with a Bulldog, and he just guns down two.
And now he's got backup. They're all around the site. Izu finally clears him, but I don't know. Oh!
Saya getting that catch. Leaves it now to Munchkin, but he's been the clutch king for the team. The hold coming through, and Munchkin says, I'm an excellent fisherman. I'm going to get you out of that smoke. Takes him down, and Gen G. They convert, and they now are very firmly in the lead.
Wow. I mean, that spray with the Bulldog, like you said, backpedaling as well, and he just holds it. Eyes up on the mini-map. Make sure he's
surprised.
Yeah, I mean,
there's no reaction from Karan. He's just like, yeah, the job's not done. Round's still going.
I mean, there's something about Karan that's always been, you know, somewhat charming for a lot of people. And the fact that, yeah, I mean, he doesn't seem like a rookie at all, right? He seems like he's been playing for years. He's had so many clutches under his belt. But it's only his first year in VCT, let alone even in Challengers. He's never made it to the main stage. Went through the qualifiers once, didn't get very far.
Full share of investment here from T1, a showstopper if they can start working things to their advantage. As the suppression does come through, spotting out two. Flash in, looks to just go ahead and force them away.
Trying to keep the far angle as well. Make sure that you keep your weapons advantage. It is just 5 shirts on the other side. However, showstopper online, so if T1 are able to get a numbers advantage, we'll put it past them.
Xcurate trying to creep forward, does end up falling, and that's going to draw an immense amount of attention here. Everybody from T1 now starting to shift, but so too is T1. Spike is being brought back across. Xcurate gets himself into a deep position, but then does fall, and that says, okay, nope, shift the Spike right back over to A. Meteor's in deep enough, clears the way. The weapon can be recovered.
Yeah, you are just going to have to give up that Phantom. You're already taking that risk when you planted the the jet in there, or the texture. There is only one of them. But overall, I mean, sure, you give a weapon over, but Gen G, they were playing for absolute guarantee that they could get the Spike down and still have a numbers advantage. Now, you still have Lakia far back, watching for the flank, because you know that you have the weapons advantage over here on the front.
Izu, kind of anticipating it would seem, but so too is Lakia.
Bunch of Fury online now.
Finds it. Rossi does get Meteor. Push up, though. Munchkin striking down one, striking down the other. Just been so quick and clean with these headshots here throughout the series is Munchkin. It's Gen G now up to 10.
9 rounds in a row from the first half, continuing in. Gen G, the flow is good, and now they've got their pick of ultimates.
Theirs too.
Yeah.
I mean, not too far behind is T1 in that regard.
Eyes down.
Collectively about 4 charges, and they would have all 5 ults available to themselves. But right now, I mean, they need a bone, and Gen G, they're not throwing them one.
See if the Thrash comes out early, but not in a position to do so from Carpe. So the thing is T1, they've been waiting, assuming that with a composition like this, that you're going to use util early to signify where you are.
Here.
And in the first couple rounds of this half, Gen G hasn't. And in the last one, they used it, but they still went for a fake over to B. So T1 just doesn't have any information to get the read on what is Gen G's tendencies right now here on the Sunset. And now they just go back to cutting audio. I mean, this makes it so difficult for T1 to have the right reactions.
Love to see the cam set up there from Xcurate, because it seems like Meteor getting into position, not spotted. Snell command now coming through. Dart trying to clear on the corner. Texture being elusive, not giving line of sight over despite the pings. Meteor now approaching in from market, strikes when Cyan least suspects it. Neural Theft now sent. Everybody going to be spotted, and Meteor just looks to reposition, gets himself the hell out of market. Hunter's Fury now coming through, swing onto the corner. Rossi going to be taken down. Fury's still going to cross. Izu taken out before the TP can come through. Quick toggle on the cam. Swing onto the corner. Meteor trying to clear out Carpe. Drag across. Carpe's going to be a little bit snappier there, but as soon as I say that, the last 2 players from T1 will fall. Gen G now 10 in a row. It's 11-6.
And this is the Gen G that everyone around the world praised early on. I mean, look at the timing there for Meteor. The fact that you have someone so reliable on the lurk, sure, he eventually goes down, but then everyone else, the angles they're holding, it's perfect. And quite frankly, I mean, Texture staying alive for criminally too long after he goes through that trap wire. Lucky, I think, actually steps through it again before Gen.G finally clears it. But it doesn't matter. I mean, he uses everything in his arsenal to stay alive. That's what mattered here for Gen.G.
It's just excellent timing from Meteor, getting himself into position there in mid, unspotted. And then as soon as that side exec comes in, he's expecting to have that presence in market and says, okay, attention should be tied away from me. Goes in, and Saya player was none the wiser.
Yeah, I like that he doesn't try to go for a pinch either. Like you said, he waits until you're absolutely certain that all attention has to be drawn because no one was taken out. The main force was too strong. And if he does go down at that point, of course, his teammates still ready to swarm into market. So T1, I mean, the most information they have right now is, again, that audio's been cut. It's been cut every time that Gen.G's been successful, except for that one fake over to B. So ideally, you would want to get early information. You would want to push out, but unfortunately, you don't have the weaponry to do so. You even have a Thrash and a Showstopper to do it, but that seems like an overinvestment without the weaponry to back it up.
Well, basically from this point, there's no such thing as an overinvestment. If you want this 2-0, you have to start running it back right now. One more round win, Gen.G will at least be guaranteed that overtime. If you want the 2-0, you need to throw everything in the kitchen sink at Gen.G to try to come up with these wins.
So Gen.G this time just using a little bit of early info, but in positions that can't really give the read, right? It's all centered somewhere around bottom mid. Just clearing out main control. Just waiting to see, does T1 have information or not? So the only thing that T1 really has is a main with that one-way, and Gen.G knows that. They can still play with time a little bit. They could still cut audio. They could still fish for more reactions.
Trying to lead the way. Saya just sat within the smoke now. Spotted. Does look to reposition. Just wrapping back around over in towards mid. Excrit with a fantastic headshot though. Does take down Texture. The neural theft now being sent out. Things revealed. Thrash coming through. Excrit snappy with it. Finds himself another shot as the Tane comes in. Munchkin able to find one. A Showstopper into the corner will take him out. And now it is all on Meteor. Previously noted over in mid. Wraps around now into B main. In a 1v4. I believe the noise was just made there as he did jump. Swing around into the back. Does find the first. Can he do what Mind Freak has done before him in this very same position? Seems like the answer is going to be no. Thrash once again going to be sent. 9 seconds now left. As Meteor says, well, at least I could try to play to take some weapons out of your hands, I suppose. He won't even be able to do that. Saya will find it. It's going to be a thrifty for T1 to break this monstrous win streak from Gen.G.
Yeah, and a crucial round to do it on because map point not given over just yet for Gen.G. So you use everything in your arsenal. It all starts with a clean peek out from Obscured, but then the backup's immediate. The Thrash to make sure that you're clearing one side, Obscured still peeking around the other. And sure, Meteor gets tagged, but they just don't worry about him. They say if we can clear out this force, then we have the numbers advantage against just one guy. And T1 knows how to set their eyes, and now the operator in Saya's hand. This was an absolute thorn for Gen.G on Ascent. See if they can get by it this time.
Texture working his way forward. So there's the swing out. Saya player getting the angle, getting the kill. Texture taken down. Null Command invested here. As Rossi just looks to stave them off, and that will reroute Gen.G for now.
Oh, the positioning's a little too good for Obscured. Yeah, that's hard to read for Meteor. Doesn't exactly check both sides either. So that's a shutdown. Obscured now. He's still got the trips to work off of. One gets cleared.
The other one's over in market, and there's no approach from Gen.G on that side. Not spotting much there. Obscured does manage to find Lakia before getting taken down. So overall, still not too bad here for T1, given the man advantage. 4-2.
Is Karon considering going all the way around? Because that would be an absolute curveball.
Here's the footsteps. There's Izu. He's going to get caught. Hands down, but Carpe counter swing into market. Does manage to find him over in mid. Now Munchkin. He's been so damn clutch. But surely this is too much to ask of him. The 1v3 as the wingman leads the charge. Gets cleared out to confirm his position over in main. One flash, a fragment available here from Rossi. The paint shields as well. They can just split the difference. They need the Mosh being invested here. He still holds his ground. Baits out the op shot. Pop flash coming through. Pulls back off the angle, but the punish not going to be found. Now the fragment in, but not deep enough. But as he tries to get himself an angle, Rossi will be able to find the headshot. Narrow margins, but T1, they hold on.
Oh, I absolutely held my breath when he survived that mosh. I mean, I thought that might have been another crazy 3K in the making. But this time, good catch with the operator and a good adjustment from Xcurit as well to hold that flank. They just empty mid, or they just empty B for a retake. T1 starting to get the better read. Rather than trying to play a widespread default like Gen G did, they understand if Gen G's going to constantly cut audio, try to play the numbers game, they also have to start to bank on one side of the map. This time it might just be the Dizzy and then the hold with the operator as well. Carpe should be looking to exit. Not going to have time to pick up Dizzy either. Okay, he'll go back. That's refreshed.
Quick clear, but a lot of space taken here. That smoke, not catching Saya, but he splits the difference between Munchkin and Texture. Kill not yet found, and the op noted. Carpe pulling back away. Space has to be given up. It's about to be 5v5. The attempted retake here from T1, trying to deny Gen G from getting themselves up to match point. The null command starts things off from Munchkin.
Tripwire destroyed.
They have to just charge through.
Carpe puts Munchkin down. Spamming across, finds one, but Meteor holding here at elbow. Strikes down to Izu. Looks for a little bit more, and it finds it. Gives him an advantage here as Lakia catches Saya player unawares on the approach. Recon at the ready, the Dizzy over the top, the defuse being started. Texture dashing his way in, trying to catch some with Util in hand, and he will. Texture gives his life, but Karen to find the 2K on the back end as Gen G. They will get themselves now up to map point.
A much more comfortable position, but not quite over just yet. Obviously, T1, they close the gap all the way up to 4. So Gen G can't rest on their laurels. Meteor now 20 and 14, though. Absolutely impactful on that lurk. It's been ever so precious for Gen G. Even here, really crucial 2K. Because you always got to account for that wingman, right? I mean, they're not going to have to risk one person going down in a fight. They'll always be able to match the numbers on the side of T1.
Well, they watch the Zeta game. They know to count the wingman. As now T1 trying to get aggressive outside of A, leaving Xcurit, the IGL, alone here on this B side of the map. Cage sent.
Cage triggered.
Got one pop now as he looks to try to slow up the approach. The rest of the team now getting their way out over towards mid.
Now, this is a very stressful position for Xcurit because he's trying to hold on to Bobo, but he has to worry about Market as well.
And he needs to come away with a kill to try to get this neural theft out. That's the big thing, but he has to wait for the rest of the squad. Lakia watching behind. Cypher Cam as well as a trap wire there to play off of as well.
Yeah, they're very forward too, so Lakia should have an advantage.
4 point spots one. Dizzy over the top. Meteor in the meantime able to find Xcurit. The neural theft not going to be coming into play here in this round. The rest of T1 now needing to try to clutch us out. Like it pulls back. There's a reveal. Swings out. Carpe strikes him down. Evens the odds as Izu strikes at Market. Even in a 3v3. Full flash there on a Munchkin. Tucks back into the corner, but as he re-peeks, finds side player stranded and all alone. Carpe and Rossi now the last one standing. Now it's just Carpe, the former IGL. He cannot get it done. 3 members left standing, 13-8. Gen G reply with a map win of their own. They take us the distance. They take us the breeze.
Oh, Gen G looking so much better, and they absolutely proved what they prepped with that composition, right? On defense, in that second quarter, they go for a lot of that long-range support defaults, and on the attack, they start to cut the audio once again and throws T1 for an absolute loop as they've never had to face this team with that composition, but we'll throw it over to the desk to break down the action further before we return with a map 3.
Well, we did talk about Gen G potentially coming in at cold, but now it seems like they're all warmed up, especially since all of that coordination that we saw on Sunset. That was what we were looking for. Even in map 1, this could be them for the series.
Yeah, no doubt. This looked like once they got their heads on straight, they started playing for trades a bit more. They were changing up how they were messing with the executes of T1, things like that. Like, really just completely changed the dynamic of this. Obviously, they ran 9 rounds together or whatever in a row it was, 10 rounds. So clearly they found their stride. T1 just was struggling to find answers. It is challenging on this map, especially on the attacker's side sometimes, to get stuff done. So yeah, I mean, I'm really impressed with what they did. I liked the comp change. I like keeping Munchkin on the KO. He's really, really confident on that agent. You can see it on Ascent. You can see it here. So everything looking like we're trending in Gen G's direction now.
Yeah, some of it did just come down to, you know, aim diff sometimes. I mean, Gen G were playing really, really well after it got the 6-1 against them, right? As you mentioned, after that, you can see at the bottom that giant win streak of 10 rounds in a row. It was really the difference maker in this one, and then 14-7 first kills is pretty huge as well. Just in general, I think T1 kind of got lost a little bit halfway through. Maybe they got a little bit ahead of themselves when they were beginning to dominate at the beginning of the map, and they said, okay, we're better than these guys. We're going to beat them down. We're going to take the 2-0. We're going to impress everybody. We're going to get the big upset. And then Gen G were like, we're Gen G. We're going to wake up and we're going to play our game. And they looked much better here on the ending, you know, 2/3 of this map. So it's kind of scary now for T1 because Gen G definitely look like they're finally back in form.
I feel like T1, you know, after some point, we lost a lot of the coordination that we saw in the first map. There were a lot of very big individual plays. You know, you saw Xrid with the lurks. He would, you know, usually get, you know, maybe 2 kills or something, but it wasn't enough to really overcome the teamwork that Gen G was putting in, especially, you know, when they would go all in together. I felt that that was what was missing towards the later half of the map.
Yeah, I fully agree, and I think it didn't seem like they were really able to like set up Saya player successfully. He was really struggling on this map, whereas Texture was thriving on the Jet. A big part of that is obviously getting the op into Texture's hands as well, whereas you didn't really get to see much of that with Saya player. So things like that can make a big difference, but you're absolutely right. It was a coordination dip for sure. There was some really good individual moments from Gen G as well, but the way they were playing off of each other, everybody was kind of, you know, peeking, there'd be somebody else there, you know, you'd see them double jump peek to break an op angle of Saya players, things like that were happening that were really well thought out. It seems like this happens a lot where players just kind of like, they're like, oh yeah, this is our game plan, let's get back to it and let's get back into this match.
And it just boils down to the comfort level for Gen G, right? Now we know that, you know, this team, again, did kickoff, did Masters Madrid. They've been having a lot of practice. And, of course, they've come in, you know, with a lot of preparation behind them. For T1, though, coming off of, like, less than 24 hours to prepare for this match. And then, you know, there is the IGL change as well. As Data mentioned earlier, this could be something that they're still adapting because there's so many layers to unpack. So, understandably, when the pressure gets, you know, intense, when they're trying to close out a series, it's understandable that maybe they'll fall back just a little bit. But like, you know, you see, for example, how many, you know, crucial kills Munchkin got because like he was so effective with utility. That kind of thing wouldn't be effective if the team wasn't working so well together.
Yeah, I mean, Munchkin having a huge map, Meteor also with the 7 first kills, so again, Gen G, it really did feel like they just kind of woke up halfway through and their coordination was fantastic, so really got to hand it to them. This is going to be scary going into Breeze, I think, for T1. They had it, and now it feels like they kind of lost it towards the end. They were starting to build back some rounds, but not quite enough.
Yeah, it didn't really seem like it was enough. I don't think there were enough spike plants on B, for example. That was something that was
yeah, viewers.
Yeah. This was
yeah,
not going so good for
It was
us,
like,
Mika.
you know, by round 5, we were like, yeah, no,
it's just over.
No, it's over. It's over. It's just B for VALORANT at this point, but it is not B for victory.
B for bad.
So we're gonna go over to our B for board over here, and I'm just gonna go ahead and put myself down in gold over here. Me and Victoria are
Put
over
those
here.
viewers
We're
up.
chilling. We're chilling.
The viewers, they got it right.
The viewers did get it right, so they're gonna join you here very briefly on Diamond. They're gonna move over to Ascendant.
No, me, no, I go down.
Oh, you go down. Oh, wait, God, that's right.
Yeah,
no. It was your meta.
Yeah.
It was your meta. That's right.
Maybe you can bump my head on the ceiling again.
Question mark?
Again?
What happens? We still don't have an answer here. Steve, help me out.
I feel like no matter
it's like
what,
twice already.
I think no matter what, you get the prize.
He can go around. He can do it again.
I'm just not allowed to go down.
He can do it again. Run
I've
again.
gone up too much, yeah.
I don't know. Well,
I'd be in like gold at this point. Like
yeah.
if I
I
started
know, if
at
you
the
did it
bottom,
again,
yeah.
You don't have like 2 laps or something. But yes, this is how where game stands at the moment. How's the view like from up there, Mr. Radiant?
It's pretty good. You
Yeah?
know, I'm
You like
actually trying to win, unlike some of our other analysts.
I don't know what you mean.
And
He has his own meta.
Yeah,
he has his own meta.
It kind of works.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm still above
works that
gold.
one
I'm still
time.
above 50%. So.
Yes. Yeah. Gold is like, I feel like the threshold
Yeah.
for like, you know, sucking and dominating at this point.
Thank you, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. But as the answer was, by the way, it was 9 times on A, and we had just 5 times on B. I mean, we saw how effective the defense was. For example, it was so difficult to get onto B, especially since, like, you know, you would have players like Karen there with a 3K. What are you gonna do when you know, it's just clear numbers advantage at that point? I feel like there might be moments like that on Breeze in favor of Gen G, especially since, you know, we had data over here a while ago. He mentioned that T1 does struggle on Breeze, especially in their practices.
Well, everybody struggles on Breeze against Gen G in some way or another. I mean, you saw it the last time they played, right? Like, they're so good at making sure that you can't get onto site on their defender side. Like, generally, Breeze is a fairly attacker-sided favored map in some ways, but Gen G is so good, especially Karon at the point of defense on that A site. He does so good with his stars. He's so good about changing up where and when and how he's pushing and things like that, when he's popping his smokes, when he's using the grab wells. Like, he's gotten, like, at the beginning it was really rough for him, I felt like, at the beginning of this year with the Astra, but now he's gotten really comfortable with it. He can play for himself really, really nicely. And then you've got Texture once he gets an op. He's all over the place. Meteor on the B site with the Cypher. So it's going to take another good piece of homework and planning here for T1. And with that short turnaround, again, it's going to be challenging for sure. And they got to be tired too. They have to be tired.
I think after T1 fell on Sunset, I've kind of, you know, we kept saying on paper it's really close, especially after T1 took that first map. But now that Gen G, you know, they take Sunset, we weren't quite sure what to expect from them on that map. They looked fantastic eventually, and T1 have kind of fallen by the wayside. Gen G already looked great on Breeze, as you mentioned. They kind of dominated RRQ on that map, and then eventually went on to lose the series. But at least they won on Breeze, and it was quite one-sided as well. So should be very confident on this map, and I would definitely favor Gen G going into this one. But maybe the coaches can get T1 riled up again and bring them back to the form we saw at the first map, and maybe we have a close one. But if not, I think Gen G just take it.
It's a possibility, but I would, like, you know, I would definitely favor the energy that Gen G has right now, momentum-wise, and, like, you know, the vibes as well. Even though T1 have repeatedly said that, like, the vibes are a lot better on the side of T1. And that's why, like, for example, if you're going for those hero plays, those op plays, right, for Texture, that confidence is so important. And you go over to Saya player who says that, like, okay, he's been vibing really well with Xcrit. That's probably going to give him a lot of confidence here. So I'm wondering how they're able to adjust that. How do they adjust their mental to give Saya player, everybody else on T1, all that confidence to be able to take this? It's gonna be really tough.
Get him the op as soon as possible. Like, that's really, I think, the best way to get Saya player fired up is to just get him that op, give him that freedom and that ability to do what he's got to do. You know, of course, you want to help him with some utility and things like that, or, you know, do some bait and switches with your other teammates. But definitely, I think this is one of those maps that, especially with these two teams, can really come down to op play and who's going to be able to get to it sooner and keep it in their hands longer.
It's interesting to note, by the way, in this series, all 4 members of our 1,000 Kill Club are participating. So it's you can just tell the caliber of the players that we have here, especially as we are going to head into Agent Select right now on Breeze, our final map for the series. And of course, the winner of this goes to Masters Shanghai. There's a lot riding on this, especially since Gen G, they want to continue their streak over on making it to these big international tournaments. So what are we expecting here, Valdez?
Well, I want to know, do we see double Astra or just one or
Yoru?
None? You know, as you were talking about before, there is the
there
one.
You go.
And it is just on the side of Gen G, as we talked about. Karen and his Astra looking great. We also see the Yoru coming out from Meteor. I think they didn't play the Yoru the last time they played the Astra, but trying to mix it up a bit perhaps.
I think, yeah, it's going to come down to, like, Xcrit on that Harbor. He can look a little shaky sometimes. He kind of goes for some big hero plays with cascades and things like that, and that could cost T1 some kind of big rounds. So I need to see a little bit more discipline out of him with that. That's going to be the really big difference, right, is those two controllers. So how is he going to be able to use that extra advantage, that extra kind of space that you can create with the Harbor walls compared to the Astra, which is a little bit more reactive in nature.
And you see a lot of teams now favoring the Yoru as a kind of a sentinel/controller as well, right? That's why you have Meteor on there. That's why you have Izu on there as well. So it's going to be really exciting as we step into Breeze. What could be a very, very exciting map indeed. Gen G versus T1. Casters, William, Achilles, over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mika. Here we go. Game 3 to see which of these teams is keeping themselves in the upper bracket. Which of these teams is getting their flights booked to Masters Shanghai. Which one is going to have to fight through that lower bracket?
Yeah, if you lose, you're going to have to obviously fight through, continue on the grueling schedule, but with elimination looming over you. That's the real threat, and obviously no comfort of that ticket to Masters. So we'll see. I'm glad Paper then mentioned the big differences here. Astra being able to be a lot more reactive, but also global presence. That's the big one, as T1 now look to just death ball towards A.
Pulse checked there by Meteor, as there's the wall coming up. Shock dart at the ready from Lakia, waiting. See if he hears anything, but Karon already able to find a first kill. I think just spraying through the wall, comes up with one. Reveal does come down off the ping. Izu able to find Meteor there at back sight, as they will go ahead and flush out the rest of the players here from Gen G. Munchkin and Texture now making their way across. A couple players low here on the side of T1. They could even up the odds pretty quickly, but a lot of angles to try to check.
Yeah, the positions are so far forward for T1. It's going to be hard, but Texture starts with 2.
Okay. Texture cleaning up the low HP members. The dash across is now ready for Carpe there. Back pyramid. Takes him down. Wall coming in. Munchkin well aware of Excure's position, but just can't quite line up the headshot. Does get taken down. It's going to be T1 regaining the pistol round win count lead. 3-2 in that regard as they start Breeze off once again.
So T1, I think, should be happy to start on the attack as well, right? Harbor being able to just kind of push through, be a bit more proactive. Again, that's where you shine compared to that Astra.
So unlucky, bro.
And we'll see how they can continue to manage that. My eyes are on the Euros as well. I mean, Izu, he's always been the absolute highlight for T1 to carry them through those victories on this Breeze.
This has been an immense, he's had an immense amount of impact on this map in particular. In the last couple of series from T1, Izu showing that form once again. Meteor, somebody who similarly, I think, had a bit of a soft start, pulling out the Yoru for the first time here on Breeze. That has also been very impactful in his own right. See which one is going to have the upper hand here at the end of it all. As for now, it's just full silence on the side of T1. Saya player crept forward all the way up halls.
Right here.
Yeah, and they are absolutely in position to check all the close corners, right? And worst case, Saya can open up that door, provide the crossfire. Drone should be good for info.
Spots one, they clear it fast enough that nobody else is spotted. Seems like they're still going to be suspicious about this. Karon sets up that wall, pushes forward, does get a decent amount of damage across, and Lakia is able to play off the back of that, finding a kill. Texture. Sheriff in hand, getting down one, can't quite reset the aim to try to find the second, but now Lakia puts down Excurant. Wide swing coming through Rossi, finally able to find the shot. Side player striking in from behind, makes his presence known. Meteor gone, it's all on Munchkin, who's now approaching, making his way
30 seconds
up
left.
through shop.
Spike planted.
Play quiet, trying to see if he can find any weapons. Does spot it out, and for now, Rossi, eyes on it. He might have caught a glimpse, and yes, he has. Catches a headshot as well. 3K for Rossi as T1 will move up 2-0 here at the start, but they do suffer some heavy losses.
Yeah, that was much scrappier than they wanted it to be, and it's all thanks to the big pings coming out from Lakia. Just huge pings bogs them up. That leads to the early kills. Texture then able to provide the backup. But of course, the weaponry at the end of the day, a little too weak for T1,
All right, let's go.
or for Gen G rather, to close things out.
I don't give a fuck, bro.
I mean, hey.
The way that he's playing.
Yeah. You got to do whatever you can do.
But not even one, Rossi.
Maybe one.
Maybe one. We got one in the bank. Couple stars set up here. T1 once again waiting on this approach, just cutting noise as Carpe grabs the orb. Nebula popped. Aaron does he go fishing once again. Sets up the second one. There's a drone. Starts chasing forward. Is he going to try timing it here with the wall? We'll have to wait and see, but for now, Lakia does shut down side player. Carpe with that Sheriff. Able to come up with one. Well, tags here as Meteor tries to hold that back line. Comes up with one kill, but ultimately it's going to be Texture and Munchkin standing as Rossi now on a linger through mid.
Barely missing each other, so Rossi has an opportunity.
Ships in the night. Texture in the meantime jumping around. Oh, no, that's the gun barrel spotted. Rossi, in the position of one. Makes some noise. Swing out, the headshot found.
And he expects to lurk as well. Now, he's going to be wrong on the rotation timing, but wonder if that internal clock is working for Rossi today.
Spike's still stuck. Munchkin going to be able to use that information as he gets ready to hear the plant. Now he's checking every single angle. 28 seconds, Spike picked up. Rossi with another quick check. Wants to look around, but nothing spotted.
Poison's off.
So now he's suspicious about Shop. Tap on the spike. The creep around the back. The stabilized aim. Munchkin barely able to come up with it, but finds the kill all the same to get Gen G their first round win here on Breeze.
Rossi's just been so crisp for most of the day today. I mean, that shot all the way to the back against Texture, just insane. Now, this is something that T1's been doing, both in the pistol and here on the bonus round, is that they slow creep in and then they try to dig deep in between the pyramids to make sure that they continuously have a crossfire towards the back of the site. Now that they've actually fully spotted it without the chaos, curious to see what Gen G's adjustments might be when they go for these holds.
Let's see what that round, how brutal it was, what that has done for Gen G. Multiple sheriffs here in place. Texture has to back away. Blade Storm at the ready, but it's going to be noted. Spotted here at the dash forward. Tries to go for the right click, but side player finds the headshot as he's just sat on top of Charon. Going to ping him out. Lockya will be good for one. Side player taken down by the Ghost. Lockya does get pinged here on the back end. Drone up over the top, trying to see what he can spot. Meteor finding two. Back to back. Now triple Sheriff shots. Taking him down. Rossi eating damage off the shock dart. Now he needs to work wonders. Munchkin, this time around, a little bit snappier with it. Puts him down, and Gen G, somehow, again, you put Sheriffs in hands, they will deliver miracles.
That round just seemed like it was an absolute given for T1. Izu dug in so much information. They had a path cleared towards the site for the plant. You still had Izu distracting backside with the clone.
Show me Meteor. Thank you.
Okay. Wow.
Oh.
He's just so snappy with it. Now he's got his own ultimate as well.
Quick clear on the recon, nothing spotted, and it's just the pendulum swings. T1 now. Onus on them to try to put up similar scenes. I'm wary about this approach here in the mid. Rossi is just on the opposite side of the wall, but Excurrent gonna recreate some of that magic. This time with the Guardian, comes up with two. Huge picks found as Munchkin looking forward here into elbow.
He's gonna try to let them pass.
Wall comes up. There's the Reckoning now invested over on the site. Nothing being noted. Rossi in such a ratty position. Comes up with two, and Munchkin got the other three.
Yeah, he just lets them pass, and then he wraps right around the high tide. They don't expect a thing.
The spike is now right out in front of main, right at the archway, right on top of that ult orb.
Rifle picked up for Saya. You're hoping that just the double team works, but this map is so wide that you're not always going to be confident about the advantage you have on the swings.
But Munchkin does have a multitude of angles that he has to check. Cannons, beach, as well as just elbow and main. They could approach from every single angle. He's constantly sussing around, but now spotted. He's able to find one.
Oh my.
But cannot get the ace clutch. Rossi will once again pick up a 3K. Reestablish a lead here for T1.
Holy, almost an ace clutch there for Munchkin. Absolutely monstrous. Here's CF, we'll see this. He walks all the way to the edge too, so they don't really watch for it, just in case someone's holding close.
What a clutch it would have been, but it's, I mean, basically, yeah, back-to-back thrifties here. One for Gen G, one for T1. And now, we get a proper rifle round exchange going.
Yeah, some proper Valorant. Got the operator, of course, in the hands of Texture as well.
Just Fury from Lockya. He spotted, he's just a hair above Carpe, looked like on that second shot.
Right here.
But with that, the op can now hold on to A main solid. See if T1 has to read on that.
Double approach, snappy on the first. Does he expect the second? Sets up for the clone. Swing in, and Saya player ignoring that. Gets the headshot to take down Meteor and bring it back to a 4v4. Texture on a decently deep line over there by Shop. Not spotting much of anything as Izu being noted here just outside of Nest, but Munchkin unable to find the elimination. Lockya crept over here, half wall, flash going across. He does catch the brunt of that one, now has to backpedal. Quick sent will get a nasty bit of damage there onto Carpe. Chunking him out to 70. Advantage. Defensive setup is here for T1. Drone up over the top, into the spot there onto Izu. Now onto Lockya as well.
Yeah, couldn't get the tag, so he can't get the shots to the wall. And the backup's going to be pretty late. Time already not on their side for Gen G.
Standing ahead.
Wants to get the reveal on him, yep. Catches an off timing there for Izu to react. Ends up taking him down. 5 bullets, tries to play into that one side. Player strikes him down, finds another as Karen will fall. Now Texture just going to have to drift away, allow for that spike to detonate.
Got to save that operator, see if he can get out for free, though. Right now, he should be safe. So as we see him saving that operator, off of that Hunter's Fury, you plant the op, but because of the duel and elbow, suddenly Texture's not safe from mid. And so now they're going to have to split 2 and 2. That makes the hold a little bit weaker from Gen G, and T1, they're able to target that weakness. Izu, of course, the crispy shots help a ton against Munchkin as well. I mean, and this is just understanding Euro players. I mean, knowing that that clone or the flash is going to come out, you're ready for it. You swing wide right past it.
And that is going to be the timeout called here from Gen G. Only down by 2, but clearly coaching staff not going to be satisfied with that.
So we've seen multiple teams, obviously even internationally, try to just target this A side, assuming that it's going to be the weaker one. You just draw out some of the early Astra utility, you try to get past it, and you think it should be weaker. Obviously, those teams have been punished time and time again. And so now T1, a bit of a different approach. They'll try to bait that out, but then pressure mid a lot more. Curious to see if we start to see some switch-ups in the defaults from Gen G. The Astra, sometimes in the past, they did send Charon back over to B. Have a bit of that extra switch. You can still activate the stars over from B as well, but still have the number stack on that side of the map and cause that confusion. I mean, that is the benefit of having a Euro on top of Astra. You can always hide your numbers on the map.
Let's see what kind of magic Gen G are going to be able to work here after the timeout. Ulta bound right now here for T1. That pit, if they can get into a solid position. The spike planted absolutely can come into play. Hunter's Fury as well from Carpe if he wants to try to open up aggressively.
Right here.
Meteor in the meantime, though, Mask is ready to go on.
I mean, obviously the pit online for both as well. This is something he'll need to consider. What deep dig in with the high tide. Now this is obviously very visible, so T1 has to expect that a lot of attention's been drawn all the way out towards mid. You're even going to hear the drone nice and early.
Being let out, spots one, but does not get the catch on the Saya player close, but now, yep, sends a shot over. He's got a minor connection there onto Munchkin, so he is going to be noted for the time being as swing in, Texture finding one. We haven't seen that jet yet, so they know that he's likely to be lurking still around in the vicinity.
Now they're going to cut noise, and Rossi's job is going to be really important to try to cut down the rotations a bit. High tide comes out right away. Still util they have to fight through.
Drone now cleared up. Munchkin so holding close. Hunter's Fury invested. Saya looking for the opportunity, finds it, does manage to take down Meteor. Munchkin claims to execute it, shot coming through, but Saya, he doesn't turn his attention back over towards main. Munchkin's just able to take him down for free. Reveal does come in, but Munchkin pulls back around the pillar, and Carpe will fall. Gen G, they only lose one player. The timeout works, a treat. They close the gap now to 1 round.
Yeah, holding further back on both sides, ready for the rotates as well, especially just with the potential ultimates coming through. I think trying to respect that, doesn't want to get caught in the chaos with the Hunter's Fury. A nice setup, and the fact that they actually end up trapping the attackers in mid. And we see this a lot on Breeze. You think you get mid, it's going to be a lot easier as the attackers, but sometimes you're stuck with nowhere to go, too many angles to watch for. And Munchkin feeling confident, Pit's still both online, but only Meteor having that dimensional drift as that counter.
Wave crashing.
Get out of my way.
Knives pulled. Similar looks here from T1, working their way forward, taking some space here in mid.
The same conditioning with that high tide as well, but this time it's going to be a lot faster. A death ball through main.
Drone coming up over the top, clear out as Munchkin trying to get the tracking there, but Saya landing on top of him, finds that elimination. Meteor now in a bad spot. Can try to pop the mask, but no, decides to swing back in, challenge the fight. Does manage to find Izu, but the man advantage still there for T1, and now it's a weapon recovered as well for Saya player, so isn't just playing with the knives. Still has them drawn out though as he looks to go aggressive. Headshots instantly bounds, he looks for that fourth, but can't quite make it happen. That leaves Texture, however, all on his lonesome now, with the pit invested. Not in hand, that shot barely getting the hit, but as it does not, he will just go ahead and pull away. So T1 will be allowed to clean up this round.
Yeah, that operator, it's starting to feel like a burden more than a blessing right now. Having to force that save multiple times. Obviously now Cred's not that stable either. And what a dig in with the Bladestorm from Saya player. I mean, 2 crucial kills. Yeah, it would have been flashy if he got the 3rd, but it doesn't matter. You got the round win. You're keeping the lead as much as you would like, obviously, on the attacking side on Breeze. And I love it, right? They use the same conditioning right after, 2 rounds in a row after the timeout, and they'll get value off of it. So it's not an immediate post-timeout round win, but it does prove its impact.
Very solid from Saya. Just a hair off having that 4th kill. The monstrous highlight reel play, but clearly much more alive and well here on this map, back over onto the Jet compared to what we were seeing from Saya. It's that impact, that Jet that can go toe-to-toe against Gen G, that was lacking for them severely over on Sunset. Now he finds himself out in the lead here on this attacking side. Again, looking to maybe push forward. And it's just going to be an orb take. That's online, but Rossi trying to make his exit, and Texture pushes just deep enough to be able to find that pick. So now Viperless here, RT1.
Man, the idea was good from T1. As they will open up the site, they'll even use the Dimensional Drift, but...
Viperless are Gen G.
Yeah, I guess. Viper for Viper, even trade. But the idea was good. They've been able to successfully avoid this operator, and they go for the orb, but you have the gate crash out. That allows them to check if the op's on A.
Flash used, flash sent, but Lakia avoiding it. Managing to find one. Op shot connects there on the carpet, takes him low, but Saya swinging back out and spots another. Meteor now cleaned up from behind Saya. Doing everything here to try to keep his team in the round.
You have to go for it.
Right back around here to the half wall. Swing out. Saya player instantly gets the headshot. A 4K for him. As T1 get themselves up to 6 on the attack side.
Yeah, so obviously driving the operator, it's not great, but the reason I said you have to go for it is if you didn't go for it again, that would have been 3 rounds in a row where the op is now holding you back, and in the next round, your teammates wouldn't have had to realize anyway. I mean, Sayas, he even tries to go for an anti in there in the middle, yeah. So I don't blame Texture. You basically had to make T1 think that at some point you will not take it anymore, and you will try to fight back. It just does not pay off, and now he's going to go for a hero rifle as he will have the Bladestorm in the next round. Look at this
territory.
T1.
Yeah, I mean, thrifty territory for Gen G. That is way more worrisome when you're going up against this squad compared to just about anybody else. T1 knows what the buy is going to look like. They don't want to give over any kind of advantages, so for now, just holding back, trying to see if anyone comes pushing out aggressively from Gen G.
That's a crazy location to adjust your glasses, just out in the open. I was watching this cam. Taking off your left hand from the keyboard.
As long as the right one's on the mouse, you can still just
True.
one tap.
I guess that's the difference between Saya and me. I don't have confidence in my aim.
Execute getting ready here as Pit invested. Really last second here from Munchkin. Sees that gate crash sent forward, but has not cleared it out. Follow-up snake bite to try to go ahead and stave them off. Shove them into a different direction, and that has worked out. T1 drifting away now from the B site.
30 seconds
Time is not on their side, and they had 0 information on A. So they're relying a lot on Rossi to be able to also confirm how many members there are.
Start now going out. Does get cleared a little bit late though. Karan does get pinged. Yisu, similarly though, his Texture staying, lingering. Now stuck within the cone. Dashes forward to interrupt. Lock in with that shock dart. Manages to find the kill. Play now. Be stuck to here. Philip Dart not finding the elimination. Now they have to try to fight their way in for the win. Quick pump there from Meteor. Finds the shot to the Marshall, and my God, have they done it again. It's all down to Saya player to try to clutch this one out. Swing onto the corner. Looks for the first. Can't quite confirm the kill. Wrap around the back. Lakia dead. Classic of the right click gets the job done. Saya clutches, denying another thrifty away from Gen G as T1 continue to stretch the lead.
That's one of those clutches where you can see exactly how Saya's mind is working. The angle he checks, he's ready for the wraparound. He goes for the jiggle against the Marshall. He has everything calculated, and it still got close. A very good attempt. I mean, Texture, I love that he delays a little bit on the first kill, but look at this. I mean, he waits for the wraparound. If it's not there, he assumes it has to be the other side, the 180. And Saya doing wonders for T1 to stay ahead.
16-6 at the moment. As Knives now pulled out for texture. And because of just the high impact kills, Saya player, I mean, he nearly has another Blade Storm online.
Careful here.
I mean, that might be an op in the last round of the half with the Blade Storm.
Oh, next grid trying to invest the ultimate. Hunter's Fury out from both sides here as Charon into the smoke. Doesn't get the flash. What he was looking for is trying to find that elimination. Texture unable to align the knives. Saya player takes his head off, but Izu going to be traded out. The ping, however, coming through means that Charon is isolated and dead. An easy cleanup for Rossi. It's Gen G now in a dire situation. Just Lakia and Munchkin now. Just Lakia in a 1v3. Creeping his way down hall, but has to turn his sights back over to the door. Just the one shock dart. Rossi on the jiggle peak, able to spot him out. One more round still to be played here in this half, and Lakia will have to say goodbye to the A site.
Yeah, just got to go for the save. I mean, all things considered, you're on the defensive side of Breeze. If you have a chance to make it 4-8, then I think you have to go for it. Because then at least whenever you press tab, it's not going to feel as devastating. Obviously, the momentum very much in favor of T1 with the content of the match so far. But you got to play with the facts if you're on the stage as Gen G right now.
Smile on X-Year's face there. And with every reason to have that. Solid stuff. I mean, Texture just not able to get those knives across. Saya continuing to find that impact. Cleans up Meteor. Just pick after pick. Now, a Cosmic Divide versus the Knives here, up T1 as we go into the last round of this opening half. Gen G going to quite desperately be looking to make this an 8-4.
Yeah, but there is that operator now for Saya. I believe he has a rifle up by the side as well, but with the Blade Storm online, he's got the options. So trying to make sure they can duel Texture.
Get out of my
If he's
way.
not there, should be an easy site to hit.
Ball's going up. Munchkin just drifting across the opposite side. Entry coming through there from the duelists. Saya already able to find one. Texture with that all power. Puts down Izu, Carpe, X-Grip, both caught off guard. Munchkin just lurking forward. Picks him off within the smoke. Saya, however, turns his sights to Arches. Lakia dead. Dashes in the backside. Rossi looking to try to pinch, but Charon arrives up in Nest. Takes him down, and now it is all on Saya player. They try to clutch this out if they want that 9-3.
And there's no reason for them to peek, is there? Because the spike's down. They even smoke him off. I mean, they would have absolute angle advantage. He'd have to wrap around, and that's what Texture's worried about.
My ult's not ready.
Still 50 seconds, though.
Texture playing half wall. Just tucked back, waiting to see if he just goes for that wide swing. And Saya, he's inching closer towards it. 40 seconds can take his time. First shot goes out to confirm his position. Orb comes back up. Munchkin looks to try to lurk his way back into the site, and he has done so successfully. Now arriving, and will just be count on him. The swift little shot at the Guardian puts him down 4-8 at the half. Gen G still in a rough position.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great. Sure, you're going onto the attacker's side, but the 5-7 is where you can see it feels like a 50-50. But with a 4-8, you're definitely on your back foot just a tad bit. So Gen G going to be looking at this pistol with a lot more impact, whereas T1, I mean, they're not too concerned. Obviously, you would love to win the pistol, but it's not like they're going to feel too worried if they're not able to clinch this out. But with how things have been going, the pistols seem to be looking good for T1 so far. This fan, they're from China actually, here to cheer on T1. They said they'll be waiting in Shanghai, and I mean, T1, who would have thought with the performance, the rocky performance they had during the regular stage, that they are now just 5 rounds away from booking a ticket.
And this is the T1 that was expected, the T1 that was promised after some of the off-season showings coming into this year with the adjustments made. It took them a while to find their form. I mean, a swap of the IGL and captain. Rough, difficult, seemingly necessary changes from the team. And they might just be ready to harvest the bounty.
What in the world? Izu has a sheriff and half armor.
Oh,
so,
okay.
And util. So they are...
It's a force up from...
Wow.
X-Curate.
Yes, they're telling him, just go for it.
Oh, no, sorry. It's
no,
Rossi.
Yeah, Rossi just buys it for him.
X-Curate's holding a ghost. And he's got some util. So Rossi, yeah, putting a lot of stock here in this Yoru.
Okay. I
This
mean,
is
obviously,
not a strat that you see very often.
No, but if you can push out, if there's no contact on A main, he's going to start to dig deep, I feel. They're letting him just run amok on his own.
Texture similarly, though, Sheriff in hand, Excrit over by half wall. There's the dash forward. Get themselves into the site. Already 3 players here, though, very quickly from T1.
Oh, and Karon's ready for it.
We've sent yet. Here's this. Takes him down.
No.
And that's going to be the Sheriff now on the floor. Excrit, however, does manage to find Meteor. Texture watching. See if somebody comes up over the top of the wall, but here's the footsteps. Excrit dead. Gets a line up there onto the chest shot. Cannot find the limb. Is Lakia. Oh, a classic setup. Okay, well, needs to clear that first, but they know exactly what's happening. Side player, however, finding Munchkin. Dart being sent. Both of them lobbed in, but actually kind of whiffing on the mark there. Karon, however, now arriving.
Oh!
Guns him down through tunnel. A 4K for Karon here in the pistol. 3-3 on the series are these squads. Gen G get themselves a very necessary win.
Well, thank you for the Sheriff, says Karon. I mean, what an investment into Izu, and it doesn't see the light of day. I mean, this is Karon basically converting approximately 2,000 credits on his
It saw
own.
the light of day. It was just in Karon's hands.
Oh, true. You're right, actually.
That Sheriff, it did get put to use. Hurts all the more there for T1, but side player still just going for the Marshal here on that defender side.
He'll need to do work with it if they want to try to convert, because that's a lot of credits that Karon was able to bank up, and he's still sticking with the Sheriff. So he can help match the buy going into the next round.
3 away from a Cosmic Divide as well. Very solid spot to be in, especially on the attack. And start for now over at 8. Not spotting anything. It is just Saya player here. Excurate as well as Izu. Not too far off.
So this is something that Gen G, even more so than some of their other opponents that they've dealt with this composition, is going to have an easier time with, is that even the opponent has no Sentinel. So now the global presence of the Euro and the Astra give you immensely more value on the potential lurks, while Texture is still sharp with the shot as well. Enemy Marshal down.
Izu saying, surely I can't die. It Sands again, and he wants his Sheriff back.
Oh no!
Forces him out of that astral form, but cannot confirm the kill. Just a classic at range. We're going to be a bit difficult. Up over the top, though. Excrit trying to find that second shot. Does put Munchkin down low on HP.
30 seconds left.
So a little bit more, though, is unscoped. Texture eventually does manage to find his mark. Rossi gets cleaned up. Shock dart, though, from Carpe, finding one, evening up the odds. The Sheriff in a classic versus the 2 Marshals here of Gen G. Already decent damage dealt by T1. So they look to try to win the round, get themselves up to 9.
Timer's good from Texture.
Stock statuesque here for the moment. Izu turning his sights over in towards main. Now back here towards Pyramid. Lakia pulling away for a brief little moment.
One enemy
Jiggles
remaining.
out. Texture cleans up one. Swing up the corner. Izu gets the headshot. Sends it out.
Izu!
Oh boy, he says this was mine all along. A 3K as he's finally able to put that Sheriff to work. And that is going to be them stealing away the round win. An eco here for T1 as they move up to 9.
I just didn't realize it was a long-term investment. It absolutely pays off in the second round. The Sheriff recovered.
The interest that Karon had to pay on this was astounding.
Wow. I mean, Izu, and this is the thing about maps like Lotus and Breeze, especially for Izu. These are maps where even if it looks like he's having a rough day, he'll start to pull off some of the most insane moments that keeps T1 in the game. It's just something that you can't account for if you've tried to prep against them. Now Gen G trying to make sure they don't get traded. Going in as a death ball, and you see them all covering each other's backs.
Cuss connecting, Rossi trying to take tucked away. Izu going to be taken down though as Meteor finds the opening kill here on the side. It's just going to be a clean sweep here from Gen G. Everybody just getting spotted, not given the opportunity to reply whatsoever. You know, the cash, as bad as it is, Carpe and Execute will just hightail it towards the opposite side of the map and try to hold on to their Vandals.
Listen, I'm not saying it's impossible, but trying to go for those off-timing peaks solo to try to get, 2K, something like that, it's always so rough against Gen G, especially if they're coming in. If you haven't seen any other util and they're coming in on a set execute, And it's all 5 members. You hear multiple footsteps. You know that they have to be covering each other's backs. They will never leave an angle uncovered. They'll turn over every single rock on that site. So T1 not finding the kills they needed, and Gen G will be able to stabilize with a flawless, it seems.
And much needed after dropping the previous round. Puts Gen G right back into it. So now 6-9, 3 rounds separating these squads. Gen G back in with an advantage. Cash pretty broke right now. RT1 aside from Izu and banked up a decent amount. So they will still have a couple rifles going into this round. Still, there is that firepower there. And it looks like Sai even going to be investing for the Marshal.
I mean, all right. Yeah, sure. Just try to match a little bit more firepower. It is Breeze, so that is going to have a lot more value than on the other maps, and we know that he buys it no matter what map he's on. The early high tide is going to let you know that the Harbor's here on this side, and they just walk right past it. That finds no value. So he has to invest the Cascade just a bit further to keep himself alive. Recon out as well. I mean, this is a lot of Util drawn out already, and then Munchkin gets to kill long range. Hall's opened up.
Just peeks in, finds it. Another key advantage here for Gen G. He's taking some significant space, though. Works his way out here into mid. In the meantime, Carpe pushing out in Hall. Pull back, though. Meteor will be heard.
Yeah, that's a big audio cue. Because now you know the gate crash was fake, but also that he was on the rotate out, and he's usually going to be the tail end. So just in case it's an extra fake, the gate crash is sent back to A. But T1 knows that the likelihood of a B hit is very, very high.
Waiting now, Izu. Oh, spotting this out, tracking it. Pick onto that now. Going to be pinged out. Sends out the clone. Doesn't manage to find texture, but again, similarly, the rest of the team starting to fall apart. As Rossi gets picked off. Excurate now arriving, but noted by the dart. Once again, this could be he and Carpe having to go for these saves. They are going to push forward, though. Try to see if they can spot out anything.
Yeah, it just has to be exits, though, if you really want to try to play for the win.
Munchkin swinging. There you go.
I mean, I think you just stay happy with that. Yeah, I love to see Carpe back off. Don't get too greedy. Because right now, Saya player, he's not that close to the Blade Storm, and he's not going to be able to go for that full buy. So some teammates might have to help him out.
Excurate tucked away. You're checking. Swing on the corner. No noise made quite just yet. Ping down. Do they suspect behind the box? It's like, well, they don't have to suspect a thing. They'll just find him. Headshot there. Meteor takes down Excurate. Just Carpe holding onto his weapon. As Gen G move up to 7.
They demand a fight.
There's 2 rounds separating now the squads.
Dimensional drifts on both sides, so things could get a little crazy in the upcoming round 17. What a clean shot from Munchkin. I mean, getting Halls for free. I mean, Gen G knows more than anybody else. Without a Sentinel, you take down Halls, and now the defense has to scramble. They have to be spread out, and that does call for the timeout. Now that you can match the buy a little bit, right? You can mix and match, so I think T1, they'll have to throw whatever they've prepped here during this timeout. And part of it is that, again, you don't have as much global presence, so you do have to figure out some way to push out. Going for the conditioning with the high tide, it hasn't been working out. Gen G's been disrespecting that entirely. So what else can you do? Is it a push through Halls? Is it a Cascade or another different type of high tide that they've prepped, maybe on the B side, to clear that side a bit earlier? Whatever it is, the variation has to happen, because Gen G, they have been made sure that basically T1, the early 20 seconds is wasted.
They can't get the win off the back of this. It's not double digits for them. It's Gen G just being 1 round separated. Dimensional drifts available for both sides. Knives can be held by texture in case it gets into a dire situation, or they have an economic kickback down the line. So far, I mean, we've seen multiple your ults coming through, but none of them really paired with that Hunter's Fury, that classic pairing on this map.
Oh, so they're going to go for double adjustments, the push out in Hall, but also the Harbor over to B, making sure they don't get caught by this dimensional drift.
Spotting them both out here at backside. Clone sent, Pink gets the reveal onto Rossi, and Meteor able to strike, sends out another flash. The follow-up, just trying to hold that second player at bay. Swing onto the corner. Carpe going to be good to shut down. Shuts down another as texture also falls.
Down A.
It's going to be revealed here as Lakia pushes up with a spike. Yep. Lost at back pyramid. Ball's now coming up. Saya player going to be caught. Haran able to come up with yet another successful lurk, but this is now Munchkin, and he leapt on their lonesome versus 3. Drone leading the way. Munchkin desperately trying to escape. He does not, but Karen with that responding fire manages to catch a stray there onto Carpe. But in such a poor position, what does Karen decide to do? 10-10-10 across the board here on his scoreline. Which metric moves up? Kills or deaths in the round?
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to scramble to figure out what the best mental loop would be here, whether it's wrap around mid or all the way through halls. And I think he considered that mid might be too easy to read, so he's going to dig deep. But now that means he's starting to run out of time just a bit. He spotted one on his screen, but didn't quite notice it.
Missed it, yeah, Izu. Had been noted, now they have their sights turned over towards here for a brief little moment at least.
His teammates are pinging it for him.
Extra hit, oh, swings out and Karen right as he looks away. Just not quite noticing. Those few pixels out of place. Ends up getting caught in T1. The timeout works for them. They get the round victory, and now they move up to 10, just 3 rounds away from getting themselves a ticket to Master Shanghai.
Oh, this is just great adjustments from Carpe. Even with the spray, able to control it, stabilize for the kill. That drops the spike, and
That's huge round, huge round.
it was. I mean, especially off the timeout as well. And you deny the dimensional drift from Meteor. I thought the execute was pretty good with the recon bolt. The timing perfect for Meteor. But the backup just not fast enough as they got held up through that toxic screen.
Flash Sun, Izu.
Here's everything.
Swing out of the corner, texture. Third time's a charm, able to find the reset as Izu does get picked off. It can be recovered, but Sion player able to put him down. Solid opening kills, Cosmic Divide. Is committed. Now they're rerouting, looking to work their way back across over towards A. T1 getting a sense of this, execute in position, perhaps for a punish. And yes, finds the first. Karen going to be taking down the Cove. Sen now, ult invested, reckoning out. Trying to disrupt them here on this plant. Munchkin still out in mid. Trying to go for this lurk. Execute, he cleans up the site. He's so low, but now Munchkin doesn't know what to do. Can't stabilize the aim. Rossi catches the timing. His execute catches absolutely everyone. Leaves the defuse for his teammates. There's 4 members left standing. T1 move up to 11.
The reckoning was so huge because it lets him know that not all 3 of them are on site. I mean, sure, they could have been main or whatever, but you see on the minimap, his teammates start to look for the lurk. They correctly identify, okay, there's a good chance. I mean, it's going to be Munchkin. Could be anywhere. So they're hunting for him. And that's a good catch. Execute, the new IGL, really leading by example on that round. And now 2 rounds away from Master Shanghai, returning to an international stage for T1.
Breathe deep.
Just the Hunter's Fury, but the dynamic duo is available there for T1. Izu now sprinting forward, seeing what he can maybe catch. Nothing going to be spotted, so just jumps back across. It's not going to be the combo coming through. And overall, Gen G, anticipating this, do play in very disconnected positions. They give up basically 0 information aside from the fact that they're all back towards spawn. How do they try to work themselves out of this is the question. Execute very far forward, up halls. Nothing noted quite just yet. Or he's not being made.
So much info.
I'm suspicious about this.
Yeah, even if they go by, though, that A site is relatively empty. Harpy's just looking to survive. He's got the Hunter's Fury.
Here's the wall set up. Creep up the rope. And what is that shot from Munchkin? Snaps on, takes him down. As that is borderline miraculous. Pit now invested. It's Gen G go for the plant. Carpe going away, not getting revealed. Just trying to spray through, trying to find any straight connections he can get. He does get whittled down to 50, however. He try to get some kind of reveal through that pit. The Hunter's Fury is available to try to flush them out, but
right here.
It's just a rough position as they wait to try to get everybody else over here onto the site.
There's still the lurk as well. Lots to worry about.
You're picked off. Izu able to find one off screen. Saya player watching, turns his back away, works his way through the double doors. Moving it out, pushing their way up onto the site as there's the pull in, trying to get him into the snake bite. Wall does fall though. Munchkin able to find one. Karen going to be noted there in tunnels. Texture goes dashing forward. Inside player finds a headshot.
Oh no, he's holding it.
It's being held. They can't interrupt it, can they? No, they cannot. T1. They just hold for it. The Utilda Hunter's Fury, it is far too late. T1, they give themselves a match point.
Gen G, so uncharacteristic. They play so far out, in no position to help each other. Munchkin basically has to give it up. I mean, okay, Meteor goes down to the spray. That's unfortunate. What is that? The kill on Detexture as well. 2 kills through obstructed vision. But at the end of the day, Munchkin, he had to leave the pit. Sure, it drops. He gets 1 kill, but that's so much time lost, so much space given up. And now look at these ultimates on the side of T1 to answer right back.
Absolutely unbelievable. From the early advantage found by Munchkin to now this. Hunter's Fury across, looking for the tag. Nothing other than that shot on the texture found. So eliminations not coming through, but still damage dealt. Given the advantages here in the hands of T1, given that they have match point, they'll take anything that they can get for free. Swing out, Karon here over at window. Shot sent though. Side player unable to find that elim. Texture late on the re-swing. Can't try to shut it down.
They have to clear Saya, because if they don't, this map suddenly becomes so easy for T1 to read, because you got the pit, you already have mid control. Gen G has no idea about that. They don't have halls. I mean, Gen G doesn't have any map control, quite frankly. So the one guy they saw, they have to eliminate him.
Considering it, but no, Lakia just goes walking forward, take it down. Texture able to open things up a little bit over towards Zay as he does find Izu. Side player now.
Munchkin
Stuck here in window. Yep, just has to abandon the poison orb. Jumps back.
And they suspect it though. With the pit, this is the only option, the pinch in, because B is absolutely clear. 20 seconds, secure it. Spine time.
It out, but final shot sent. It hits its mark. Push up into the cove. Spike now. Stranded. Munchkin and Karon, everything to do with no time to get it done. Execute drifts away, out into the open. The kill found, but Spike on the floor. The plant not coming in. It's all over. Munchkin can do nothing but watch the time dwindle down. 13-7. T1 take down Gen G, and they punch their ticket to Master Shanghai.
This team was at the risk of not making playoffs. This team looked absolutely lost during the regular stage, and now they are the first representatives of VCT Pacific, reclaiming the hype that they built up during the offseason, proving to all the doubters that they simply needed time.
The time investment, the investment of belief, the effort put in to shifting over to Execute as the IGL, it has all culminated in this moment for T1. We still had our doubts. Take a look at the predictions, the expectations set for this team versus Gen G. It was a catastrophic difference between the squads, but T1 have proven us wrong today with a well-deserved, a hard-fought victory, and now a spot at international competition once more.
Listen, I was one of those people that had high hopes. At the beginning of the stage, I expected T1 to go to Master Shanghai, but this is an upset for sure.
Absolutely is. Obviously, things not over for Gen G. They will find themselves in the lower bracket, much like they did back at kickoff, but T1 sitting pretty in that upper final. But we still have to figure out who their opponent's going to be, and we still have to have the action broken down by the analyst desk. I'll pass it back over to Mika.
I don't know if we were expecting the upsets to be done. Now that that week of upsets, that weird week is over, apparently it's not, because we have T1 now taking down Gen G to book their slot to Master Shanghai.
This was bonkers. I mean, from the get-go, it really felt like they had a good read, you know, doing a good job, not letting that op of Texture really do a ton of damage. They were really working the map nicely, really taking advantage of that open space that's left open on the B site without the Cypher to really kind of hinder your entrances and things like that. Yeah, there were a couple good responses from Gen G, but T1 overall just absolutely incredible. Never really had any problems with Karon on whatever site he was holding, on whatever map. It really felt like they had a good read on his positioning and how to deal with him. Yes, he had the crazy 4K with the Sheriff and the pistol around here, but this was just a great game plan today from T1.
It just felt like, again, every single player had huge moments. Like Excurit, just incredible stuff on the harbor on this map. Really got to hand it to him, but some huge moments for everyone. I mean, talk about Carpe, solidness, the entire series eases some huge clutch moments. Saya player, I think, goes without saying. Like his map of Breeze was incredible. You could see, like, even in his mouse movements, he's just so confident, taking aggressive lines, winning with those risks almost every single time. He just felt kind of unstoppable, and even down to that really exciting last round as well. T1, as the caster said, very much not expected. They almost didn't make playoffs, and now they're at Masters Shanghai. Like, how did this team pull off this kind of thing? But I feel like, again, starting yesterday, they started their huge run. They're really feeling themselves. They come into today. They were the underdogs, but they played their hearts out, and Gen.G just weren't ready for them.
I mean, it just goes to show, right? Just like as William said, they just needed a little bit of time, because not too long ago, we were saying like, T1, man, they look lost. Oh, this is going to be really tough for them as they head into playoffs. And now, here they are, the first to really, secure the slot into Masters Shanghai. And as you mentioned, it goes without saying, Saya player, but how they were just able to deal with the win conditions of Gen.G, right? One of which was texture popping off. They were just able to shut him down so many times that he wasn't able to take those duels that would have led the opening for Gen.G for so many times.
Yeah, very rarely did it feel comfortable for Texture. I mean, he had to pull out some crazy stuff just to even get one kill in a lot of those rounds. So this really causes a lot of problems for Gen.G. It felt like they started to try to press there towards the end, where they were trying to make those hero plays happen. They were getting stuck in bad spots, and that's credit to T1. Good usage of their utility and things like that. But that's a real problem when you are relying on, yes, you know how good these players on Gen.G are, but when you have to start relying on that, that's when things go sour, because when Gen.G was at their best, we saw it on Sunset, is when they're playing off of each other. That's truly the best version of Gen.G, but this was a great job by T1, really dissecting them, identifying pretty quickly like the late lurks and things like that on Gen.G's attacker side. So all those pieces of the puzzle came together today.
Yeah, even if you didn't watch the map, you can see from some of the stat lines here, like Gen.G almost doubling in terms of first kills. So they were like, again, Breeze, sometimes you have some 6 shots, you get some big wins that way, but even from behind, T1 were still taking some big rounds. They had, a clutch, a thrifty, they had some excellent post-plan situations and setups. So again, it really just comes down to the team diff, like the team playing really well as a whole on the side of T1, whereas Gen.G did look a little bit lost on this Breeze. I was expecting a little bit more from them. They looked great on this map in the past, but man, T1 were just too good today.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You have 13 first kills on the side of Gen.G, and T1's like, it's all right, it's okay. That's fine. We'll use it as info, And I feel like for T1, they know that, okay, Gen.G is stronger together. What we'll do, we'll pick them apart, one by one, very, very slowly, in a very surgical way.
I think, who was it on the side of PRX had like 383 and they're 13-0? Like,
yes, it was Jing. It was probably Jing or something.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Saya got in at 13-7. He got 365.
Well, I am not surprised, especially with like how many rounds he was just able to get so much value. He would not only would get like those openings for T1, he would turn it into like 3Ks, 4Ks even sometimes.
But he'd identify open space really, really well and take advantage of it very, very quickly. Like, you think back to that 3K with the Blade Storm, like his ability to just understand, he's like, okay, I got the kill on the back of sight. I'm going to press for arches and see if I can catch him a bit off guard. And he does, and he picks off 2 before he finally gets taken down. It's his instant reactions, the 1v2 post plant that he had that was really, really clutch. The way he kind of identified the positions, he was so fast, just breaking his own wrist there. He was going so back and forth so quickly. I mean, that's what you need here from T1.
Yeah, and I feel like, it comes full circle, because we talked to Data earlier, and he was talking about how you're being proactive and reactive. Now I'm seeing like T1 probably masters of that, because then they know when to hold back. They know when to be aggressive, and they know when to kind of like, let's play it a little bit safe. Let's just wait a few seconds, and then we'll strike when the moment is right. That's why you see them now on stage as your winners for the series. So let's send it over to Jen, who has T1 on stage with her.
Thank you, guys, and that is right. T1 is heading to Shanghai. I'm standing here with T1 Saya player. Now, massive congrats, Saya, you guys are the first Pacific team to lock Shanghai. Now, despite the rocky start, you guys still proved yourselves and made it to Shanghai. So, what does it mean to you? How do you feel right now?
We start regular season is like really bad, so we had a really like bad momentum. But we know we have a really good resort in screen, so we just like keep focusing on it. So and then we made it today. So I mean, I'm really happy. I'm really happy.
I think that kind of started to show since yesterday against Team Secret as well. You guys were more confident. And, one thing that everyone on the team kind of talked about during the interview is having that scrim performance, having how good you guys were in practice kind of translated onto the stage. What do you think kind of enabled you guys to do that out of all of the sudden? What clicked?
On that, honestly, our head coach Autumn pointed it out. You guys like didn't properly like transfer like scrim performance to match, so we really like didn't notice before.
Okay.
But Autumn helped us really a lot. So then we change a lot.
Okay, so it was that prep talk from Autumn. He's been he told us that he's been putting a lot of time, staying up late in bed before the match, trying to think of what to tell you guys. I guess that kind of worked. So great results today. Now, when it comes to your performance individually too, Genji Solo actually said in the Korean pre-match interview that shutting down Saya on that operator would be crucial for Genji today. Nothing was able to stop you on Ascent and on Breeze. 20 kills in the first half, just alone as well. What was different for you? Did it feel like it was an extraordinary day that you were able to do anything?
To be honest, first map was fine because we played team game properly, and then the second map I played really bad. Also, they have really good counter for scaling, so I got fucked. Oh, sorry, I got punished. And like third map, honestly, I just thinking, okay, I just believe in myself. I can do it, and then I just like come back.
Yeah, and with that, you guys are going to Shanghai. We saw Izu kind of shedding tears. Carpe is so happy. What were the talks? We only had seconds before the interview, but what were the reactions from the T1 guys?
We are really in family mood, so everyone's like really emotional and then like really happy. And I don't know, I cannot say it. I can explain it better, but we are really happy.
So it's gonna feel like a family trip over to Shanghai as well, trying to put up your best performance for each and every one of you. Now, next stop would be the winners of the PRX and the DRX match. Who do you think is going to win, and is there a team that you would prefer to face?
Okay, honestly, I really want to beat them both.
Yeah.
Because they're a really strong team and a good team. But I think PRX is gonna win today.
Oh, okay. Is there a particular reason?
Because they're just better.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you for your answers. And also congratulations once again. And best of luck in the next matchup.
Thank you so much.
That was Saya, everybody, with the post-match interview. Let's head over to a little break, but don't go anywhere because we have the RX rivalry matchup happening once again. PRX and DRX facing off, so we'll see you soon.
When we are apart, I will remember the summer. Remember when everything was bright and new.
efficient because these guys just play contact. So.
Okay, Team Secret. We need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Right, let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ち日グループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ立ち日グループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Faster.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Pacific. We are heading into our second match of the day, and it's going to be a classic one, DRX versus PRX. Who is locking in a slot to Master Shanghai to follow T1? We are seeing DRX right now. You know it, Paper Thin. They want to make sure that the world knows they are back and they are ready to represent Pacific in those international tournaments. You heard Stax. He always goes.
Yeah, no, I mean, I know Stax was a little bit angry at me that I was keeping him from going, but
How
I
dare
think,
you?
But I think he might be able to push past me on this one. They've been looking so darn good this year. It is truly impressive the way that they've come together as a team. Everything seems just so different with them, and I mean in very positive ways, where they feel more relaxed on stage. They look like they're having fun. You listen to their voice comms and some of the content they're putting out, and they're just joking around with each other, just making fun of each other, just like, oh, like they'll argue whose aim is worse today, and like things like that. Like they're just out there having a good time, and that's really important for this team to have those vibes, to keep that good mentality that helps Stax as that IGL as well, stay focused on the game. So I have a lot of high hopes for DRX right now. This is, again, I think the best I've seen them in the last couple of years.
Yeah, definitely in a very strong spot. I think that the addition of Bane was actually fantastic for the vibes on their side, and Foxy9 has really been stepping up on their side. I think he has 2 MVPs already in this regular season. So we'll have to wait and see how these 2 younger players will do when it does come to playoff time and up against a big opponent as well.
Definitely a big opponent. As we, keep saying, PRX right now, they're pretty much, when you say Pacific playstyle, you think PRX at this point. They've coined that chaotic sort of style that makes people want to watch VCT Pacific, right? And I feel like going up against DRX, it's sort of, I guess, nostalgic for them, but at the same time, it's a new feel because DRX does feel, as you mentioned, like very light. They have Bane also, who has been putting up the numbers. So is PRX prepared for this, especially since DRX and PRX, this is a matchup that we know that it could take a while. It could. We could be going to a map 3. We might as well say it already, actually.
I think we're going to a map 3. I have very high confidence in both of these teams, so it is really hard to predict who's going to win. Everybody's looking good on PRX right now, so this is a team that is also, just like DRX, in very strong form, as you would expect. But, DRX is looking for revenge here. They lost to them in the finals of Pacific last year. They lost to them at Masters Tokyo the last time they faced off. They lost in the offseason at the AVL as well. So, there's all these things right now that have been going PRX's way, but it feels different now. It feels like this is a different DRX. This feels like they've got kind of a better read. They've often had PRX's number. They're a team that, like Team Secret, understands PRX's style because they played them so damn much.
Especially since these 2 teams, I remember DRX did mention this in an interview before, but this was last year, that because they're tied so closely to PRX, DRX's style has actually evolved thanks to PRX. PRX actually have actually been molding them and vice versa. And that's how closely tied these 2 teams are, right? And as you mentioned, there is a score to settle. Termi did also mention that they were looking forward to this match because they want to get revenge. And I think that, because the fate of these 2 teams are, again, they're pretty much arm in arm every time it's VCT Pacific. So every time you see this match, it's either playoffs or finals time, or it's Masters time as well.
Yeah, I like the point you made about, kind of learning from each other. It feels like every really strong region has a bunch of strong teams at the top to kind of learn from each other and kind of build from each other. That's how the region gets strong in the first place. And these 2 teams have been, as you mentioned, linked arm in arm for quite a long time. It's important to note we had that graph at the bottom. It did go right to left, actually, from older to newer matches. So PRX definitely getting the better of DRX in the recent matches. But it's kind of an interesting point because I feel like, especially PRX, we're having some great times so far in this regular season, but also they had some shaky ones with the re-addition of Jing, and he looked a little bit shaky, but then against their match, in their match against Talon, rather, Jing was putting up some huge numbers, and the team really seems to be kind of flowing once again and really trending on the up and up. So really feels like both these teams trending up and up right at the exact right moment and right into each other right now.
This is the perfect moment to be on a high, but I do want to mention, of course, PRX, of course, they came from that 13-0 earlier, but as we mentioned during the pre-show, right, PRX did come out in the press conference yesterday and said that, okay, it actually wasn't as dominant or one-sided as it looked. For them, it felt like it was pretty intense. So I don't think this is a PRX that is pretty much, overly confident. They do know that they do have to build back something, especially since Jing, he also admitted that, everything is still an adjustment for him at this point. Even down to the chairs feel a little bit different. He mentioned that as well. Everything feels like he has to catch up at this point.
It's still not the full Jing that we are expecting, right? He's still not quite 100%. But he's getting there very quickly. I mean, on Lotus in particular, he looked very, very comfortable. So I'm kind of curious if that is actually going to be the map that DRX banned. So the big difference between these 2 teams, PRX perma-bans Breeze, but DRX is willing to ban their opponent's strength. So they'll go for a map that they think that their opponent is better than them on, and they will try to take it away. So I could see Lotus, I could see Sunset, potentially maybe even Bind, because that's been a little bit shaky for DRX. Even though they're winning it, they're still not looking, in my opinion, 100%. And those are the maps that absolutely could be taken away here from PRX.
Same with PRX. I mean, they did lose to Talon yesterday on Bind, right? That could have exposed a lot of strategies on the side of PRX. It goes to show, you know, even dinosaurs bleed, Valdez. Did you know that? Dinosaurs bleed.
Well, I learned something
I mean,
today.
all living creatures,
Yeah.
plants bleed, and even plants kind of
really caught me off guard.
Sometimes they
It's like,
do.
what?
It's like the sap or something.
Exactly, yeah.
But going back into our maps, right? You know, Alex did say that they haven't revealed everything that they've prepped quite yet. And DRX are coming from a few days off, so they've prepped something for sure. So this is another match which is really, really hard to predict. Perhaps we'll get a better clue as we jump into our map select, which we are just about to. And I like that you pointed out as well that DRX are feeling a lot lighter as a team. I think this is something that a lot of people actually, you know, maybe might say that, oh, it doesn't really matter, but it actually does, especially if you're on a stage that big.
But I think it helps their comms too. I think it makes it easier for them to kind of say what they want to do and rely on it. So definitely it's made a huge impact overall. Across the board, even the coaches have talked about how Bane's nature has kind of influenced them to be a little bit lighter, a little bit more fun. So yeah, the Breeze ban to be expected. The big question here is, what is DRX going to ban? Okay, Sunset, sure, that makes sense. I thought either that or Lotus. One of those two maps for sure was going to be PRX's choice. I think this one just is probably the map that DRX feels a little bit more comfortable on, and feels like that they saw enough yesterday that they can maybe punish this too. To leave it open.
At the same time, PRX obviously looked very strong on the Lotus, the 13-0, and then the Ascent is going to come out here from the side of DRX, and PRX is going to start on the defense. We see Icebox going away, and really the last question is, do DRX elect to play on Bind? And the answer is yes. So they say, well, PRX is strong on this, but we have not been defeated on this one. We played it a bunch, and so they're going to leave that one open. And should be a very awesome kind
This
of
is going to map 3,
a
gentlemen.
classic one between these two.
This is going to map 3. I mean,
It's going to map
I looked at that Ascent, I'm like,
it's going to map 3.
oh my gosh. Especially DRX on Ascent has a lot of history, right? So I think we can pretty much expect it. We're going into Lotus first, though. How are we feeling about this? I mean, DRX and PRX, I feel like I wouldn't call it like their absolute best map. They're not too bad, but it's going to boil down to the execution, right?
Yeah, and it's going to be a little bit tough now for DRX because you saw a different agent composition yesterday. The Breach, I kind of suspect, might have been a anti-Neon kind of pick potentially, because you might expect Talon to go for that with Governor. So you might go back to the kind of stock standard here for PRX with Forsaken on the Cypher. So I think that DRX is going to have a pretty good read on that. Like, the real question for me is going to be the pressure that like Foxy9 is going to be under. Like, he's been okay as a Sentinel. He's really good in 1v1s. That's like where he really excels. He's pretty good at lurking. His site holding is going to be put to the test. Him, Mako, and Bane are all going to be under a lot of pressure today, so it's going to be up to them to react to things properly. When do you back off? When do you try to take those fights? Those are going to be really important decisions that they're going to have to make.
Especially against this team, right? Heavy firepower. And Foxy9, I do agree. He's been performing very, very well on the Sentinel role, but you're going to have something. You're going to have Jing. You're going to have Forsaken on there. And not to mention, Divine Mind Freak have been performing very, very well as well. So, gentlemen, this is going to map 3, but who is taking this? Have your predictions changed at all after seeing that map select? Let's bring out our predictions right over here. So it actually is evenly split. It's not too much of like what happened earlier in the series. Congratulations, by the way, Chubby Ninja, for that. You are the seer for this week. But right now, it is pretty much evenly split. I feel like, again, this is so close, though. This is like 49, 51%.
I think what it comes down to really is DRX, they're very consistent, very strong team. They looked great in regular season, but as you mentioned before, like, how is Foxy9 going to look under so much pressure? How is Bane going to look under this pressure? Can they stay consistent? That's a big question for DRX. On the side of PRX, I feel like they're a pretty streaky team at the moment. You know, they can 13-0 you, or they can just drop a bunch of rounds in a row seemingly for no reason because Talon are finding angles, and it's like, where was the team that just bopped them? Like, how did you drop map 2 after 13-0ing them? How does that happen, right? So maybe some, Alex slamming the desk moments to get them back in line and keep them consistent on their streak. But, if they can come out strong, if they can show the, I think, higher highs that PRX have potentially over DRX, then maybe PRX get a nice early lead, and that's enough to bring them across the line. Otherwise, I think the consistency of DRX will bring them to the win in the best of 3.
Ooh, what about you, Paper Thin?
I think it's a slight edge for the form that I'm seeing from DRX. It looks a little more stable. They look a little bit more cohesive as a team so far. You're still having some of those issues where PRX gives up space and information and it doesn't click mentally. You know, we saw that round on Bind where Talon wrapped all the way into spawn and PRX had no idea. Things like that PRX is kind of notorious for, unfortunately, is kind of their Achilles heel, where sometimes they're just not fully engaged mentally.
They can tunnel vision.
Exactly,
yeah.
And that's something that DRX is really good at punishing and really good at taking advantage of. So I think there's just going to be a slight edge here, but if the executions are good for PRX, it's going to be tricky.
Ooh, very slight edge indeed, because as we know, this is a match made for VCT Grand Finals, and this time it's going to be for a slot to Masters Shanghai. It's DRX and PRX, so let's take it to the stage for our final series of this day. We're in for a big one, everyone. Strap in.
사실 저는 1부 리그에서 뛰어본 적이 없기 때문에 좀 떨리기도 했고 무섭기도 했는데 그냥 그런 생각 없이 제 할 것만 잘하자 이런 식으로 했더니 오전 전승을 해낼 수 있었습니다.
DRX back on top against Shenji.
너희들 벽쳐라 사랑해.
기존에는 스택스 혼자서 오더를 하는 DRX였지만 지금은 제가 중간에서 많은 도움을 주고 있고 서브 오더로 그래서 서로가 더 좋은 시너지를 내고 있지 않나.
He is going to win it, and it's a 13-0 from PRX.
Obviously, we weren't aiming for the 13-0, you know, but it happened. So yeah, obviously we feel very happy about it, you know. I think for Talon matches, maybe not just them, but I think any other teams, I would just focus on myself, you know. I don't really care about.
아무래도 PRX 때 포세이큰 선수가 저와 비슷하게 플렉스로 팀 내에서 모든 역할을 다 소화하면서 교전력이 상당히 강하다고 생각하거든요. 하지만 분명히 그런 선수도 이겨야 제가 1등이 되는 거기 때문에 분석을 잘해서 제가 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다.
I mean, when it comes to DRX, it's always about teamwork. I mean, no pressure. We beat them before, you know. Hopefully this time we'll be able to do it again. And yeah, hopefully we can be on our 100% performance and move forward, you know.
저희보다 잘하는 팀은 없다고 생각을 하고 있고 어떤 팀을 만나든 저희는 다 이겨버릴 자신이 있으니까 누구든 그냥 들어오시면 될 것 같습니다.
DRX had no loss because they haven't really played us, you know. Stacks, yeah, we're coming, bro. We're gonna make you headache, you know. Like, we're gonna make you punch the table and stuff, you know. Yeah, just wait and see.
DRX.
DRX, the uncrowned champions. They've gone through the regular season as the only undefeated team. And even with some new members, this team looks poised to be the year's Pacific champions. Can they keep that streak to claim this series against one of their biggest rivals? Can they do it against PRX, a team that's coined the Pacific playstyle, a team that's consistently shocked the world over with power plays and some of the heaviest firepower that we've seen on the VCT stage? The team might be a little shaky, but as we've seen, PRX at their shakiest is still one of the scariest teams to be up against. Paper Thin, there is no underdog in this series. We're looking at two teams that are already practically hovering over that Pacific trophy. Who's it gonna be?
I don't know. I mean, I think maybe DRX, but this could also definitely be the rematch we see in the grand finals. These two teams looking so strong. PRX, it's just a matter of time before they hit that peak form. You just gotta hope that as DRX, you know, you're able to shut that down, keep it in check, keep it at bay a little bit longer. Turby and the game plan gonna have to be great. You know, the other players are gonna have to kind of keep Bane in check. You know, things start to go sideways, it's gonna be on them, you know, to help keep his mental there. I mean, he's been great as the vibe guy. Now you never know. I mean, if he starts getting punched he might kind of falter. So I'm really curious to see how this goes.
We've already seen this playoffs bring in some big surprises. This one, though, I feel like whoever wins, it's not going to be a big surprise. DRX wins, it's like, oh, that makes sense. If PRX win, we're like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
That makes
yeah.
sense too.
All right, yeah. And they were really on form today, and that makes a lot of sense. So I think it's really just going to come down to who's got the better mindset coming into this one, who can hold their mental strong and not fail under that pressure.
And you can hear the crowd over there. They're on fire. They're cheering for both teams equally as well. And it just goes to show how powerful both of these teams are. So let's get into the series. Let's toss it on over to our casters, William and Achilles.
Thank you very much. We keep throwing around the terms El Clasico. Some orgs are trying to adopt the term El Clasico. This is one of the other El Clasicos. A meta one between Gen G and T1 earlier on across a couple different games.
Yeah.
But this one here in Asia, these teams have now clashed. It's going to be the 9th time. The record at the moment, 4-4. 2 of those events not in VCT. And if you go ahead and take those out, the record's still 3-3.
Yeah.
So these guys are very well versed with one another. Get to see which one comes out on top. DRX haven't had the better of PRX for the last 4 times. It's been those streaks coming through.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much, the meta shifts happen, and DRX haven't been able to keep up ever since the old retake Vision Strikers disappeared. But now they're trying to answer back. Obviously, PRX, they showed their new composition yesterday against Talon. It's explosive. I just talked about it a little bit. But it's not just explosive for the executes, for things like that, but it has so much reach that DRX, they will have to calculate this very well if they want to answer back on this Lotus.
And PRX, I mean, just looking astounding on this very map. DRX, of course, will have been watching, will have witnessed that 13-0 that PRX delivered to Talon. Still decided to let it go through. So obviously, maybe not expecting PRX to hit that same stride, or just having some very solid ideas about how to play against this, because he was also worth mentioning again, a very new look. It was a composition that PRX had never run on Lotus prior to that matchup yesterday.
And also, on the side of Talon, head coach Frost said that for some reason his team, his players just don't know how to play against Breach. But I imagine that'd be very different for DRX with Stacks in the crew. One of the OG Breaches for sure. So DRX surely well prepped in this first map.
Going up against the most OG Breach of them all on the opposite side. Granted, he's playing Fade, but guys, this game is ready to go, as are we. So let's hop into Lotus for map number 1 between PRX and DRX.
The majority of the fans here organizing their shouts for DRX, but we hear a little bit of an answer back from PRX.
Careful there.
Though not in the classic 1, 2, 3 style of the Korean fans. They're there. Their voices will be heard. And Buzz with the half armor. DRX has been really going for these boss buys on their pistols, really making sure that Buzz is there ready to fire.
Barriers now dropping. Util will fly. On up over the top here from DRX as they go pushing forward already. Roll back from Forsaken and something. This was in position for the connection, and there you go. Flashes out. Players caught. Mako only able to answer one back, but loses 3 of his teammates. Push around the backside of Rubble, and Mindfreak will be able to get the better of him. And Foxy caught drifting into B. PRX starting things off very strongly with a pistol round win.
Yeah, so the timing of that peek out for PRX, very sneaky, because they took out the turret in mid. You're thinking it's not going to be a full stack on A. DRX gets a little lax, but that smoke, it's just bubbling out towards Rubble. Catches DRX completely off guard. The pop flash is good, and that's a classic PRX answer back in that pistol. And now we have 4 buys, a pretty heavy investment. They'll risk dropping 1 weapon, maybe up to the Marshal as well, and that's not too much economic damage into the bonus.
Taking some forward space, working his way up here on the mound. And right, and Mindfreak behind him, so there's a ton of firepower here. Boombot going to be spotting at least 1.
With the
push
Trailblazer.
up. Just holds in for that orb. Trailblazer, not sure how much it's spotted. A couple players had been playing back, but should have at least seen 2 around the corner.
Well, the thing is A main already you're past the toxic screen, so you have that information. You're still holding at a distance over by B. You've secured the orb, and you've denied any sort of information from out. So DRX, they have to rotate. Door opened up.
First flash sent, paint shells flying in here from Jinx. Snappy on the headshot. Bane gets taken down. Foxy9 dead as well. Mako once again able to find a singular kill here. Spike stranded now in the site. We're cut out for them. It's a couple shots across, but eventually they swing in. Mako will find a second. And full flash here on a Mind Freak, but eventually will be able to steady that aim and find the kill. So 2 rounds to start. PRX overall, not too many casualties thus far.
Yeah, I mean, obviously winning the anti-eco, that's not the surprising part, but I think the fact that PRX are willing to just send Jing in through the revolving door, things like that, when you have the weapon buys, right, confident in the paint shells and what it's covering, the coverage from behind him on the other side of the revolving door, that way they still have a bit of a mini crossfire, still back up to trade, and then you just keep them tied up with the jump peek, something comes in from A. Overall, you realize the magic continues from yesterday. That pacing from PRX, it's not going to stop.
So far, only Mako getting himself on the board. Pull back again. Heavy presence, though. I mean, C-Site is just completely being ignored by PRX thus far.
DRX, they're constantly still setting up defaults to see if there's a push out, but this is an absolute trap play from the other side.
Fault line in, Bane in a bad spot. He's quite a bit of damage there from those paint shells and Divine. Finding stacks, finding Mako. Foxy9 able to reply in kind, though. Cleans up 2 as Divine and Mind Freak both get picked off. Jiggle peek there, the baby door. Bane going to be spotted. Forsaken comes away, not taking any damage. As for now, DRX going to be cutting sound, but still advantage very much here in the hands of PRX, just given the HP. We know how accurate they can be with those Spectres. They'll make it look like a Vandal.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And they'll be moving while they're doing it, so just some things that only PRX can do. But this is a good rotate. You know that you've already have the crossfire set up from PRX over.
Push forward, though.
Door. Yeah, this is early. And you have to suspect that this is possible. You have to suspect the rotate might happen, too. PRX doesn't play traditional.
Because there's no protection on those weapons. Some armor covered, so rifles in hand for the remaining 2 players here. Bane. Spawning, yep. Both of them here.
Fault line.
Fault line, getting the stun. And that interrupts the plant. Now they have to pivot. Work their way over to C, but already door tapped. Very well aware of this one here.
Those things are going to chase through B, but they're both already here on the site.
Foxy needs to hold his own, and he does. Snappy with that headshot to get himself a 3rd in the round and in general. And now Forsaken. Last one standing. Buzz at 9 around the corner. A paint shell to play off the tap of the spike. Pushing in towards the Killjoy, and Buzz swings out from Waterfall just in time to get the kill. 3 players lost, though. Still bloody, but DRX, they do get themselves on the board. They can breathe a sigh of relief. They are no longer in danger of getting 13-0'd.
Well, the death talks about Foxy9. Can he keep up with the members of PRX? I don't think that's the concern. Overall, as a team, PRX still 1 step ahead, but Foxy9, the snaps are good, and he keeps them afloat. And afloat is about the best we can give him, because obviously that was their buy round. It's not the cleanest. Half armors across the board, but the operator's already out for something.
Up in play, and we saw what something was able to do with that just yesterday. Some absolutely disgusting flicks put on display. As they very much want to try to clear him off the angle.
He's going to go for this.
He's looking for the peak, swings out, shot. Does catch Mako there in the leg. Obviously unhealable damage here for the side of DRX as Buzz put a botch on that entryway as Foxy9 now under pressure and cannot escape. They hound him down. Plant will come through, but man advantage here for the side of PRX. Jing, 1 away from that showstopper. Mako close to the side, does get the catch. Takes him down, swings out for a little bit more. Puts some damage across, but cannot find a further elimination. Bane punishing Mind Freak. Dan as the door swings. Now the double approach swinging through. They will be able to take him down. Damage dealt, Devi and Forsaken both tagged up. Something approaching in from Waterfall. Buzz, his back is turned. Taken down, now it is all on stacks to try to hold the line to get themselves this round win, but he's only going to get himself a singular kill. 2 players left standing up, very much held. PRX will not let DRX string 2 together.
Yeah, DRX definitely trying to sync themselves up to the pacing of PRX. Obviously, it's been a little while since they've had to actually play this squad. Sure, they've scrimmed now and then, but ever since AVL in the offseason in 2024, they have not played a match yet. And it just so happens that they have to meet him when the magic has returned. Seems like Forsaken realizing maybe it's a little too early for the mega hype-ups. Tries to calm himself back down on the seat. But overall, things looking good. Seeker's online, so is the showstopper. You know it's a broken buy on the other side. Buzz will go for the hero rifle.
Quick slide forward, but this time a gamble from PRX on the opposite side of the map. Likely feeling that they're going to have the advantage much regardless. As, door broken down. Buzz not ready for that. Something finds a shot, does get punished as Mako recovers the rifle.
Do have the pit, but obviously Seeker's and Showstopper, that feels really risky to use. Especially with just these weapons in hand. You couldn't barely recover the rifle there for Mako. There it is, the Vandal.
And only Aftershock not finding the correct positioning there to get the punish. Full flash in, but now Stacks is tucked in behind the box, ends up getting taken down. Showstopper the dive in, Bane, look at the headshot, takes him down. Devi, however, finding Mako, dropping the pit. Hold on to the defuse, the spray across, Bane able to fish for Forsaken. That all comes down to Mind Freak. There's the first, and he cannot quite find the second. Puts Foxy to 58. With that thrifty win, DRX will get themselves a second round win.
An absolutely huge trade from Mako in the early parts of the round. That gives him the opening to break through tree. You realize that it was 2 people by Baby Door. There's no other trades coming in. Nobody to fire back from the revolving door. So they move quick, and they're able to constantly juggle this one rifle back and forth between the surviving members. Foxy actually sneaking in that Phantom right before the last trades as well. Gives him the firepower. And there's that energy. All focus on Bane as he's really been able to keep DRX high throughout this stage.
Okay, well, pacey push coming into something. Flaming 2 players very swiftly. Foxy with a fly on the 2 back is Mako now on his lonesome, pinched, and PRX just up the ante. They don't give them a moment to breathe.
It's things like that that really just break an IGL's heart, right? You just got some footing again. You're thinking, all right, let's go for the default. They might push out. You were hiding behind the box, but the thing is he dashes past the Paranoia. The Paranoia is meant to counter this. I mean, yeah, Buzz is a little bit ahead, but you don't expect him to go past him and still get extra kills. That ruins all your approaches. And now that's the early timeout.
DRX calling it after 6 rounds of play. Attack side not going their way quite just yet. While this map did used to be defender-sided in Pacific, when you're playing against PRX, you need everything you could get when it comes down to that attack half. Have your work cut out for you when you shift over to the defense. But a fantastic call. I mean, PRX basically pulling a tiles crunch against the team that invented the tiles crunch over there outside of C. And that is enough for Termi to want to intervene.
And I think one of the biggest things is obviously, Bane saying that he's been helping as a secondary IGL, and we've seen the magic that can bring for DRX, but same thing happened to Talon yesterday. PRX just doesn't give you a moment to even discuss. Just round after round, it's relentless. So I really like the early timeout from DRX. Try to course correct nice and early, give your players some time to breathe and reconvene. But obviously this round, it's gonna look tough. You've got ultis, but you got Stingers and a Judge on the attack. He's about the only site you can hit with that collection.
Already though, 2 in position just alongside that C door. As the creep up comes in, Devi shifts over, try to reinforce, and there it is, tap on the door. Nothing spotted, they hold back for now. Forsaken does send out the fault line. DRX staying stagnant, staying quiet. Wait and see if they can try to break through. Prowler not going to be spotting much. There's the bouncing entrance. The Buzz actually is able to find 1 there. Devi cleans up 2, however. Yes, Devi will get himself a 3rd. Stacks with the Sheriff will be able to put down something for a 2nd kill for the team. It's going to be PRX not allowing that kind of half investment to come up with too much damage.
Excellent read from PRX. So first of all, they're just sending you to early on to buy time, right? To pressure them, see if there's a reaction, but there's nothing. You took mound control. You were past the toxic screen on A. You saw nothing. So even Jing starts to rotate back towards stairs, and now everybody's eyes are already on B. And you've been cycling through that breach util just to make sure backup is there. DRX has no idea that they've been read like a book in that previous round. Now it's just going to be rubble pressure again with the fault line. And I mean, you just have to respect it every time. Even the paint shells come out. And DRX, they will always start each round with 10 seconds already down on the clock.
Slow creep up, this time Forsaken. Not playing out in front, shifted over. Connector, sights turned back over towards Baby Door though. Suspecting some added pressure to A side, but as he swings back in, enough attention bought. Mako Able to find the punish. Forsaken dead. Showstopper from Buzz. Just looking to try to create some additional space here for the team. Something approaching from the back. Gets the one tap. Looks for a little bit more. Stacks. Eventually he's able to find him. And then Mindfreak also swoops in. Got a quick spot there on the Buzz. As Paranoias go flying. And Foxy9 from behind will be able to take him down. However, the deadliest member of PRX is still here nearby. And that's going to be Devi. Jing, however, dead. Leaving Devi all on his lonesome. Sultan looks to see if he can try to clutch this one up. The Seeker's to chase. Clear out on one. Knows that he's playing close. Needs to get the others here. Devi works his way around it onto the site.
He knows both of them are out at Mound. So that smoke not really getting the value that they wish. Both Nanoswarms gone as well.
Nanos cleared up. There's the tab. He wants to try force him in one after the other, but Foxy will be able to get that headshot in the end. DRX, again, bloody. Keep 2 players alive if they get themselves a 3rd round win.
That shot from something, I almost thought that the round was just over from that just because it was so quick. Yeah, well, and it was against Mako, and it was the one side that they had control over. I mean, everything seemed to be going something's way. But dig in deep. But DRX starting to play a little bit out of their own shell as well, right? They're not the old DRX. They don't always wait for the perfect util setup. They'll go for these silent lurks. They'll start to open up the map a bit more. They realize that PRX has been moving very quickly. This is a very fast adjustment off of that timeout.
Judge in the hands of something, and he's crept up just outside of B. Mako basically shoulder to shoulder with him here at the moment. Do they have anything to try to scout for this? Mako, he's just going to blind clear.
He's trying to keep a wide angle.
Contact, and he actually swings out wide enough. He's able to get the headshot before suffering any damage. A major punish found there by Mako. Is now DRX get ready to open up this C site for the taking.
Man, Bane actually just Shrouded stepped forward to make sure that he can match the pacing for the Paranoia.
Working his way out of door. Turret holding him at bay, and Foxy just adjusts the angle a little bit more, finds that punish. Looks like this round now certainly is going the way of DRX.
And now the lurks, they're all set up, and Mako, he's online, ready for it. He was the one trying to keep them in the game the whole time, but now...
Divide a challenge and win.
Okay.
13-4-5 here.
Goodness, 13-4-5.
To hear from Devi ahead of the game starting, saying, I don't really think about anything else other than my own play. And clearly, he is very much dialed in on that at the moment. The spike will detonate, though, and DRX this time significantly cleaner on the round victory. We'll move up to 4, bring this within touching distance, and because of how scrappy these rounds have been, cash not aplenty on the side of PRX.
Yeah, and this always seems to be the case for PRX, quite frankly. I mean, they could be absolutely dominating, and then they'll still just barely have enough creds round to round because a lot of it, again, focuses on trading. Obviously, back at kickoff, PRX versus Gen G, that was some of the scrappiest we've seen in terms of credit management. But DRX, not so much the other side. So warning his team about the judge. He's saying, yeah, it was a judge, all right? They're starting to do those things. But I think that early timeout, the adjustment, understanding that PRX has just been swarming the map within the first 30 seconds. The good adjustments, right? Not just waiting for the push out, but starting to try to meet them halfway. These are good default adjustments from DRX. And now Coach Alex trying to make his own adjustments off of that.
Let's see what he comes up with. There's already 2 timeouts burnt, 1 apiece before we jump into round number 10. And honestly, that's what you love to see when it comes down to just high-level, strong understanding of your opponent type gameplay. Again, I mean, the 9th time that they've clashed overall. Yeah. Granted, yes, some roster changes for sure, seen throughout the years. But still, that identity, it lingers.
Yes. Oh, for sure. For sure. I mean, especially because, you know, the coaches haven't really changed. Sure, you know, from all the way back in the day, you have the addition of Glow from player to coach on the side of DRX, but the philosophy of leadership has been consistent for both sides.
About to try to check forward, but something ahead of this, and the drag across, second bullet connect. It's Mako dead. Bane lurking forward, a bit of a stranded position. Trying to TP out, Jing rushing forward, looking for that punish. He's able to find it. Stax is not steady. That aim whatsoever. Jing collects 2. Yeah, it's anticipating this. Does get the catch on to something. So Foxy take it down. clean up blast pack. Sent. Spike taken, but second blast pack not going to do you a damn thing, son. Buzz ends up falling as Jing will collect 3 in the round. And the timeout here for PRX will work his magic and get them a 6th round victory here on the defender side.
Yeah, it almost feels like Stacks maybe imagining the smoke might last a bit longer, or maybe just forgetting that PRX, they're always going to be one step faster than you imagine, right? He thinks Bane's going to be safe after that shrouded step. You don't see the swing during the animation, so he tries to back off, get a head start. And Buzz, I mean, he just had too much he had to do there, trying to survive, get kills, pick up the spike. But now, ults on both sides, quite healthy, but definitely looking a bit scarier on the side of PRX, if I do dare say. That Rolling Thunder, not anything to scoff at.
A little bit of util sent out towards A, but Prowler now flying on this side. They know they to shift it over as something spotting out quite a many few.
Okay, so DRX, they realized that the early breach util wasn't there, so they are able to bait out the fault line, but you still have to account for this Rolling Thunder. Seems like they're in a position to try to bait it out. They're not going to rush into it. See if the reaction is there. It comes.
Rolling Thunder going to hit on everybody.
Oh no.
As the stun is in, something collected 2 quick kills. Buzz Mako going to be taken down. The rest of the team trying to backpedal, trying to get themselves out of this position. But Stack far forward, committed, dead. Foxy now, the last one standing. Let's see what kind of damage he can find. The Dragon Cross will eventually get him a 2nd elimination. But PRX, they'll make it to 7.
And just a little message over to DRX. Still all out of love. Obviously age-old rivals, but DRX definitely isn't feeling a bit of that right now as they're already down 3 rounds in the first half. See if they can at least stabilize 7-5. I mean, sure, that's not too bad. You know, yeah, you're on the attacking side, but all things considered for Pacific, wouldn't be the end. But Foxy9, now just with the Sheriff, despite being the top frag, he gives over a Vandal. A buy over to his teammates. Phantom, it seems, over to Buzz.
Space taken here from Jing. Shots across, Bane avoiding that damage for now. It's probably to try to check. Getting a bit of damage now, Paranoid. Deafin swings out on the corner. Foxy with that sheriff able to put one down, but my freak! 4 quick kills delivered. Buzz will shut him down. He'll deny an ace, but that is about it. Divide will have the cleanup as I need a replay stat. It's 8-4 on the half with PRX out in front.
That is a crazy spray transfer onto 3. I mean, up, down, left, diagonal, everything. Playing tic-tac-toe on his own. Mind freak. He hasn't really needed to show much in this first half because his teammates have just been barreling through. But he decides to take a piece of the action himself before he gets left behind, ending the half 8-4 ahead of DRX.
An absolutely incredibly hot start here from the side of PRX. PRX trying to fight back, but even the wins found pretty much just the 1 out of 4. It's been somewhat clean. The rest have been very hard fought, a bit of a struggle. Your sign's flipped upside down there, son. It says DRX win 2-0.
Yeah, obviously upside down. It looks like a different score there. He just goes through on the chaos. Oh, what? How are that? How is that 2nd and 3rd kill headshots? Just another Tuesday for him.
And it is. I mean, something about Mind Freak and just sequential kills.
Every team's got one. And he's absolutely the one for PRX. I mean, even for taking scoreline, sure, he only has 3 kills, but 14 assists. Incredible. Absolute value on that breach. It just goes to show the style they've been playing. DRX, not too many assists on that side. Lets you know that they've barely just getting through on their own kills, whereas PRX, these are all setups from that breach. It's all coming through. The flashes are there as well from Devi. And now, bit of a death ball, but they're still going to hang back with the spike.
For now, just clustered together. Bane there alongside Rubble. Buzz nearby. Paranoia at the ready. Tap onto the orb. The smoke now dissipating. Sees one. Fault line sent. Does not connect here onto the Omen. Couple shots sent out. Divide going to be taken down. Buzz now trying to send the paint shells, and Bane's able to come up with 2 before falling. Swing out. Buzz eventually does find something. The positions get reinforced, and DRX will be able to take down PRX, tying up the count on pistol round wins.
So DRX playing a lot of mind games just in the pistol alone, right? Obviously, early util to take Robo Control, but then you break Baby Door, but then you take the Orb. So you really mask the numbers over by Rubble. And during all this, you're wondering, okay, there's still nothing. They're still not biting on the Orb. What could it be? But they're still peeking out of Mount, so Bane stays ready, stays true, and then the backup from Stax so quick. The Prowler right before this is really what secures the round there, allowing Buzz to stay alive and still get another kill. 4 Bulldogs now. DRX has been going for the FPX spy the previous couple matches, but now it's just going to be full buys.
Just the Sheriff here from Devi. As that Guardian rings out, Stack's the only one picking that up. Just send them packing. Something going to stay tucked away, though, alongside the door.
Yeah, so
always gets made over towards Mound.
That's a lot of space already taken from PRX. They still now have some options. They're just going to clear it.
Finds one. Mind Freak still here. Around the corner, but Prowler comes out. Sense there from Stax. Got the presence of at least one more. Turn from the flash, the push forward, getting ready to maybe come through here is Fault Line. Forsaken assessing where he wants to send this one.
Right, just too many angles, though. I mean, yeah, it's an eco, but you want to do whatever damage, or at least get the spike down. You know, get some advantages for yourself, but it's tough. You still have nothing to clear the Killjoy util over on C.
Where are you? Here.
Well, they've confirmed the Sheriff now.
30 seconds left.
So it's just a fake then.
Okay. Well, Devi can just simply do that. As Bane now in a bad position, has to try to get himself out to safety. All the flashes sent. Jing bouncing around the corner, finds one. Guardian shots coming through, has him lined up. Stacks eventually. He's able to find the 4th.
10 seconds left.
They can't afford any more deaths. The investment here on the round was absolutely monstrous. Jumping forward here onto the site, Foxy9 will be able to take out Devi. Good lord.
Man, I mean, yeah, messy for sure. Not the type of finish that DRX wanted, but I think it goes to highlight again. It helps a lot when you've had someone helping with the calls a little bit. Stax, he's had more moments that he's able to just zone in on his own fights. You know, and also having just more faith in his teammates. I don't think it's just Bane. I think it's the entire team understanding that they, you know, what values to call, you know, what to just make sure that everyone's focusing on their own game, things like that. It's freed up Stax to find a shade of his former glory, now as the IGL.
Oh, well, these races about to clash. Buzz here against Jing, and Jing gets the better of him. The amount of damage exchange as Trailblazer spots out Bane, tries to TP out, gets himself into the smoke, takes an immense amount of damage.
Wow.
He's got 2 HP remaining, but somehow he's alive. Weapon swapped over into Stax's hands. As Orb does get taken. Maka, what is that? Oh!
He saw him on the jiggle and he just pre-fires it perfectly.
That was absolutely disgusting. Now, Foxy, put in some damage down, had the opportunity of a lifetime to get the catch on the 2, but we will find a smattering of damage and needs some in exchange. Baby Door broken. PRX now pushing their way into this C site. So 4 Vandals held. Stacks trying to work his way up. Does get taken down as something.
Right there.
Easy enough kill for him. Fault line ready to be sent. Foxy swinging, gets a little bit of damage across on Devi now, down to 26.
Spotted
Mako
both.
wanting to try to push in, but Forsaken snapping with a headshot, finds that kill, and they know where the last player is. He's gonna go pushing for it. Looks for the swing back out. Foxy has come away with 1. He's out of ammo on the Bulldog, pushes up with the Classic, grabs the Vandal, sends a couple warning shots, and then just looks to drift away.
At the end of the day, not terrible for DRX. But PRX obviously just happy to continue the lead. They'll still keep 3 rifles. Everyone will have to reinvest into armor, though. So that's a little dicey. And with just 3 of those rifles carried over from that previous round, I think Mako's going to be very satisfied with that Sheriff shot.
Oh yeah,
Everyone makes fun of German
just disgusting.
efficiency. Ha ha.
So we'll go ahead and get ready to take a look back at it, but yeah, I mean, we saw the Razes getting ready to collide. Really?
Listen, there were just too many kills.
I guess
There
so.
were just too many kills. Well, something. Not too much to celebrate just yet.
Placing swarm grenade.
And now the judge out. Now that's another thing you got to worry about if it's PRX. If they're ever down on eco, on their econ, it's nothing really to worry about. The judge will always ring true for Jing. He'll close the gap.
Foxy on the juggle now. Pops those nanos. Jing taking quite a bit of damage on the entry. Paint Chill available. The K will expire. Foxy just skirting around the side.
Oh,
Find a headshot before the judge can finish the job. Avoids the paranoia. Something pushing up the ramp. There at Bend. For now, Spike not within the sight. Everybody pretty much from DRX arriving here to reinforce the position.
And they're still watching for that lurk. You've still got the alarm bot. Main's still checking all the other corners. Divide will clean up one, though.
Foxy dead. Bot doesn't last long. Spike now within the site itself. Plantable position. Something still holding it Bend. Buzz just around the corner. At risk of taking damage. Stacks pushing some back, but Divide will be able to find the first. Another fault line invested. Buzz comes away with one kill before falling, but now it's all on Bane.
And they know he's coming from B. They spotted him earlier with the paranoia over by the site when on Forsaken's lurk. He's got the jump peaks going.
Everything for him to do here. The young upstart. Guy found himself suddenly in Tier 1 Valorant. Trying to clutch against this squad. Finds the first, the swing in. He gets it, but something timing it. No chance at a flick up from Bane. He will put him down. And again, bloody back and forth between the squads during the round, but it's PRX coming out on top, getting themselves up to 10.
Oh, wow. That's how it happened. And on that kill on Stacks, I mean, Buzz, he was behind the pillar, but he's focused on a potential pinch out, right? He's focused on PRX trying to swarm the site, so he doesn't swing fast enough on the trade, doesn't realize that Stacks is going to be losing that duel so quickly. Falls apart a little bit, and PRX now showstopper in hand. DRX, the weapon's not there, so the retakes don't feel great, but they don't have many other options.
Reveals multiple. Cover at the ready. Paranoia going to be sent. Trying to stave him off. Spain wants to get himself alongside the wall here. Bot sent cleared immediately. Flash in the backside, not going to be spotting too much, but Jing up over the top, comes away with a kill. Tries to pull back and Buzz swinging out, just caught up in the crossfire. Something strikes him down. That hero rifle not getting much done here for the side of DRX. Spike now planted. Foxy with just the classic. The world against him at the moment.
Yeah, and he knows they're going to hunt for him too, so he's not going to focus too much on the marketing side of things. He really wants to try to at least do whatever damage he can, then go to the Spike. I don't think the Spike is going to be in range for him, as all approaches have been blocked off. But we'll see. Now Jing, after that kill against Bane on top of that pillar, the bait with the blast pack, but then he jumps back out. All crosshairs turned towards that smoke over by main. And then the main forces jump in from tree. Absolute great baiting from Jing.
Well, mercy shown here to Foxy9. Will be allowed to die to the Spike, not handing over any additional ult charge. PRX not showing much other mercy than that.
We won't.
A huge streak starting to build up here for them as Jing just catching a glimpse. Bane not realizing it here is something able to just get that slight readjustment to the left.
And then he needs a tissue. You might want to spit his gum out, maybe.
Whatever he wants it for, it doesn't matter. He's got
Jing's
time
always got
as the
plenty.
timeout comes in.
All right, DRX, their adjustments after the timeout in the first half were excellent. See if they can make the same ones now. Obviously a bit harder, letting PRX run amok with the initiative over on the attacking side. Coach Alex, just as much to say. Still some adjustments that he thinks are worth making.
I mean, again, just given how well-versed these teams are, how well-versed the coaches are, you have to suspect that Alex is going to have a sneaking suspicion as far as what term he wants to set up. Played against him enough times, observed enough of DRX's gameplay, both regionally and internationally in the past, to kind of get a sense of, okay, these are the ideas Termi typically likes to go for on the back of timeouts. See if he's right.
Up. So I was wondering, yeah, if DRX maybe just goes for a faster push out, right? Because they've been trying to respect, you know, they'll use the util, but they'll wait to see where the flood is from PRX and try to react to it. So DRX, I imagine, might go for a heavier investment, but PRX, they're ready for it. They'll match it, even the potential showstopper. And something's got to be up, and that's the death on C. Sight absolutely opened up.
Here.
They saw the util flying out over by the A side. PRX, their sights are on.
Mako quick to try to reinforce the position, but
I've got your trail.
Podstock against him. Seeker now chasing forward. Trailblazer going to be there on the back as well, sending the whole damn zoo at him. Showstopper pop from Jing, looking for the entry. Mako playing ring around the rosy with him, does find the kill. Fancy footwork from him, but something with the shorty will be able to take him out in the end. Freak not ready for the double push. Is Buzz does manage to find two, but he can't fire it off. Ends up being taken down. Full flash now onto Bane. Swings out a little bit too wide. Had no idea of his positioning. And PRX with 2 left standing will get themselves up to map point.
Come on, squad.
Man. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if DRX suspected the operator because it doesn't quite seem like they did. Or at the very least, maybe they just thought he'd be hanging back, you know, against the showstopper just like he did yesterday. But this jump peak is very wide, and something doesn't miss a beat there. He's there for the trade on the side as well. I mean, that's just how quick they are. Buzz does his best. I mean, the double peek out of the smoke, it's a heroic attempt.
Nice, save up.
Every all player ever.
I know.
We're straight into it.
Whoa.
Trying to go for the flick. That would have been one for just a lifetime. Paint Shells will try to hold the rest of PRX at bay. Buzz does safely get himself over here to establish some form of rebel control.
DRX did have the Nightfall, but they're not going to push it. Sure, the fault line is down. It would have been an opportune moment, but they don't have a pinch ready, so they don't want to risk going in just from one side. They now understand that the rotations have already happened for PRX.
Second setup here on the smoke from Bane. He's trying to maintain control of A while Stacks. Walkabout over here towards B. They both end up falling. He and Mako both put on the floor by Jing. Damage traded, but kills not found. Off in hand. It's an easy shot for something. A decent way to go ahead and cap off this map, it would seem. TP attempted out as Buzz, finding one, can't steady it for the second, and Bane will fall. Devi closing out the last 2 kills, as that is going to be still another dominant showing from PRX on Lotus.
Yeah, it seems like people just can't really figure out the pacing once the breach comes in. Sure, there's no Sentinel, but PRX, they've still got all sorts of weaponry to watch their back.
Okay, well, that's map 1 done and dusted. DRX in a position where they need to respond. We've got Ascent coming up next, but first we'll have the analyst desk break down all the action from Lotus.
Well, you guys heard Devi earlier. We're coming for you, bro. That's what he told Stacks, and that is exactly what happened. I don't even know if I should be surprised at this point with all of the plays that we saw on that map, because it's just PRX doing PRX things once again.
Yeah, it was just like quintessential PRX, and I think in general as DRX, you're going to have a tough time here in this first map. Whatever it would be, whatever you don't ban, they're going to pick either Sunset or Lotus, which are very, very strong maps for this team. It's hard to deal with their tempo. It's hard to deal with their pace. You know, you can see at times you'd have some crazy good shots from DRX, but really the speed and aggression that PRX plays with is so difficult. If you make one little mistake, if you don't connect one time, I mean, think about that Foxy lurk where he comes out of C, gets 2 players out in the open, but because he kind of has to readjust his angle a little bit on his first shot, all of a sudden he's screwed and
There's
he can't
no readjusting.
Yeah.
You just don't think. Just keep shooting, keep firing. That's the PRX style.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it just felt like a very PRX-dominated map, obviously, like we've been talking about, and you can see in the scoreline, right? 14-5 in first kills, and it felt very similar to the map that they played against Talon on this map, except that DRX, like you mentioned, they were hitting crazy shots, they were fighting back a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's still an extremely PRX one-sided map, essentially. You know, some rounds here and there taken by DRX, but especially in the second half, they just looked kind of lost. PRX is, I mean, the shots they were hitting, like Mind Freak's spray transfer the one time, like something the entire map with the operator. Jing just really solid once again. Looks like he hasn't missed a beat from his match against Talon. So, yeah, I mean, PRX really scary. We always knew they were going to come out strong here. Even at the beginning of the map, we were like, okay, PRX take this first one. I think the big question is what happens on the second map. because, you know, I think DRX can certainly bounce back and have a very strong ascent and potentially win it. But PRX, certainly, it looks like, you know, the streakiness I talked about, they're currently on the good streak, and they're only going up at the moment.
Well, we saw what happened yesterday. It's not completely over yet, but as we can see, you know, of course, something on the board there. Not too surprising indeed. We have Foxy9, though. He was holding his own against, you know, PRX in a lot of rounds. It's just that, again, PRX is PRX, and we keep talking about it that way. But, like, for example, right, you bring up Jing as a player. There are certain skills. Ideally, in the world of Valorant, there are certain skills, certain utility that you can use to kind of like stop another player, right? That doesn't work on Jing. like that doesn't work on Jing. It's like, oh, throw a satchel, throw a snake bite. No, Jing is immune for some reason to all of those.
Well, Jing understands the micro movement in this game in particular so well. Like, he's so good at repositioning himself to avoid your utility or to avoid your angles to give himself a favorable situation. There was one where he gets onto rocks at A really quickly, and there's a DRX player waiting in A main, and he just kind of gets the first one, repositions himself so that follow-up player doesn't have a favorable angle against him and has to wide swing, and he's just dominating him. I mean, it's things like that that make PRX so tricky because they're so confident. They understand not only how to be aggressive, but the proper way to be aggressive. And there's very few players and teams who can play like this, as we've seen across the global stage. There's been some who've tried to mimic this. No one's really been successful. And again, going back to like how to deal with it, it's so hard for a player like Bane. Everybody in the world that comes against this team for the first time almost always loses. And Bane here struggled, and this is why, because it's so hard to understand how to play against them until you really do on stage. You can scrim against them all you want, but on stage they are a different animal.
I think it's also because, like, you know, these two teams haven't played each other for some time. So in terms of like the DRX PRX matchup, they might be a little out of shape in terms of facing each other, right? But I feel like because PRX are such instinctive players, what Alex mentioned about, you know, just, you know, turn off your brain and just shoot. It kind of is true when you have players like this that work so well with just, you know, out of instinct, we'll just spray transfer, we'll just rush in and everything, and they don't even need to talk.
Yeah, I think if you're PRX, you want to come out firing and kind of bringing that crazy momentum you had from the first map into Ascent, because this is certainly one where DRX can hunker down. They can try to play it slow, they can try to play it standard, and they're so good at that. We saw that they were hitting some of those really nice shots on the first map, but again, very much PRX dominated, and I think if they can bring that kind of feel, that kind of vibe into the second map, I don't think it really matters what the map is. You know, like I think PRX will probably just roll over any team at that point. So it's going to be interesting to see if they do bring out the Sage once again. I wouldn't be too surprised, given that it is PRX. So. And it is going on to Ascent, so could see that kind of fun composition that they do bring out from time to time.
Yeah, I wonder actually what they're going to be doing here, especially since, you know, Jing usually, you know, just insta-locks the raise, but will he be on the stage over here in Ascent? Are they still going to go for a double duelist, and will something be on the Reyna, which we've seen in previous Ascent, you know, compositions on PRX? And for DRX, right, they, I believe PRX is starting on defense on this side, so it's also like, they don't usually start on defense, but for Ascent, it's a special case just because of like how the map is.
Yeah, it's so defender-sided. And we could see the Reyna, right? They brought it out against DRX in the finals of the Pacific League last year.
Once upon a time.
Exactly. Yeah. So even though they didn't win, it went to overtime and they lost on it, but still, it is an agent that can give DRX some problems. You'll see teams try to use it against them from time to time because DRX is used to be so reliant on their protocols and their set executes and things like that. But this is a different DRX this year, so I don't think we're going to see any differentiation from what we've seen so far on Ascent from PRX, which is one map, but I think we're still going to see the Sage.
Not too much, right? So yeah, I do think they might bring out the Sage. But another question for you, gentlemen, is which team is going to be taking more rounds in the first half? Yes, that is our question for our guess and gain segment. So is it going to be DRX or is it going to be PRX? And keep in mind, of course, that PRX is starting on defense here, so it might not be what people expect.
Yeah.
What you thinking?
Well, I mean, the viewers certainly affected, I think, by the way the first map went, and they're going pretty heavily in favor of PRX. I think it does look like an extremely one-sided match so far towards PRX, but I don't know. I don't think it's that one-sided in terms of going into this map of Ascent.
All right. Well,
we gotta choose.
Let's pick up our props over here.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
I guess I'll continue with my meta.
Okay. All right.
The meta.
On 3, 1, 2, 3. I'm with the viewers on this one. You guys are my partners for
I think
this.
you're right.
Yeah.
Actually,
I
guys,
see where you're
the name of the
going.
game is Valdez in game, so the meta is actually to just do whatever Valdez does, because
so I'm good then.
regardless of if I'm right or wrong, I'm always right in this game for some reason. I don't know why, but it's certainly working out so far.
You've been kind of like a silent assassin of sorts. It's like, I'm just here on the desk, sitting here. Oh, by the way, I'm up here. I'm up here in Radiant. And you're here on the desk at the right times. It's like strategy. It's a strategy that a lot of other talents here would probably want to steal from you. But
I just think DRX will bounce back. I think they'll have a good first half. I just think that it's not going to be a total wipe, but I could be wrong, right? PRX looked great on that first map, so we'll see if they bring that same heat.
not to mention, PRX has been banning out this map, so they do want to avoid it for a very specific reason. We're going to find out what that is as we step into Ascent, right? And going into, DRX's side, we do know that DRX, they are quite familiar with this map. And I would say that, they're pretty comfortable, but this is a map that they bring out when they kind of want to steal themselves.
Yeah, and it's a good map for them because they read the map really well. They're really good at maneuvering themselves now. It used to be kind of an execute-heavy style for them on this map. They've really adjusted since then. I feel like Stax has gotten a really good grasp of how to push and pull the map more on this attacker side. And if they need to dial up some of those executes, they're still in their back pocket.
Yeah, and well, we're heading into Agent Select right now, so we're going to see if we have some big surprises over here. PRX can be notorious for doing this. Will they do this right now? Probably not, but who knows? Anything can happen at this point. So let's see if we have... Okay, we do have Jing on the stage. That was the big question that I wanted to see.
Wait, what?
That's...
What?
That's not an Ascent agent.
Yeah, what is this?
Wait. Those are...
This is bizarre. When's the last time DRX didn't play the standard meta Ascent comp?
Yeah.
Where is Killjoy?
Where's Sova?
Where?
What is this? What year is it?
It almost looks like we stepped into Breeze, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oopsies.
Does DRX know what map they're playing?
Yeah, there's a considerable lack of yellow on this composition.
I guess maybe they have a read that they can use this Viper to shut down something, and the Cypher is there to shut down something. And I mean, there's nothing that really screams like get around the Sage Wall with this to me. This feels more like a take the site and like kind of cut off the angles of PRX and take the map under your control.
Well, we're going to see indeed what these teams are up to as we step into Ascent. Let's toss it on over to our casters, William and Achilles.
Thank you very much. Yes, here we go. A big change-up from the side of DRX. Pivoting over, playing the Cypher, playing the Viper.
Taking a page out of DFM's book, quite frankly. Obviously not the Rays, but going for that global stall and lurk possible on both the attack and defense, which in theory, I kind of like it, right? You know that PRX isn't playing the Killjoy. You know that they're not playing the Cypher, so you can get around with that.
I mean, realistically, since the question was posed, when was the last time that we saw DRX kind of stray away from the standard composition? Wasn't really since Lock-In when they were running that double initiator, had the Sova fade set up here on Ascent.
And that's still somewhat, excusable.
As far as the Viper's concerned, I don't know that we've ever seen DRX piloting this. So let's see how it does look. As for now, slow going here on the pistol, but it's a 5-man stack up from DRX and Gelato.
Yeah, and that Sage Wall on B lets PRX know that they can just stack over on A. They even have mid control, and they're not going to see anyone stationed outside of B main, so this should be a pretty hard read from PRX.
Creep Brown coming through now from something as well. They do have a trap wire set up. So you can just stay alongside this, but no, quick clears it. Reaction, ooh, narrowly fast enough there. Stax will to avoid getting caught. No, that's going to be the dash up over the top of Mako, swinging through, does manage to find Mind Freak, so he gets taken down. Attempted a break here on the door. We soften that one up as the plant comes through from Stax.
Yeah, there's not going to be no flank around from DRX, so they just have to hold on the site. That half armor helping keep Buzz alive with 55 HP.
0 point back available. Fragment, Descent, trying to force anybody out of hell. There's a pop flash over the top as Buzz will be able to find one. Jing going to be taken down, but Forsaken comes up with that kill. Foxy trying to find the kills. Softens him up quite a bit, but cannot find that elimination. Devi all on his lonesome though at 4 HP. Will get gunned down. Mako is able to find him, as well as 2 others I should say, in the round for DRX to go ahead and take the pistol on Ascent.
Yeah, all coming down pretty low, but at the end of the day, a good pistol round from DRX. And the spy cam and the trap wire, they're able to still keep eyes on mid. The trap just barely saving them fast enough so they don't get caught completely unawares on the flank, on the lurk-in from something.
Basically using that cloud burst as a bit of a one-way to just find that opening kill. Mako continuing to be clean. Yep, just gets the info, knows that he's going to be low. But look at this buy from DRX. 3 rifles.
Back to it.
2 Vandals and a Phantom.
Yeah, the FPX spy. They've really been favoring it on a lot of these maps, which is why I was a little surprised over on Lotus. But it returns here on Ascent. And obviously that is also a threat against the Sage Wall as well. It's not really going to find much value. It'll be broken up pretty fast if Jing chooses to use it.
2 Sheriffs in play, though, here for PRX. I believe at least one of them noted it over in mid. This cam does get cleared out.
You're hearing it from Tree as well. So you still have the lurk from Foxy9 with just a classic. He'll try to hold on to any information in mid. I don't imagine he's ever going to peek out. He's just there to catch the lurk, see if there are rotates.
Still needs to be Johnny on the spot, given that he doesn't just have that classic in hand. Dash forward, Buzz looking to take some space. There's the greeting, though, as Devi puts down 2. Quick kills found, something getting 1 as well. As now it is all on Stacks in a 1v2 scenario. Pinged out, the recon finding him, Forsaken, poking and prodding. Tap on the spike plant door, now left. Broken. Stacks decently aware of their positions.
Something's already in.
He is, there's the swing forward. And now he's turning his sights away from Forsaken, who goes ahead and finishes off. And that is a catastrophe for DRX here as PRX pull off the eco win.
Oh, the close hold after the flashes as well on the execute. I mean, it's not Jing who gets the kill, but it's Jing who draws out the crosshair. And the Sheriff's ring true. Devi holding that long angle. It's an excellent setup on quad between Jing and Devi. And the paranoia, it only eliminates this one side. They were really relying on Buzz staying alive with his cloud burst over by quad. Now DRX going to have to rethink things while they go through another eco.
Noise made here. Just checking around, but now it's just orbs funneled.
Right here.
Shock Dart lets the hold them back. Spray coming through, making the presence of this Odin very much known. As the rotation around towards this side of the map is going to be coming in for DRX.
And he's still hearing the poison cloud as well, so Forsaken just checking as they still see nothing over by A. Now the wall should be getting ready to break right on the 1 minute mark.
Shock Dart. Good damage found. Foxy and Mako both tagged to about 75. Now the entry beginning. 0 point sent. There's the ping on the 1. Shots across. Forsaken looking for that damage. Unable to find it there as Foxy9 will be able to take down something. Spotted the gun barrel. Goes back in with the ADS, but eventually he's going to be overwhelmed. Jing now, however, arriving. Takes down Buzz. 3v3 with a weapon advantage here in the hands of PRX, but Odin recovered. Being held here by Foxy9 as he tucks back in the boats, but now Bane dead. Jing hit up with 3, looking for the 4th, and he will have it. PRX slews out on 2 members, but they get themselves a 2nd round win all the same.
The Battle Sage, a lot of the Pacific players, they said Jing's who they think of when they hear that term. And here he's here to deliver.
30 seconds left. 1 enemy remaining.
Certainly.
Oh, absolutely.
The new age one, now that he's leaning into this even more so. Well, with Sunset and Ascent, having that be a part of the comp. My previous would have been Zest.
Ah, yeah, okay.
But a time long since past.
I mean, Mako back in the day. Also very good with it over here in Korea as well. Yeah, Zest. We'll wait to see if that returns in Stage 2.
Proper rifle, the rifle round now. As the operator is in play, something going to be inching forward. Obviously, no KJ turret that you have to worry about clearing. This drone will just get spotted out.
Yeah, so with that drone out, you have to imagine that it's a plant over in B main, up or not. Usually going to be the opposite. It's just a fast hit on the other side, but they haven't checked.
Freak tucked away. Now they know. Swing out though. Mind Freak still good for the 2nd. Jing with covering fire in heaven. They shut it all down. DRX just cannot get anything going in their favor. PRX just have the answers time and time again.
I feel like I've seen Mind Freak get kills from that spot every time they've played Ascent this year. He always just brings it out. The round that you just don't expect it. DRX only thinking about the op, the drone over on the B side, and imagining that they absolutely have the advantage over on A. The tunnel vision's coming through. I wouldn't be surprised if a timeout happens in this next round, just because that mistake shouldn't have happened.
I mean, yeah, the last several rounds, you know, everything since that pistol. Bit of a head scratcher here for the side of DRX. Foxy just having to wait out these last 20 agonizing seconds. He says, well, there's just nothing else that I could do. No attempt to be made. And also just isn't even sure if somebody's walled in with him. Because that would be a very PRX thing to do.
Intentionally as well. Just so we're very clear.
Yes. They will keep up the habit here of putting out the heart, this time with a smiley face.
And then he broke it.
Well, Forsaken
cracked the heart. Broke it in two, and that's what DRX fans are going through right now. DRX looked absolutely unstoppable during the league play. But obviously they didn't have to play against PRX.
One enemy remains.
Listen.
Careful.
Get the attention, gotta get the fist bump.
All right, no timeout. Of course, an eco here. Just one rifle saved over. See if DRX can course correct. We haven't really seen the Cypher and Viper have too much impact on their lurks, on their global presence.
And this 0 point catches pretty much everybody. Mind Freak for the swing out. Fragment sent his way, has the TP out to safety. Swing up though, Foxy9 is able to get in there, finds that elimination. Fragment now to delay the approach into A main. Up over the top though, off the back of the flash. Buzz, knife to the face, Devi gets taken down. Sight now open, weapon recovered. DRX in a much better spot this time around. Jiggle the weapons through, his Dart will find one. Looks to try to reposition. Not going to be able to really get the shots through that. For now, Buzz safe. Smoke's coming down, double approach, getting ready to come through tree as Mako gets himself crept forward, but now Jing gone.
Imagine you have to save with the op. I mean, sure, your eco's fine, but doesn't seem very likely against 5 people with rifles picked up.
No, certainly not. Forsaken just gonna fish and see what he can find, any kind of damage, anything to knock back this economy from DRX this time around. Looks like DRX do have the upper hand, a solid setup from them.
Mako surely goes on the hunt, and Buzz as well with the Blade Storm. Uh-oh.
Does so, and he actually does get something for his trouble. Forsaken now, last one standing as Mako swinging out, the ADS coming through, but no, Mako will deny it away. Picked up a Vandal, put it to good use, dies to the spike. DRX get a second.
Yeah, and you deny that op, so it has to be a reinvestment if it's going to come through. Not actually going to be able to do it if you want the Odin as well, so. Now this is a very PRX-esque round from DRX, right? As soon as he realized they have a moment to get that kill, they just never let the foot off the pedal. Foxy9 swings in. Then Buzz absolutely just runs through. Foxy9 happy with the shots today.
This is a nice spot.
And as he should be, he's the one who's always trying to keep them in this right now in terms of duels.
He and Mako on the first map. 0 point, just gonna be spotting out something. No operator in play, however, so.
So switch up on the Poison Cloud, always used to contest for B main, but now it's A, and they take mid control. PRX has a bit of a read on this thanks to the Sage Wall again, though.
All command coming through. Still this Odin that they're going to have to try to contend with, and already Stacks taking a bit of damage there on the entry. Still alive on his feet and his Resible for the time being as Bane trying to intercept 2 players, but ends up falling to the wayside. Jing, backside, comes up with 2, gives himself a third again! Can he find another 4K? It's Foxy9, last man standing. Devi won't give him the opportunity. He'll just gun it down. It's from one round looking excellent from the side of DRX to everything crumbling in a matter of moments. PRX, they pick up their 4th win.
And let's just be very honest, this playing, the pinch in from Market with the null command, it's great if you're playing against Killjoys and Cyphers, right? You imagine they're hanging far back to counter the null command. But against the Sage, it doesn't really mean much. That wall's going up at the start of the round. I mean, sure, the null command's still going to be powerful, but it's not giving you the advantage you'd think you had. You don't have the pinch. They just can only watch Market, then they back off. The wall still has to be broken. Now you've been slowed up. DRX has to check for these walls early on because PRX is just playing with one side of the map every single round for the first 40 seconds.
Timeout in the same exact spot as we saw on Lotus, same exact score, that 4-2. order of rounds very slightly different, but result right now looking the same. PRX in the driver's seat. Granted, yes, it is that defender's side. DRX electing to go to this map. It has been Old Fate before them. They're very likely expecting that they would be in a much more dominant position here. Looking to try to course correct.
See what Termi and Glow have found when they're watching the player POVs. Obviously, they can also only watch DRX's side of things. One of the toughest jobs, in my opinion. Trying to be the one responsible for course correcting in the grand scheme of things, but you still just have the same resources as your players. And now it's not the early wall from PRX. Just a slow orb, slow things down and the reposition.
Here.
Jing playing in mid, just outside Market and Pizza. Bing coming down, I mean, he's fully expecting this pressure to be applied here. Second tap in the switch, does manage to spot out one. It's being made, smoke drops, Jing finding the kill. Second note, backs away. Pops the heal on himself now, looks for the challenge. Tries to steady, and he does again. This guy just cannot miss today. Bing cleans up one, stacks a bad spot, just a classic in hand. So there's the pinch from the side, but Foxy unable to come up with it as Forsaken will steal away the ace. Right up into Jing's face. Says, that's mine.
Wow. Not like this, Forsaken. How dare you? This was perfect for Jing.
13-3-1 on stage.
I mean, jeez. He heals, he deals, he'll do everything.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, just play deathmatch at this point.
Literally that one bullet. Oh boy.
Now the wall goes back up. So that previous round, PRX basically funneled DRX through mid. I mean, they used all their util early to push them off, slow them down, stall them on the mains. And then they were waiting for him in mid. The trap was sprung. DRX now trying to pick up the tempo.
Oh, okay. Bane shooting before aiming there. Foxy, though, brings Jing's reign of terror to a bit of an end, finds him. The catch over here in B main now. That neural depth going to be invested for the attempt on the breakdown near the door and the wall as they get ready to flood their way onto the site. Pings out, Buzz being ready to try to challenge, but Forsaken still comes away with the kill before the flash can connect.
Cage triggered.
Bane has to go huge here on the lurk. He can come through main, he can go wrap around, it doesn't matter, but he has to be the absolute crucial part as everyone else is now stuck in the site waiting for the flood in.
Monka, was he considering sending the ult?
I mean, if push comes to shove, maybe, but now with the timing, you imagine that they're trying to hold on to it, maximize their rounds.
Flash comes through. Clears the wallbang attempts. Spot in that regard. Fragment expires. Answering one. Flushes stacks out into the open a bit. And yeah, Mako says, okay, hell, I have to send this out. Hit invested. Bane does manage to find the backstab onto one, as Mako will be able to clean up the others. DRX, they go ahead, they get themselves a third round win here in the first half, but decently costly from them.
Yeah, the pit, I mean, you would have loved to keep it, but obviously expertly used. Just enough time for Bane to be able to come into the site. It does seem like Bane a little lost in the sauce right now, right? Not able to keep up with the tempo of PRX. A little bit the nerves coming in, a little bit antsy. And then here on the backup, he's a little bit late there on the swing around as well. You already saw the shots coming in from lane, and he's still so cautious.
Talk about, how costly that was from DRX. 4 ults built up here from PRX now. That res has been available for God knows how long.
Well, why res when you can just kill everybody else? The Jing way.
Here.
And even just this, using the wall at the start of the round, then saving it, waiting with the slower, just these small default changes makes things a lot more difficult for DRX, which only has one initiator. I mean, they can't just fish for info non-stop on a cycle.
They're going to be drifting away from mid. Flash out from Divide. Catches himself with that one a bit, but spotted there in mid. Double drift up into B main. They will spot out the Viper.
Only one, but that's enough to draw their attention.
Something that was scoped in. Finds Foxy9. Mako does get the trade out. Forsaken going to be taken down. Wall up. There's the res. There's the pick from something. Mako now gone. No command pop by Divide back over here on A. As Divide holding things down from Tree. He'll have find the first one, but Mind Freak in hell. That's exactly where he just sent Stacks and Bane. Cleanup is absolutely perfect from the side of PRX. DRX still sat here. Only 3 rounds won on this attack.
Yeah, and it's not always with the best reads either. I mean, some heroics needed here for DRX. The previous round, sure, it's a decent attempt. But this one, I mean, the fact that he catches the Cypher first, you know that Viper was spotted earlier, so you know there's another one. Something's ready for it. Changes his angle. Knows the pre-fires are good from Mako. Got a taste of it in the previous map.
Here.
Now the wall held again, slower. I mean, PRX knows that they can just stall, right? The lurks, sure, we just have to watch for mid every now and then. They're leaving it open.
Oh,
wow.
That vertical flick would have been impressive, but Mako comes away with that a little bit faster with the classic of all guns. Finds that. Slow orb now going to be sent. Hunter's Fury, however, out from Forsaken. As wall goes up, Jing getting a bit of damage there from that snake bite, but wrap around from Buzz after the entry. He is able to find that punish, so he can be scooped up. Solid positioning here from the side of DRX now. Still have to get the spike planted, which is coming through now from Stacks.
Wall just trying to be broken to make sure they have more angles.
It's the gun, grabs it. Buzz, not sure which way to look. Mind Freak getting ready to approach here. Out of market, double approach out of alley. Mind Freak finds the first. Bane going to be taken down. Paranoia sent, forces him off the angle. Gun barrel spot. Buzz finding one, and the perfect swing timing comes through from Foxy9. A thrifty win here for DRX to get themselves up to 4. They need so much more than that if they want to have a crack at this map.
Absolutely. And quite frankly, it feels like, for whatever reason, DRX are getting these round wins in the fashion that their comp isn't built for, right? It's a lot of this death balling, it's a lot of the trading, it's a lot of the first kills just off of their mechanics. But it's not about punishing the fact that you don't have alarm bots, you don't have trap wires. It's not about the global presence of the Viper and the Cypher. I mean, sure, if you're playing on the stage, you do whatever it takes to get the win. But we haven't quite seen them use it to perfection. Obviously, it's going to shine a lot more on the defense, though.
Wall boost here. Pushing over the top, trying to see if he can spot anything at all. Mako playing far enough back.
Here.
Oh, but that gun barrel was spotted. Something aware of Foxy9's positioning. How do they get the punish? Well, just don't pay attention to Foxy9. Divide just swings out, finds one. Now, Foxy9 tries to go for the counter trade. Something strikes. Finds the elimination. Quick updraft to tuck into Pizza. Keeps himself alive. Bane in the meantime able to find Mind Freak, but now Mako gone as something continues to advance forward. Nearly. Gets a couple shots through there onto Buzz. Get under the door.
Oh no, he has no idea.
And oh, the timing! Just off. He manages to stay alive. Hold on to the spray. And swing in. Bane somehow comes away with that kill, but now Buzz dead. Something gets himself a third of the round. And Bane, first player here on the team, all the pressure on his shoulders. Jing joins in, that heal available, even though they just try to push him back up. What the hell is that fadeaway shot? Bane finds it, and what a clutch! The 4K to get them over the line when they needed it most. A seemingly unwinnable position, but somehow Bane triples his kill count in that round.
I mean, it took him a while to get used to the PRX way, but he's figured out.
Oh my.
I mean, that jiggle. Yeah, let that be heard.
Yeah, I almost said it too. We got that shot on something.
I noticed. I think we were all thinking the same thing.
Tested my limits there. I could not believe it. Buzz revealed shots coming to fruition though. Can't find that kill. Poison Orb dropping. Something able to find one, but traded back. Foxy9 finding the kill, immediately investing the ultimate.
Okay, but the spike is still very far away. Foxy9, he has to hold on to the site for so long. DRX almost has to just hope that, yeah, PRX spreads back out, right? Because the spike still isn't planted. Paranoia will give it away a bit.
Hunting noted. Does find one. Buzz take it down. Mind Freak now finding Stacks. Spike picked up, but Paranoia crashing across. He tucks back into
Bane
boats.
has to go huge.
This backstab from Bane absolutely has to be monstrous. He's been noted pretty much every single time, but this time right now, the creep up. Nobody watching
Saw
for
the
market.
barrel?
He should have seen the gun barrel. Sees it now. Strikes. Finds one. Can suspect that the other is going to be approaching here from Allison now. Just stays tucked away. A fake on the TP. Trying to play mind games against Mind Freak. And Mind Freak snaps back. He'll found 45 HP. And as Foxy tries to take some space, Mind Freak takes him down. 7-5 on the half. PRX will be out in front as Forsaken. And he just plays around with his teammate a little bit.
I mean, that's PRX. They're always having fun. And quite frankly, that's what seemed unbeatable for DRX this time around, is that they were having fun during league play. But right now, with the way PRX is playing, you can tell the pressure is back on DRX. A lot of fans expecting them to be back on the throne here, not just for Korea, but for Pacific. Re-bring the glory back to Korea for VALORANT. And now PRX says, nuh-uh. Once it's Pacific, it's our place. You can see the nerves really getting to DRX throughout this match.
Used to being the ones in the spotlight, used to being the ones that were the lone hope. The last 2 seasons found themselves being the bridesmaid, not the bride. That's been for PRX, Gen G at Madrid, and now T1 qualifying ahead of DRX as well.
I mean,
they take those accolades of their colleagues here personally. Getting revenge here over PRX, that would be a big boon for the squad, something that they've wanted for so very long. I mean, you take a look at the match score 4-4 all time, like I said, but the last 4 times they have faced, they have fallen to PRX's hands, and they haven't been able to take any maps against them since that grand final, which as a reminder was a reverse sweep, the first in a best of 5 in VCT. VALORANT history, means that the total map win streak for PRX is 8-0.
That is brutal for DRX. I mean, they always seem to be the absolute kryptonite against PRX, but now it just might have been reversed. So unless DRX can make the defense magic work. Now, I do think this comp should shine a lot more. Obviously, you know, you rely on global lurkers, things like that. At some point, you're going to have to win your contact plays. So on the attack, in theory, the 5 rounds should be fine. It's just that today's momentum makes it seem just so much scarier.
Clear to engage.
Seeing the trap over on A, but it's still a double stack with the Viper and the Cypher by B. The toxic screen seemingly letting PRX know that they're not looking for retakes. They're looking to hold on to that site.
DRX technically in the lead as far as pistols are concerned, and that's something that they're going to be looking to maintain here. Jing crept forward. Trap wire around the corner. Viper wall as well to try to play through as he goes on this Sage lurk. Bane, quick peek out. Spawning a couple players over here at main. Shock dart landing at his feet now. Interrupted before he can try to send the paranoia. That very much Transbuzz. What a snappy shot from him on the ghost. Reveal in. Bane able to play off the back of that one. Does find Divide. Quite the turn here, but Forsaken looking to equalize. The stacks up, dropping down off of Heaven. He needs a bit of damage for it. Swings out, takes a challenge versus Mind Freak, but ends up falling down. Mako now being intercepted. Barely wins out on the fight, but gets tagged up to 36.
Saw the jump up. They should be ready for it.
Forsaken here, just on the side of the smoke. Push coming through. Foxy, quick jump shot, able to find it, and able to finish it. 2 kills from Foxy. DRX, it will go 3-1 in pistols. And they start off this second half with the right foot forward.
So the joke in Korea with Foxy9 is that he's just been absorbing everyone else's talent, right? A little bit of Space Jam going on because he talked about that in an interview 2 years ago. But right now, he's showing absolute results from it. Takes a page out of TFM's book with the setup, takes a page out of PRX's book with a jump out of the smoke, brings it right back to him.
Quick readjustment. Now, Buzz, Outlaw, still going to be that triple bulldog here. No pistols in sight for DRX, but 3 sheriffs in the hands here of PRX.
That's an investment. And it might not pay off with these Outlaws.
The flash is just so damn good. Stacks and Bane both can take it down. Sheriffs be damned. There was the classics that find the value. Buzz now positioned here on site. Heard the tap on the orb.
Well, he needs backup, though. He's got no exit.
That is a catastrophic start here. Shock Dart, send, try to clear any potential trap wires as Buzz will be taken down. As the high pen of that Sheriff coming through as Forsaken swings up, shuts down Foxy9. And anytime DRX start off a half with any form of advantage here on Ascend, PRX have the perfect reply.
I mean,
no.
Oh.
There's
Wow.
nothing you can do, Mako.
This was the perfect setup, right? They invested into 3 Sheriffs. You got the Outlaw. I mean, on paper, DRX should be on for like 4 rounds in a row.
The flash catches Stacks. He's just out there in the open. Can't do a damn thing. And it's just
like these boys.
Say, okay, pick off Bane, kill Stacks. Easy kills, weapons recovered.
Bane's been having a rough time. So is Stacks. Only 2 kills on the board. Sure, you've got 9 assists, but it's not enough to keep you in the lead. And Bane, just too many targets. He's been shaky. I mean, you thought that the clutch might have revitalized him a bit, boosted his energy, but not quite back at his peak form. Now you know the Outlaw's in the opponent's hands. DRX respecting that. Okay, the spy cam still keeps him safe. They've already taken over A main control, so DRX can go for the stack.
Something up and over the top. Foxy over to that left-hand side now of both. Stacks one, but I mean everybody else just melted dead. Foxy joining them in the grave as Bane will be able to put down 1, so 2 kills found. PRX still charging onward, now 9-6.
It's not looking too good. Absolutely crucial round for DRX. And they have to go for the full armors, just in case. Just in case that Outlaw's carried over. No reason to try to snowball with the half armors. You just have to bank it all on this round and assume that you have to win it. Because otherwise, match point already looming at the doorstep.
That flash attempt again. Bane just backing off as the Shock Dart comes chasing him.
Yeah, PRX already adjusting very quick to try to take away these trap wires, right? They're not relying on the 0 point anymore. They're relying on absolutely eliminating all of the trips. So the adjustments are quick.
Cut off that window access. Oh, the jump spot. He was blinded. Forsaken didn't see him, but the return fire from Divide with that Odin is good. Mako stabilizing, finding something. Stopping the TP from coming through from Mind Freak. He'll turn his sights now up mid. Slow orb. Mako not going to go chasing either way. The team just goes ahead and backs off.
Oh, but this position.
It's being watched by 2 at the moment. Stacks and Foxy with a bit of a 50-50, and Foxy with a very clean shot. Punishes the lurk. Assessments having to be made as Ching just casually strafing back. Does find a shot there on Mako. Even if they don't close out the round, 2 additional damage to this economy that has had 0 stability on the side of DRX.
Yeah, they'll even draw out the Neural Theft. I mean, sure, it's not an impact ultimate, but
30 seconds left.
Here's a drop.
Drop down, but Dart in, turn on the flash. Foxy, crisp and clean, finds that hit. Jing now challenging again. Just wanted to do a little bit of additional damage, but won't be able to find the kill. DRX, as we get into the first proper rifle round, will be able to go ahead and clean that one up. They keep themselves close, but still more work to be done. PRX, they have money for this round. And if they can just go ahead and turn around here, get another win that puts them up to double digits.
Yeah, the Odin, of course, being dropped, that hurts a little bit because that could help a lot to eliminate some of these setups that you have with the Viper Cypher combo. But we'll see. They've adjusted well so far. Foxy9 now taking it upon himself to bring up the energy for the overall team. Leading the score with 16 kills. It's fast hit.
Fragment sent. Big suppression found here. Is spraying in, smattering of damage going to be found. Something tagged up quite a bit. So you can just tucked into the corner.
And now you know that PRX, I mean, you know, obviously PRX sometimes they do still rush in no matter what, but with the 0 point dying off, you imagine that they will at least wait a couple seconds, and now the potential rotate spotted. So DRX, it's looking rough to try to regain any control, but they at least still have the trip to rely on mid. But once this gets broken, that B site's looking very dangerous.
There's the clear out. Attention now having to be paid towards that market, but as that null command, that 0 point I should say, goes across, that's going to be forcing everybody from DRX back. They pull way back into the site, and now the rotation starts to come through here from the side of PRX.
Yeah.
Push them as far to the limits of the map as they possibly can. Something lingering around a little bit to see if he gets a peek out. And now they will go stomping their way in towards A.
They know it's weak. They tagged 3 members on B. This is perfect. They'll even wrap around up to heaven to make sure they can cut off the backup.
Bane past him, but Bane holding his ground, finding 3! Somehow catches something once again. Mako will get the other 2. Bane the only casualty. It's been a slow start, a very rough game from him so far. But that is 2 critical rounds where he has come up huge.
Absolutely demanding respect back on his name.
This is just, why is it always something? The killer, you're like, there's no way he gets, okay, somehow he got it.
Yeah. Jeez.
Unbelievable. Well, 8-9 now. 1 round separating PRX. They will call their first timeout of the map.
I mean, it's a good time here for PRX. Obviously, the round gap already tightened up a bit. But overall, you thought that the adjustments were still there from the players for the most part. So it seems like Alex just kind of tossing an idea out there and letting the players talk it out themselves, trying to gather all the information together, try to find the solutions. Now, they've already solved the first part, right? Trying to just eliminate the trap wires rather than trying to find the Viper and the Cypher. You can't rely on the 0 points, you can't rely on the no commands when you've got, you know, the Viper and the Cypher who can be on opposite sides of the sites of where their util is. So you just gotta hope that you're destroying it. And now, looking for a speedy hit with the Stingers. The no command here. See if DRX goes for the classic DFM setup.
This goes here.
You know, it's crazy that we're seeing things like that. I know. But hey, they were the ones who pulled it off so well against T1, who's now the first team to go to Masters Shanghai. So things are all up in flux.
Yep. Quick snake bite there from Mako. Slow up any of that pressure, any orb takes. It's something, he wants that orb. 1 away from having that Blade Storm here in this thrifty attempt.
Saken also wouldn't mind a Hunter's Fury nice and early if they can maybe get into the site. But no reactions. He's a little worried about that, if anything. Now, DRX, it's an interesting different setup, right? They stacked all of their util on B, expecting a B hit. At the end of the day, it is much more likely with the null command, usually the go-to choice.
Knives do come through here for something. Start working its way back across the opposite side of the map with everybody else. Quick TP out, Bane with a check. Spots 1.
That should keep all the focus at high alert here on the A side.
Smoke Sentinel command now through Mako, unable to try to go up the works with those snake bites. On top here is Foxy9, puts a little bit of damage down. The knives eventually do find their mark. Mako, Foxy, both going to be taken down. Buzz arriving, finding the head there up Jing, finding another, drags across and narrowly does get something as well. Forsaken now, last one alive. As the dart goes through, they know exactly where he's at, and there's a swing out from Bane behind. 9-9, we're tied up. It was a weaker buy overall from the side of PRX, a bit committed to it, but 3-round streak here for DRX. The biggest win streak that they've had this entire series on either map.
Yeah, not only the biggest win streak, but not counting the Pistol of Ascent, the first time that PRX isn't in the lead this entire match. I was thinking to myself, I mean, this seemed like a risky setup, right? Just relying on the fact that it should be a B hit. Both these guys with no util to hold themselves over on A. But the trades are good, and Buzz very quick with the backup. One of the traps still being destroyed.
House crunch attempt here from DRX, but PRX, they completely avoid it. Opposite side of the map coming through, so now starting to panic, saying, okay, set up the smoke. Try to stop things from pushing forward here. On the side, there's the dash in, there's the TP. Foxy9 able to find Mind Freak. Something got himself forward, but Mako strikes him down. Snake bite the fragment, both stacked in on top of each other, making sure that this choke point is completely unassailable for the moment.
Everybody's here for DRX. You still have the cam over by B as well, so just worried about the mid lurk.
Oh, do find Mako. Just through the corner of the wall, pushing forward enough. As Come on.
You can do it.
Screw it. All right. Smoke comes in, pushes forward. Can't get that trap wire set up. I mean, Rez is available, but it would basically be a sacrifice.
Yeah, and with that choke point, not the greatest bait either. Obviously, the wall already used. So they'll just try to go for a rotate, maybe a bit of a pinch. I mean, you can tell PRX knows that there isn't much strategic hope in this round.
Spike down,
Snappy
mid.
with it. Dead. Check on the cam, just making sure that there's nobody pushing their way up in towards B main. And given the cash on hand, PRX will just stay tucked. 12 seconds. We'll dwindle down. DRX, they will gain the lead, 10-9. Cash aplenty in their hands.
Exactly. So much econ banked up. Wouldn't be surprised if the op comes out in the next round, although maybe just because it's against PRX, they hold off on it. Buzz
looking for it. They'll get taken down, but Foxy will be able to find the buy right there at the end. Yes. Okay. Timeout called. Essentially back-to-back here from PRX.
I mean, you desperately need the adjustments. Now you've lost the lead. Curious to see, because other than the trap wires, there hasn't really been too much else that PRX has really gained from their POV. Right? They've kind of been butting their heads into the sites. They haven't worked mid too much. So that's one thing to consider. Wonder if Foxy 9, I mean, DRX, they've got so many ways they can reset up for that, though. They could set up their util there. They could go heavy on one site, still have someone just watching with the jump peaks. And I imagine that that might be the next step for PRX. Don't have to necessarily go for a rush and a pinch, but at least work the map a bit wider. The trouble being that, obviously, their composition not the most built for it, because they don't have a great way to watch their flank.
Well, Alex, more animated as time goes on. I mean, we saw the battle of the coaches just yesterday between he and Frost.
Now that was something. That was a battle for the years for sure.
Well, Alex is working back up to that, to a similar level of energy here. Hunter's Fury, Rez online. Really break on the window as it looks like DRX getting a read that this might be over at B. Maybe they even want to try to go for another crunch.
Yeah, looks like it would be the setup for it, right? You got stacks in place for a pop flash. No, it's just going to be the 0 point in his hand for now.
Smoke sent something. Fishing with some shots here in mid. Still some kick behind it here on the side of PRX, but 2 stingers in play, plus that Bulldog. Damage absolutely can be dealt. % stacks pulling off the angle for a brief little moment.
So you know you've already given up mid, so you kind of have to back out, which makes Buzz's position a bit trickier. Can't hold on to B main no longer. So ideally, normally, you would want to push out of A at this point to control 50% of the map. But DRX...
Stacks.
Whoa!
He's caught sleeping, but something. Sleep at the wheel. Stacks turns back, finds that kill. Fragment now coming down. Wall set up, but Forsaken. He's going to be okay for now as the healing does come through. Slow it up on the approach, but there's 3 players waiting for this push coming in. Buzz trying to stay safe, eating a lot of damage there from the Fragment, just hopping up into the corner. Stacks tucked against the box. Not spotted, now swings out, does get taken down. Jing able to find that kill. Bane getting the buy.
Spike down, B.
He falls to Forsaken. Buzz now trying to hold things here backside, but eventually will be felled. Kills come through. Mako and Foxy arriving. Foxy going to be a little bit more cut off as Hunter's Fury opened up. Mako just trying to play elusively here. So far the plant not coming in. 15 seconds remaining.
Spike planted.
Snake bite not quite landing, but you know one was backside.
They decided to play this one.
Scanning ahead.
Recon over the top. Now begins to ping on them both. That is critical.
Now you just have to win your duels.
He's creeping forward. Spots one. You know that they're both in that position. Mako trying to clutch it, but Forsaken denies it away. A 4K to tie things up at 10-10. PRX not out of it yet.
When they got stopped with the Fragment, it looked like the round was over. They got paranoid. They were stuck behind the wall. The site was flooded. There were 3 people on the site. They tried to go for the staggered peaks, and PRX is just too quick.
Nice shot.
You know, even the weaker weaponry.
goes there.
Well, it's
Just
not.
take a swig and breathe deep.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was a clutch at the end of the day, so it's not like it was easy. But here is that op now. You've got the 0 point and the pit to make sure that B main is safe.
Smokes and Playing is pulled off the angle, but given the tension to mid last round and hearing that drone, Buzz wants to try to take some space over here. Pushing Lurk forward. Smoke now down. Is he going to try to push off this one?
I think he might on the last section of the dash here.
Oh my God, Defy! There's a timing shot. Yeah, look at that smile on his face. He knows he just got away with murder. The judge just shook his hand and said, you're free to go. Unbelievable. Now, Window spotting one. Foxy unable to find that kill. Bane trying to hold that tree door here onto the site. Clear up to the 0 point, swing onto the corner. Foxy got that double ding. Finds a follow-up kill. Bane setting the aim. Takes out something. Smoke does dissipate. Mind Freak now all on his lonesome. Stacks, head spotted.
I have the spike.
Doesn't want to play around with him given how clutch Mind Freak has been. But no, actually gives him the opportunity. He's going to rotate out. Mako now ready to match. Guns drawn. Mako finds the kill in the end to give the lead back to DRX.
What? What an incredible round. Starts with the nastiest spam through this. I mean, it's not even a full spray. He just fishes for it. I mean,
like that was it. It was just a burst.
But a heroic hold from the rookies over on DRX. Fox and Bane bouncing off of each other, and Bane once again gets the better of something. He's dialed in now. And the kill on to Sax. Lets Mako know that the rotate's coming.
Again, kickback economically here for PRX.
A huge tag with a 0 point as well.
Spotting out quite a decent bit there. Shock Dart not going to be clearing that wire. Second attempt, though, will go ahead and find it.
Cyber Cage makes it tough that their own smoke not finding much value because they would be making noise through it.
Revealing area.
Recon up over the top of full flash, connecting onto something, and Stacks regains his vision. He's able to find the headshot. Up over the top here, Knives at the ready. K coming through, and there's the reveal. There's the meat grinder play. The setup strong here from DRX. Jing able to find one with that frenzy. Push up Bane. He's already taken that kill. DRX will get themselves up to map point.
Match point.
And the majority of this venue holding their breath, knowing that they weren't quite free, now starting to let the cheers come through on map point.
This goes here.
Operator still held in the hands of Buzz.
The series might just potentially be going the distance, but at the very least, DRX ascent, the overtime, it very well could happen.
Nice!
Now as the attempt at the thrifty from PRX, you can see a sigh of relief on Stacks' face.
I mean, you can tell it has not been easy. This is the first time DRX is really, truly being challenged. I mean, yeah, they've dropped maps before, but they always still seemed pretty happy.
Last chance to hold on here for PRX. Need 2 in a row. If they want that 2-0, if they want that overtime, push up. Oh, he saw it. Spotted for just a moment. The dash now at the ready. Jing, does he peek the drone? Goes and bails him out. He pulls off the angle for a moment, clears it. Wants to go for the re-peek. He does so, and Jing taking out the res. Not in play. Divine now shut down as Stacks. Been coming alive at the end of this map. Kills found, the jump out, Mind Freak picked off, and it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, things are not over yet unless Forsaken comes up with a play of a lifetime.
Last player
A 1v5 ace clutch just to keep them alive. Mako reading it, sends out the snake bite. Holds him back for now. Multiple angles that he's got to think about here. The way to try to isolate each and every fight. He finds the first. Looks for the second, but then Stacks. Strikes from back ramp. DRX turn around a rocky start on Ascent to extend this series. We are going the distance today, ladies and gentlemen. Full maps played in both of our series as both of these squads still vying, hungry for that ticket to Shanghai.
Yeah, I mean, this whole day is delivering for what it promised, but we'll send it over the desk to break down the action in more detail before we head to map 3.
Well, we did say it was going to be a map 3. One thing we didn't get right, though, that this was going to overtime, but it looks like DRX, they really wanted to finish this quickly. It took some time before they got their groove, I would say, and even Buzz woke up a little bit later in the series, but that ending was very, very strong from them.
Yeah, they look like they finally figured themselves out a little bit. I mean, it is Ascent, right? It is a defender-sided map with PRX starting on that side. It is a bit heartbreaking that you win both pistols and then immediately lose both the follow-ups. That's where I was really worried for DRX. I'm like, oh, no, this is not good. You can still see that the firepower is there for PRX. Like, they look really, really confident for the most part, but I think you kind of saw that part of the reason that DRX switches to this comp is it does cause something a lot of difficulty. He looks like he's really struggling to kind of identify where can I find that open space, where the trap wire is going to be, you know, how am I going to see past the toxic screens and things like that. Like taking mid control looked really challenging for them. So I think you saw, especially on the defender side, what exactly this DRX comp was meant for.
Yeah, the second they swapped over, definitely looked a lot better. You know, PRX, they had a decent start, 7 rounds on the defense. You felt like they were in a pretty okay spot, but, you know, as you mentioned before, I think once you kind of take away the power from something, and then you obviously have Jing on the Sage, so you don't quite have that entry power, and you're on Ascent, so it's like, well, you know, how are we going to find entries? And they had some really good moments too, PRX. Like, that's why it was still a close map at the end of the day. They were still able to find like 3 rounds here, and certainly, you know, pulling off the you know, the second round after losing the pistol a couple times was pretty interesting from them as well to maybe get some momentum. But at the end of the day, just not enough, and some really huge clutches from the rookies as well, like Foxy9 and Bane holding down the A side multiple times when it just did not look possible. So shout out to them. They make this interesting. We kind of knew it was going to go to binds. We didn't know exactly how. It didn't have overtime, but maybe we get overtime for bind.
Yeah, we already knew, guys. We're going to map 3. That was pretty much set in stone. But you're right. I mean, something I feel maybe missed the presence of an entry Jing, right? Because, you know, you have something diving in and he can cause as much chaos as he wants because there is that security of a second duelist that comes in. Maybe he didn't feel as secure doing that, especially since Jing had to hang back a bit. That taken, like, Jing still made Sage look like a very much the duelist.
Yeah, oh no, I mean, the thing is Sage is a good fit for Jing when you are playing on maps that really don't suit double duelist, because it's just kind of, he can play for himself a little bit. They do get a lot of information off those walls, actually. He can play off of those in so many different interesting ways, but mostly it's freeing up your brain. It's kind of like with Lightning Fast with GE, right? Like when he's on Sage, you just kind of frees him up to frag. So it's a similar concept, I think, with Jing in some ways. But the problem is that, yeah, you're talking about, without those 2 duelists, it makes PRX a little bit more readable in a way, because you kind of know where the attack's probably coming from, because something is usually leading the charge one way or another. But when you have him and Jing on duelists, it makes it really challenging to kind of understand exactly where are they pushing from. Are they pushing from multiple angles? Are they actually executing on this site? All these things kind of come into play.
Yeah, and then the times where you don't quite get the reads, you had some really insane clutches from the side of DRX. So I feel like, you know, it kind of was 2 and 2 put together at the end of the day from DRX. They barely got across the line. Like, we easily could have seen this go into overtime. Like, some of these last rounds as well were just kind of insane. Like, Buzz had a huge clutch as well. And eventually it just felt like PRX kind of ran out of steam just at the very end of the train track. So DRX, they bring us to this 3rd map, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it definitely is, especially since, like, as you mentioned, it was very, very close. All of these rounds, really. And I really do have to commend Bane because, you know, eyes were on him because he's the newcomer on the squad, right? Going up against PRX, he really did deliver, especially when it mattered the most. When PRX was all in there, we were wondering, can he stand up against PRX when they're all 5? Apparently he can.
Well, that 3K from Ahaven was unreal. I mean, the swing back towards window was out of this world. So I think it's kind of part of getting that feel of the speed and the tempo at which PRX plays at underneath you. And you could see he was starting to have to move a lot faster with his adjustments with his aim, because
he absorbed their speed in
exactly,
a way. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, and a lot of times that could be difficult, because you see this with teams where you talk about PRX drags you down to the mud with them. If you play at PRX's tempo, it can be really difficult to deal with. But you can see that DRX can go toe-to-toe with them because they've done it before. A lot of these players have been there, done that, and it just took Bane one map to kind of download that information.
Yeah, I love that, especially since, you know, you saw how that carried over to the other players, right? Saw it carried over to Buzz as well. Once, like, you know, players like Bane and Mako said, okay, this is the speed, let's pick it up a bit, let's pick up the pace, they were able to get it. And I feel like, you know, DRX did so well in those rounds that were a little PRX-y for them, but I feel like in the first half, though, PRX, they still control the tempo, and they still got more rounds in the first half, which means, viewers, we rank up a bit for this little game. Let's go over to our board here. You and I, oh, wow, look at you guys over here on Ascendant. Well done, well done, good job.
You're above
Good job. Yeah. Hey.
I just wanted to rub that in a little bit.
Yeah. You know, this guy, he really, really wants to win, but you guys are doing so much better. And Paper Thin, you are back.
I mean, he knew it was Paper X. He just voted against.
Yeah, I voted against what I thought was going to happen. So.
And here for Valdez, but because you kind of like you won twice, so I feel like you kind of have 2 lives. It's like when
I feel like you deserve a one up
with
here.
that. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, sure.
Give me a little dodge
move
bullet.
him like a millimeter down.
Yeah, sure. That seems good. Yeah, thank
You're
you.
so confident. You're just like, yeah, sure,
It was close
whatever.
too. I mean, they almost clutched, like, it was 6-3, right? Paper X.
Yeah.
And then DRX got 2 rounds in a
Now
row,
you're
and they
just being
almost tied it up.
Now you're just being patronizing.
They almost tied it up. And
Enjoy your radiant, by the
and
way.
then, yeah. Feels good, man.
Yeah. But no, you are right. Paper Rex is like that kind of team again where you have to absolutely run at the pace that they're going. Otherwise, you are going to be left so behind. And DRX is just one of those teams that can catch up with them.
Yeah, again, it's the experience factor for DRX. Like, they've been there, done that for the most part, other than Bane. Everybody's played against them before. They kind of understand what it takes to defeat this team, what it takes to kind of react to them, kind of just... You almost have to do what Alex talks about doing with his own team. Turn your brains off and react. You have to have, like, those instincts built into you as players to be able to challenge Paper X at the right moments. And you saw a lot of good stuff. Even when Paper X still beats you, like, you know, there's that one moment where they're stuck behind the wall and there's, like, Stax throws the fragment right before the wall comes up and there's a paranoia. They're doing all the right things. They're on the site. They've got 3 on the site. You still get beat and then they still are able to recover. They're still able to bounce back and have good rounds. So, I mean, that's a testament to everybody in the server for DRX and the coaching staff, and everybody's prepared for this. So, I mean, it's looking good now for DRX. I mean, you never know with Bind. I think both these teams are pretty good on it, but...
It's impossible to know. I mean,
I
who's going to win this? Like, do we have a coin? Like, can we flip? I don't know. Like, Paper X seemed like the absolute huge favorites after the first map, but now DRX, they kind of stem the tide. They put up the wall. They say, okay, you're not going to pass. We are going to stop you. And now maybe they do it again, or maybe Paper X, you know, they come back. They were able to come back against Talon, so maybe they're slightly favored, but I really don't know.
Maybe, and that's where the mental game comes in, right? Which team is feeling more pressure at this point? Because both of these teams, as we jump into our third map, as we jump into Agent Select, both of these teams, they do tend to let the pressure get to them. DRX has been working excellently on that this whole stage. PRX, though, we do know that that levity is a big factor in them. It can make or break a team, and right now, what are we seeing, gentlemen? Are you liking this so far?
Sure. I mean, like, I was just curious if somebody was going to try something unusual here because I think DRX must have focused on Ascent in their time off, knowing that was likely going to be a map that was going to follow through. So they kind of maybe just thought, all right, our bind comp is good enough. We still have the Cypher in there. So we still have the Viper. We still have these agents that we feel like we have a good read on how to slow Paper X down. You know, Paper X obviously hasn't had any time since yesterday really to change up their comps, so they didn't have anything in the back pocket. It's going to be an absolutely close affair on Bind, I think. I think it's going to be very, very close.
Yeah, just play comfort, see what happens, you know, play your game. At the end of the day, the agent comps only mean so much, right? I think it's just going to come down to who has the better mental, who can steel themselves for a really important third map, because again, you're fighting for that spot at Masters Shanghai, and I think both of these teams deserve to be there, so only one of them can get that spot today.
I would not want to play Genji.
Oh, yes.
I would not want to play Genji.
Not in that situation, but we're going to see who does and who goes over to Masters Shanghai as we step into Bind. Over to our casters, William and Achilles.
Thank you very much, Des. Yes, here we go. This one for all the marbles. Masters Shanghai, the upper bracket. All of that on the line.
We saw on social media, Xcurit had left a message with the VCT Pacific crew for Forsaken, saying, let's go to Shanghai together. The older brother kept his end of the promise. See if Forsaken can match it. Bring both Susantos over to Masters Shanghai. Now PRX on the attack. They didn't get to play too much of it yesterday against Talon.
Camp for now set up. 0 point at the ready. Sent. Does get cleared out. Trap wires as well. Gone. Util taken down. DRX forced in towards back sight. Dizzy up over the top. Quick clear on that as the Trailblazer on the hunt. Swinging out of Lamps though. Stacks able to find two. Something puts him down. Flash coming through. Foxy playing around the time with this Cove is. Oh boy, things are getting messy now. Foxy 9 goes absolutely crazy. Gets the 3K here in the pistol. This DRX, they pick up their 4th pistol of the series. Now here's the crucial question, William. Can
Will
they close
they
out
survive?
the anti-eco? But my goodness, what a start.
2 in one map, and that previous map seemed rough, but they did win it afterwards anyway. But yeah, I love that Stacks backs away, right? You hear the frenzies, you hear multiple guns, and you say, okay, this is too much. And Foxy 9, he really is just absorbing all his opponents. He's thriving in the chaos.
Set up on the wire. I believe it was spotted. Yeah, it certainly is now. Tap on the orb. Snakebite comes through. Minor amount of damage found here onto anybody.
Refilling lamps with the Bulldog. The TP to make it seem like it's just going to be a fast rotate away, and then PRX might just wrap back around to short. No, they're going to go all the way. So it looks
Devi going to stay on alert.
Yeah, it looks like he's meant to be the fake, right? A little bit of pressure onto A, the hit onto B.
So on that jiggle out, Buzz taking a nasty shot. There from Mind Freak. Orb going to be satched up.
It's 2 orbs for free from PRX.
And there's the counter teleport once again.
And they could just wrap all the way back to B. I mean, they still have 40 seconds.
Playing it like it's Fracture. Pac-Man style. Tuck back, Dizzy. Not actually getting the blind there. Lucky to come away with his life, but now the hit gets ready to actually come through on B. Buzz tucked away alongside the double stack boxes. Fragment going to be sent. Shaken up over the top, cleared out. Stacks able to find him. Shot's coming through as here's that wingman, pushes up into the smoke, is able to clear it out. Plant now delayed. Only 12 seconds remaining. Blast pack sent. Jing does manage to hound down Buzz, but they're going to have to try to get that spike on the floor. At least deal some additional damage. Mind Freak finding 1, finding 2. Time is gone. The round is over, but damage has been dealt. DRX will be able to close out the anti-eco this time around. They lose 3 players. They recover the most costly of weapons.
Yeah, I mean, they give up a lot, right? Both orbs. They drop 2 weapons. Bane only had a ghost. They give a lot of kills, a lot of points. I mean, Mind Freak only 3 away. Jing also only 3 away, and they've lost both of the first 2 rounds. No plants either. So this is PRX still holding on to a lot of resources that they could build into a snowball. For Bane, it does seem like he's really back in the zone. Had a rough start this match. Now proving why people were praising him throughout the league play.
Heard some people were talking smack, and boy, did he answer the call. Vandals, Ghost, and a Sheriff. Guardian here for the side of DRX is Cam tucked back. Safe for now. Mako wants to take some forward space, but I mean, I don't know, PRX getting a decent enough read here. Buzz gonna have to be careful, as there you have it, something. Outlaw in hand, comes up with the kill. Pain Shell now flying in towards back sight. Molly set up from Bane, try to slow things up, try to get some damage across as they drop their way in, but this time around, he's unable to win the fight. Jing takes him out. He buys some space. Stacks force back. Foxy now dead. As the Outlaw continues to ring true.
Spike planted.
And now the upgrade to the rifles as well.
Last player standing.
Handle in hand.
Flawless.
Cleans it up. Mind Freak pops out from Cubby. Flawless. A very fine reply here from PRX. Their first attack side win.
Listen, DRX might be up 2-1 in terms of round score, but PRX is looking solid with all the other setups. I mean, you got 3 ults close to being online. Yeah, DRX, they have a couple too. Oh, wow. quick with the reactions. But the thing is DRX hasn't really been able to take control of the orbs.
Contact, boys, contact. Let me call.
Or something wants to take the reins again. He's been doing that since the offseason, it seems.
Flash out is for that orb pickup.
Yeah, finally some control of the extremities from DRX.
A bit of re-aggression here. Mindfreak posted up though, trying to see just over the top of this smoke.
Spots one.
Spotted him, but can't find the damage there. Smoke will now dissipate. Buzz, playing on a knife's edge here. Oh, Smoking. Oh, he wants to use this against him, and he has. Does get knocked down to 5, but Divide, he's got the healing. He's right here alongside him. So can go ahead and get that Brimstone back up to full.
Okay, but Bane does push back out. So at the very least, DRX still has some semblance of map control. They've lost Showers, but they have B main. Thrash shouldn't catch a target.
Checks forward. Over in towards Lamp. Space. That space now taken here is Mako. Spotting out Jing. Camp not getting too much seen there. It's Foxy. Position going to be revealed. Wants to clear out that wingman, swing in. Headshot is found. That's going to be Forsaken, take it down, but now spray across into the smoke. Foxy 9 falling. Stax trying to hold this line, but he cannot. He gets picked off. That's all on Bane. He's been noted. Wide swing out from something. He'll be the one to come away with the kill. We're tied up at 2-2.
But PRX running away with the credits and the ultimates right now. Use the Thrash. He's already back up to 3. You've got Showstopper and Orbital Strike right on standby. It's not looking good, and small things like this. You know, the off angles that you can create, you're on bind. There's a lot of ledges, a lot of boxes that you can use. We've never really heard Mindfreak make noise in these cams. Getting fired up.
There.
Well, now, pretty much sheriffs across the board. Only Bane as Buzz is not having a good time. 0, 4, and 0, I do believe. The count is Stax taking some forward space there. Garden does manage to get an excellent headshot across. Dizzy up over the top on the blind. So far, just 1 for 1. The Raze is dead. Fragments in delay. Does that hit? Yes, it does. Something kind of forced out. Oh my goodness, the headshot. Something down to 3 HP.
Bane just trying to create an off angle here. The heals are going to come back out, so it's not going to be an easy kill. But Mako and Foxy 9, they've already pinched onto it. If Bane can just stay alive, not all hope is lost, though it is an eco.
Still getting tagged up. Wingman spotting him. He's got to pull back even deeper now. There's Mako from behind is able to find one. Snake about to try to clear the angle.
Spike planted.
3v3, but HP bar is low, and Mako still swinging in. Ends up falling. The reveal coming through as the neural theft is committed, but they just dive out of the cyber cage and take him down. Bane dead at the same time. As PRX will now gain the lead 3-2.
Yeah, I wondered if they might actually use the Orbital Strike once they had the pinch onto Garden. I thought it might have been an opportunity, but it seems like they had already made the call to just invest the ultimates, the utility into the next round. And Buzz, I mean, no support there either. Obviously, the smoke not actually blocking bullets, so it's always going to be a risk. That's the early timeout. DRX, they've been course correcting with early timeouts, this time 1 round earlier than the previous 2 maps. But the calls have been good from the coaching staff. We'll see what they identify. I mean, for one, that smoke on B main, yeah, you might be able to hold control of vision, but you can't rely on it. PRX is not going to respect it. And the thing is they'll spam through the smoke and they'll still take Showers control as well. So DRX maybe having to invest a little bit more onto one side rather than hold on to these widespread defaults.
A very rocky, slow start here for Buzz in particular. He's just been getting punished time and time again. Let's see what the game plan is going to be to try to enable that raise here, but inside of PRX, it's a solid rally back so far. I mean, this was the map. We saw them drop versus Talon yesterday. Talon doing a good job of really understanding how PRX likes to approach this map. Now they look to try to change things up so they're not just running the same strategies here versus DRX.
Something's already only 1 away from the Thrash again, and he has the Operator, and credits to boot. I mean, Mindfreak's capped as well. So is Devi. Very rich on that side of this map. So, okay, it is going to be a bit of a heavier investment into Showers. They're not going to contest for B main.
Oh my goodness, Jing just will not allow for Buzz to have any like just any good times at all. Nice punish from Mako. Will just get the timing shot there on a Forsaken. Trade up in the end, but what an entry from Jing.
And at the end of the day, PRX takes control, right, of both extremities again. So sure, they're down in numbers, but they'll be able to apply better pressure. Currently spread out, looking for 1v1 duels. Uh-oh.
Deep enough that that's not spotted. Stacked as he won't realizes it now. There's that shot, tucks back, tries to avoid the dizzy, does so. Devi in the meantime, swinging up, Bane spotting. Used, but Devi finds the kill. Something now joining in on this side of the map. The rotate coming back through from Mindfreak. Flash in, Mako spotted. There's the orbital, tries to swing out, tries to take the duel. Ends up falling. Something with that operator, puts down Foxy9. What started off as a numbers advantage is very swiftly taken away from them. Stacks, now the last man standing. I'm out from DRX this time, not looking to really find value. Devi will find himself a 3K in the round as PRX now 4 rounds consecutively stretch the lead even further.
Yeah, and PRX, this is the type of team where they'll take the risk to spread out, right, with the lower numbers. They won't bunch up, but they'll take it so slow, looking for advantageous contact plays. And once they use the util on B, that's when Devi now creeps up. The staggering of how they push up one by one on all 3 different lanes is so good.
Thank you.
A little bit of that.
Indeed, huge opener there from Devi. Also had the setup. That flash there in showers.
I mean, look at this. So PRX, they've conditioned them to give up on B main control, but they're still pressuring A short. They've always been able to take control of showers. DRX, yeah, you have the cam this time in showers, but you're not feeling safe, especially not on an eco. Stinger is bought up.
Bane now rotating, trying to reinforce this B site. Just he and Stacks with Stingers in hand. Trailblazer will scout forward. Nothing really going to be spotted there as Fragment comes out to try and delay. Shells into the back. Crash now, rushing up into the side. Jing!
What?
Catching a glimpse. Must see the gun barrel of the Stinger. Just takes him down there. In tube, dives into the back, does end up falling. That delivers a weapon over into the hands of DRX. As for now, it's going to be that 4v4. TPs across the cam. Now it's going to be walled off. Mindfreak lingering, going to try to go a bit of a backstab attempt here, perhaps. Full 4-man rotate from DRX, working their way across, but Mindfreak, no, not going to go for that attempt, decides to TP back in.
All right, if you can get into the site, you still got that cam over on showers to deal with Mindfreak. The op.
Ball goes down, Buzz swings out. The op picks him off, something on the re-peek. Finds Foxy9, couple shots his way, the quick flick, Mako, dead. Bane will finally be able to put an end to it. His hands come off, one tap. But a 1v2, still to play through. The orbital strike. He's got no idea. He's got no HP. Forsaken, crouched just next to Truck, will be able to bring him down. It's decent damage dealt, but ultimately, PRX, it will carry forward the operator, and they have so much cash as they now move up 5-2.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the little damage.
Oh, no, he's just fishing.
I mean, Devi's teaching everyone how to fish on PRX.
God damn.
Holy. I mean, nice attempt, but like the creds just banked up, and Buzz just not able to catch a single break. I mean, he's out trying to get orbs. He's trying to get whatever going. He still doesn't have that showstopper online.
One away from it. Just been denied, starved of any value. PRX again applying pressure inside of the map where DRX are going to be weakest. 0 point, spots out 2. Got 2 in showers. We have others elsewhere nearby. So, it does lead to Bane shifting back across towards this side of the map.
PRX realized that Showers doesn't have Cypher setups.
Orbital coming out very early here. Getting sent, just trying to stop, dissuade this push up, but PRX, they say we've got plenty of time. They look to play this one out patiently.
Cycling through the one-ways. The orbital helps mask some of the tripwires as well.
Trailblazer, quick clear on that one. Mako still forward. Tucks back, trying to now avoid this ult. He stuns from coming through, but he will fall, and Mindfreak catches Bane at the same time. 2 kills found, smoke dissipating. Foxy ready for the jump, does find one. Looks to try to challenge against Mindfreak, but Mindfreak just turns back around and finds that kill. Hope to help protect as the wingman gets the plant. Stack's not snappy enough. Taken down. It's all on Buzz. Killless thus far.
He's been spotted for a brief moment, I think. Maybe not, as Forsaken's still watching the flank, but either way, you have to save. I mean, Buzz individually, sure, he'd love to prove a point, but now's not the time to do it. And right now, I mean, DRX, they're trying to go for these holds where they think they have trap plays ready, but PRX is countering the util timing so well. They wait for DRX to go through their cycle, and then they catch them in an offbeat with their own util. The smoke onto heaven, perfectly timed right as they enter. And at that point, DRX start to file in one by one. And one of the biggest differences is, back when Gen G took down PRX at kickoff, it was about staying together, right? It was about always going for the trades. Whereas DRX right now is about trying to use the util to set up individual advantageous fights, but it's just not working out. There's just too many targets. And even when it is fair, PRX is still ahead.
Well, now 6 rounds netted here for the side of PRX. It was that attack from Talon that gave them the most struggle. But
I mean, to be fair, it was also Surf's lurks, right?
Yes.
A huge impact there.
This is already more rounds than they were able to find in that series on this attacking side. Nearly as many rounds as they got across the entire map. That was a 13-7 scoreline. So PRX looking very much alive and well here. So once again, Sheriff's the line share, DRX players. All goes across. You can see that silhouette's there, the 4-man push getting ready to come through. Trailblazer trying to lead the charge here. 0 points sent out. Just go ahead and try to cancel that one out. Gets reveal on to 3. As TP used. Crunch coming in. Jing able to find one. Puts down Buzz just to continue to make sure that he can't find any value in these rounds. Gets that punish. Mako, however, still here. Snake bite sent. Thrash cleared out. Another snake bite to try to further delay as the wingman pushes up. Quick clear as Mako gets in ahead of it. Enters to find the headshot as well. Forsaken going to be taken down, but now Mindfreak striking from short. Foxy turns his attention back. He's able to find that kill. Mako gets another one tap. Something now all on his lonesome. Foxy drifting in, and something has the read.
What in the world?
Puts him down, gets the spike plant. Just for good measure, as PRX now at 7, and all of these round wins have been consecutive.
Yeah, DRX, if they didn't win the pistol, things would be even more dire. And this clutch from something, I mean, I would have thought that Foxy9 had an opening here just because that timing's so short. It's not easy to have an internal timer like that. Right on the spot. Usually it's the long wraparounds that you read, but something not taking any chances. Currently 14-3. Buzz.
Going for the AWP, he does get the connection, but Stack's dead. Jing coming away with the advantage, and now the heals right back up to 100.
No info now on the side of DRX, but it's not like they feel confident enough to push out either.
Scout destroyed.
Spotted both there on the Trailblazer. Vayne here as well. Just waiting for the moment. Swing out, attempt the paint shells. Showstopper in hand here from Buzz. Where he wants to try to send it, sends it correctly. He's able to find Forsaken. Day's not going to connect. Now PRX shifting over here towards Foxy's position.
Yeah, Foxy gets the read for it. He gets the call that they've rotated out for the time being. Still 50 seconds, but he'll try to keep himself safe. Now that cyber cage will have been noted by Mindfreak.
While he's available, do they just suspect that Mindfreak kind of staring in that direction?
Buzz might be the first point of contact here.
Divide trained on the angle. Buzz on the peak. Able to find it. Spike now dropped. Mindfreak tucked into the corner. Foxy able to find one. His position revealed, but Mindfreak plenty to try and deal with here as the Molly does get sent. Flushes him out into the open, but Foxy will find the headshot. And as Buzz starts to come alive a bit, it's going to be DRX getting themselves a 3rd round win.
Crucial round for Buzz, right? Not only getting on the board, but very, very big impact kills, gets that confidence back up, and you get to keep the operator. Some big ultimates on your side of the defense as well. A great decision here, realizing that the Boombot's going to bounce out. Uses that against Jing, makes it look like he's backed off.
Nice.
It's one of those moments where playing solo queue, you see your 0 7 Razor Jet pick up the operator, and you're like, are you serious? And then they just start popping off.
Sometimes that's just the weapon you need. Judge and Showstopper in the hand of Jing. It's going to be a fast hit. Good 0 point, though.
Slowed up, though, as, yeah.
And the narrow command, just to make sure.
Everything that Stacks had basically thrown at that one to stave them off.
So it does seem like the 0 point was initially just to fish for information, but then he hears the noise. So he just has to pop the ultimate. So now the cycling not quite there for DRX.
Mind Freak potentially going to be challenging here on this angle at Showers. Showstopper, meanwhile, back over on the side itself. Jing up over the top, seeking target. Stack's going to be taken down. Mako able to find 2, tries to tuck back into the smoke, but it's already been spotted. Up shot, wide from Buzz. The wingman goes in for the plant. 2 players left as Bane arrives. Foxy still wrapping around through spawn. Bane clears out lamps. Still a lot more to deal with.
Yeah, this is tough for Foxy9 because he has to be able to get the first contact, and he will.
Can he get that reveal across? Yes, he can. Mind Freak now going to be spotted. They know where he's playing, but if he can isolate, if he finds one, that's going to give him that orbital. He also still has the molly to try and delay. That gets sent first and foremost.
Only goes in a little too deep for DRX.
Outside. They have the double stack. They have to get committed to this defuse now. Tempted a bit of a high-low. Mind Freak, knowing that they're going to be sticking to this one. Swings out wide enough, but the defuse has already come through.
Whew.
Just a hair off being able to try and deny that one away. DRX,
Last round
narrow margins, but they give themselves up to 4. A chance at 5.5.
A great read from DRX, knowing that the Showstopper was going to come through. Not only do they delay it early, but Mako hides right under the smoke, where Jing's just going to be flying through. He actually goes right inside of it. That brimstone smoke going all the way down to the floor. You can't really see the legs there unless you're standing far, far away from it.
Oh, nice. Oh.
It just has not been easy today for DRX.
Certainly not. Oh, it's at 8-4.
So the pit's online. I wonder if DRX just uses it on a timer just to tighten the map a bit further. But of course, you'd never want to leave it alone on bind. There's too many ways to pinch.
For now, maybe expecting that it's going to come out if they go over to that A site. Start working their way forward as Cam spotted at least one player. Something noted there. Thrash online. PRX though. Seeker sent. Everybody's still stacked up over here towards this teleporter. We're trying to draw on some of those rotations, but Foxy going to be detained. Stacks able to find one. Man, Foxy dead to his own teammates. Molly, however, means that the trade up is there. Stacks taken down as he tries to swing out from backside. See the disappointment there on his face. Mako now dead. The plant coming through. Buzz, the only one left alive. Full util, but an operator in hand. As the they'll just spam him out. Is not giving him any hope, any opportunity whatsoever. 8-4 on the half once again, much like we saw on Lotus.
I mean, Buzz is usually that guy that's really staying in the game, creating space, and PRX just will not give him an inch, knowing how strong that player can get. You know, a bit of an unfortunate team kill there with the Thrash detain, slowing Foxy up. It's stuck in his own team's molly, not able to escape it in time. And you can tell the smiles have all been wiped away from DRX. I mean, a lot of players, ex-pros, have talked about the power of just really keeping the joy going, right? Not letting yourself get too pressured on your own. DRX struggled with that for 4 years. Seemingly, Bane was the magic they needed to escape it, but not today. Not in front of a home crowd, not against their rivals of PRX. Everything on the line.
Pistols widely in their favor. They need this one to be, as you pointed out earlier, you know, 2 of their 4 rounds. It was that pistol, was their ability to finally close out the anti-eco. And then widely, it was quiet from the DRX camp ever since then. You need to repeat that off the rip here, but then, you know, you're looking at a bonus conversion, etc. This attack needs to be absolutely monstrous. And that just doesn't feel possible unless Buzz really starts heating up. All the turnarounds.
Attack. Now, not going for the half armor for Buzz this time. Favoring a little bit more utility across the board. So understanding that PRX, they definitely play a lot of flood retakes. They'll go for a lot of aggression. That harbor really enables PRX to be a bit more mobile, a little bit more fluid, one would say, here on this map of Bind. So DRX wanting the util to counter that.
Well, orb set up. Find something ready for a double face out at long. 0 point, only catching the one.
Mostly gets tagged by it as well to make it look like it might just be one here on the site. But something's watching.
The wall set up, and Snacks taking an immense amount of damage there, down to 34. Smoke's coming through. Paint shell to check over towards Cubby. Divide with that Trailblazer, knowing that he's up above. Just can't quite get the angle on him. So for now, sight will be DRX's. Can they defend it? PRX get that retake?
Yeah, Buzz has to watch out for his left side around elbow. He has to remember that they were trying to spam upwards.
Smoke dissipating. Jing spotted. Spray through. Takes him low. Gets the sights back over that way. Puts a couple more shots through and gets some decent damage dealt. Heals streaming here from Divide. Flash looking good. Snacks will be the first one to fall. Buzz on the repeat, able to find one. Tries to get tucked back here alongside the wall. Gets that mid-air headshot there on the Divide. Shell in hand, but the covering fire coming through as Mako and Bane clean up the rest. They keep Buzz alive as DRX keep the hopes alive. Take another pistol win.
A huge round for Buzz and great backup as well. Even Foxy9 jumping out of the smoke just to keep Buzz alive. I mean, if he had gotten the kills, great. But he dies, keeps Buzz alive, and then Mako's still there for the crossfire. And it seems if DRX can figure out the reason they won that pistol is because they were ready to trade for each other by staying grouped up, rather than going for 1v1 duels around utility. That could be the key to victory.
Second paint shell not even necessary. Nice! Solid there. Pop off a bit from Buzz. Energy ramped up as Buzz angry, able to find two quick kills right off the rip. As it is just a blink and miss it round. PRX plus forward. They W key game out into B long, and DRX, they push him into the bin.
You know, PRX finally getting a taste of their own medicine.
Replay. It's the entire round.
Yeah, just play it out for sure. Goes for the good anti, still holds the sprays. Teammates bouncing in and out of the high tides. But again, I mean, if DRX can recognize again, it's about staying grouped up, knowing that the PRX train does not stop. Coach Solo joked about it. He said all he told Gen G was to trade before the grand finals of kickoff.
Taking some very forward and aggressive positions there. Couple shots over towards Buzz. You can breathe easily that he's still alive.
Now, no Sentinel on the side of PRX, so a lot of pressure on Mindfreak to try to hold on to Showers. Foxy9 knows that if he can get the right timing, he should have a better chance keeping control of this.
Sentinel's play was not a problem for PRX on Lotus.
True.
Gonna try to make sure that it's not an issue for them here. Cam spotting onto one, something though, he's now crept forward, taking space instead in Showers. His rotations starting to work their way across over towards B. Players still set up, looks like, okay, Forsaken just wanting to set up that harbor wall. He's a little bit more unassailable as final smoke here from Mindfreak will be sent, just replacing that one at short. Creeping around the side, Dizzy gonna be sent, Mosh now turned, there's the entry from Buzz. Able to stabilize that spray, finds one in the smoke just behind him.
30
It's Mindfreak, statuesque for now. They check out Showers, nothing spotted there. Buzz joins in with Foxy9.
Good post-plant control for DRX. All they have to worry about is the flank, but the trap is there. So Jing should be spotted.
Mako hearing the footsteps, swings in, maybe not anticipating two players. Mindfreak now makes his presence known. Jing still approaching from behind, gets the headshot. Bane taken down. Mindfreak finds Foxy9. It's now all on Buzz. Paint shells at the ready, sent to try to interrupt, but they hold it up to half. Clear them off for a brief little moment, but cannot get the kills. PRX with the defuse will move up to 9.
I mean, just seems a little unfair, doesn't it? DRX, they try to go for advantageous 1v1 fights. They can't win it. But PRX, they'll win all of theirs on the retake. Sure, this one, a little bit of a swarm, but Mindfreak, solid as always.
One enemy remaining.
Right as the high tide rises, just knows the timing around that utility.
Nice on.
Oh no.
Right there.
Going to the Rifle v Rifle. Decent showing so far from DRX. Those first two rounds, a little bit of damage dealt, but widely PRX able to shrug off that last round. By holding, thinking about going for a jiggle, but double push up out of Hookah. This is going to be devastating. There's the first one. Looks for the second, but decides to back away. Doesn't want to overdo it. Mind Freak stays tucked here. Shoulder by shoulder, and Stacks does end up falling to Divide. Peeks out of long and is able to find him. Mako breaks open A little bit there as Showers in their hands, but Forsaken still needing to be dealt with. Foxy creeping up out of the wall. Forsaken unable to find the adjustment. Mako gets himself a second kill, but now it's going to be TP's in from behind. Bane out deep. Does have that spike in hand, but he cannot get the shots. Should have spotted the second player as the Seeker now chases in. The other one expiring. They knew that Mako was already there on the site. And this is now a very dire situation for DRX.
Yeah, the spike's being absolutely pinched, and Mako, he wants to try to create some space,
Gotta
but
win this fight versus something you would suspect, but instead he's going back over towards A.
they think it's just in Showers. Bane has no idea.
As the flash gets ready to come through, he cannot turn away from it. Divide will find the kill, and yep, you can see him leaning back in his chair. Knows that he absolutely needed to survive there, needed to find that kill. Mako now dead. A one tap from something to get PRX up to double digits. 3 rounds is now separating PRX from a ticket to their second Masters event of the year.
DRX's start to the rounds are just getting red hard, right? The early smokes, I mean, this is all relying on the fact that PRX adheres to the rules, that they respect the utility, they respect the default timings, and you know that that's not how they play Valorant.
Good trade, G.
Good trade indeed. Well, timeout now called from DRX. Last one of the series, PRX still holding on the 2, so even if that run back does come in, Alex has plenty of opportunities to try and disrupt the flow.
DRX, and wondering why they had to meet PRX right as the magic returns. Not only returns, maybe even has gotten even stronger. But at the end of the day, it's up to them to have to battle through it. Been good for it in the years past. They really want to buy the faith of their fans back this year. This would be the moment to do it.
And while yes, it's not full dire straits quite just yet for either team, you have that lower bracket, that match. That's tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Both
against Gen G.
All of these teams are going to be playing tomorrow night. Winner of this versus T1, loser versus Gen G. Be damn certain that Gen G not going to be looking to have the same mistakes as they had earlier today. PRX though, like they might have a read as Foxy on that peak does spot him out. Kill not found though with a Sheriff.
Yeah, but look at PRX. They already read this, right? The only time that Foxy9 pushes towards Hookah is when it's a B pinch.
Bosch try to slow things up. Jing takes out Mako. Showstopper at the ready. Spots one backside, but no, the rocket connects into double box. Something finds Buzz, cleans him up. The orb attempt is there from Stacks, but he will just end up falling all the same. It's looking like a flawless off the back of the timeout as Foxy. He needs to die at some point. Doesn't want to just carry over that Sheriff, not get the cash bonus.
I mean, if PRX really wanted to deliver the mental damage, this is where they would just let Foxy9 live, quite frankly.
No, you just run away from him.
Yeah, you spot him and you just say, all right, peace. I mean, for now, sure, there's still so much time, so you're protecting the spike, but some teams might do that. PRX, though, they'll always enjoy the extra kill. A little bit more on the board. Obviously, Forsaken, Jing, very close to their ultimates. But it's Divide who cleans it up. And like you said, Achilleos, flawless coming in. And now PRX 2 rounds away from making it to Shanghai. Forsaken 2 steps away from joining his older brother onto an international stage of VCT.
And similar scenes that we saw from the start of the map. First 2 rounds going the way of DRX, but then that streak building up. Now 3 rounds consecutively here in the second half for PRX. They made it all the way up to 7. This time they only need to make it to 5. Thrash online, pit available for Mako if they can try to get themselves into some kind of advantageous post-plant position. And a 0 point will spot out the 2 players over on B.
So now DRX finally playing like they used to against PRX, which is let them push out. They have to. They don't have a Sentinel, but they do have double initiator, so a lot of info still able to get gained. Already takes shower control. Already gets the showstopper online for free.
Orb take is there, so now the Thrash, the showstopper, 2 critical tools available for PRX. Something again, pushing forward. Trailblazer looking to scout over towards Long. Something now in a position to try to backstab if they pull back far enough, and Mako is not reading this at all. Something gets the value. Again, Buzz up over the top, turns back fast enough. Is able to find a buy, but now the showstopper in play here from Jing. Jumps forward, sends it over towards Garden, cannot find that kill. The Tane does go through, Bane caught over Garden. Stacks wrapping around backside, comes with the kill, auto forsaken, but he's not ready for Jing there in 2. Kill found, Jing gets another, gets the 3rd, he's looking for the 4th, and he has it! Jing has a hunger for blood and for international appearances. He says, I missed out on the first one. I wasn't there with the team when they went to Madrid, but by God, I will be there when we go to Shanghai.
I mean, how do you stop this guy? He's just ready for every single shot. And now, match point. Absolutely ridiculous showing from PRX. I mean, seemingly just discombobulating DRX, not even able to play around the orbs. I mean, it's not even like DRX, they're not just losing aim duels, they're losing the map.
Some players just own certain sites. You think of Zest on Ascent A, you think of Jing on Bind B. Shades of his performance versus NRG forever ago now at this point. Divide TPing across the map. Trying to be kept honest there by Foxy. Stacks able to find one, but now Forsaken putting down Stacks, putting down Bane. He puts down every single one! Foxy 9, last man standing. Reckoning coming his way. Has the reveal, but it's a 1v3. Everything stacked up against him. Stacks bled out a couple pot shots his direction, 41 HP. As the volley, he's got a small spot to tuck away in, but Mind Freak is aware of it. He spares him his blushes, he shuts it down. As PRX will defeat DRX 2-1. Another victory for them, and they punch their ticket to Masters Shanghai.
An absolute masterclass from PRX. Winning both individually, but also as a team. Reading the timeouts, the prep was there, and they had to play a match yesterday. Almost got knocked out of playoffs by Talon in what would have been an incredible upset. But they come in and they remind DRX that they are not to be trifled with. Completely dissecting the game plans and the map at its core against the Korean Kings.
It's consistently stopping them from building up any momentum there on Bind. Gorgeously done from PRX. The fans here to show their support, absolutely rewarded. And of course, it's just the beginning because the upper final is tomorrow. The Susanto showdown once again.
It returns.
We'll see which team is going to be able to come out on top of that one, but either way, we've got a Susanto summer in Shanghai, as both brothers will be participating in that event. One more slot available, plenty more games to be played, but first, let's break down the action here from this third and final map as we send it back over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, casters, and yup, 2 Susantos, both of them in Shanghai, as PRX joins T1 into the first teams making it over to the Masters event. And I feel like this could have been so close, especially since DRX, they were gaining some momentum there, and there were rounds that were going really back and forth, but it's just that when push came to shove, PRX really came out swinging.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to deal with this PRX team when they're really firing on all cylinders. They're so fast to react to stuff. Like, they're way smarter than you give them credit for. Like, they read the positioning of DRX so many times. Their shower control was immaculate to the point where DRX just kind of gave it up because they couldn't win it. They were just getting bullied all over the map. I mean, yeah, there were some good rounds from DRX for sure. They look good on pistols, hey, great. But after that, once guns are in hands, once rifles are out there, it's so tricky to deal with this PRX team. They're just so strong.
Yeah, it just feels like if you give PRX an inch, they will take a mile and more. Like, they kept on looking for extra inches, something like over and over again. So many rounds, he was pick up first kills, just taking aggressive angles. DRX were not checking them, and he was just taking those liberties. He was doing whatever he wanted, it felt like, at many times. Jing as well, just amazing clutches from him. And PRX, at the end of the day, they absolutely deserve this first ticket because they were the better team today.
And don't get me wrong, I feel like DRX, they know how to defeat PRX. They absolutely can. It's just that today wasn't their day. When it came down to the aim duels, unfortunately, Buzz took a little bit of time to really come online. He did have, that, spectacular, I believe that was 4K over on the B side, but it just took way too long, and there were just so many rounds that were wasted without him being like that presence that he needs to be.
Yeah, this has been a rough map for Buzz on the Rays at times. So we saw it against Bleed as well. He didn't really have a strong performance. I think he was like 9-15 or something.
Yeah.
So this is clearly not something that he's super comfortable with. I mean, the controllers play pretty well for DRX here. Mako and Bane typically have pretty good performances on this map. Mako played pretty good here, but overall it's just, it doesn't seem like Buzz is comfortable. It doesn't seem like they quite have those setups. It seems like you have to rely a lot on individual play for DRX on this map at times, and that is not something that goes well against PRX. And so there has to be some address of coordinated play, like play for trades, like they talked about it in the cast. What worked for Gen G against PRX in the finals is something you're going to have to, if you get the opportunity to have that go back against PRX in the finals potentially for DRX, to have those trades, to have those setups, those things like that they need to address coming into the grand finals if they can get there.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. It was also pretty interesting that both of our teams that had to play yesterday come in and they take some pretty dominant wins, I would say. I think the T1 maybe a little bit less so, but still, like, T1 looked like the better team for sure, and then PRX as well at the end of the day, definitely looking like the better team. So I guess having that little bit of a warm-up the day before certainly helping out, and yeah, I think that DRX eventually they just couldn't handle the pressure on Bind. The Bind was an interesting choice. You guys were actually talking about it while we were watching that map. Maybe you should have just tried for Split, but they tried for Bind. They had some success there, but it wasn't against PRX. It was all those other teams in Alpha that they had to go up against and they had success against. So once it comes to fighting an opponent like PRX, I think eventually it just kind of got to them. You saw the vibes weren't very good. You could see it kind of written on their faces in the second half of that one, like PRX on the defense. It almost looked like they were on the offense. They were on the attack, just kind of running at DRX, and that can happen eventually once you get total control of a map.
And that's exactly how PRX plays, right? They're on the offense every single time. And for DRX, for the longest time, they were, such a strategy-heavy team. They were such, they were almost very mathematical when they would play. And I feel like, they were onto something when they would actually mix a bit of that style with PRX's style. You had those rounds that were so instinctive, especially when it was Bane pulling on a lot of those clutches. Foxy9 catching up as well. But I just felt like it was maybe a little too raw. Perhaps maybe on round 3 of this version of PRX versus DRX, we may see DRX come back. But today, unfortunately not.
Yeah, there's just too many in-game sort of mental calculations and timings that just weren't there for PRX. Like you saw that one when Foxy had the 1v1 versus something. He thinks he's got something red because he sneaks into U-Haul and something doesn't see it. But something just like has such good timings. Like PRX is so fast, they're constantly checking angles, they're constantly trying to read you. That Foxy just swung out there and thought, okay, no problem, I've got this. Doesn't jiggle peek or anything, and gets punished for it. And it's things like that that make it really difficult to play against PRX, and things that you will learn from this time playing against them, going up against them again. I think definitely there'll be some adjustments, especially with also like watching for those push-out timings on the defender side that PRX loves to do, and where and when they will happen. So definitely I think the run back will be better for DRX, but man, PRX looked good today.
They really did. I mean, sometimes you're just feeling it, right? And it felt like PRX were feeling it the entire way. Like, yes, they fell on Ascent, but it was a very close map that at the very end, DRX were barely able to push over the line. Like, man, something on that A site, he was just like, he kind of felt like your Smurf friend in solo queue, just like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna like take the operator in round 3 and just like start getting 3-4Ks over and over and over again. I mean, the guy was just insane. I think absolutely will pick up the MVP, but we will see as PRX, they're going to Shanghai alongside of T1, and those two teams will face off tomorrow.
That's right. Before they even think about booking their tickets, though, they have to do this, which is they have to get through each other to get to the grand finals of Pacific, and it's going to be a Sasanta Derby right here on the VCT Pacific stage, a match that I think everybody has been waiting for, and especially since, Excurate, I believe it was on socials for VCT Pacific, they asked him to write a special message for his little brother, and he said, let's go to Shanghai together, and now it's come true. Now they are going to Shanghai together.
It's pretty adorable. I mean, I'm really happy for both of them. Like, that family is just crazy talented when it comes to esports. I mean, with Xcurit playing in other games, in China as well, so being able to go back home in that
Coming full
sense
circle.
to go, to compete again is super exciting. I think he's going to have a lot of fans that are really happy to see him back there as well. But playing against each other, like those two are insane players in very different ways, and sometimes, except when they both play Harbor, oddly enough. But I mean, otherwise, it's a lot of Xcurit playing Cypher or Chamber, things like that. Whereas Forsaken's just all over the board. You never know what he's going to play on any given day. I mean, now playing the Breach on Lotus, so it is. Even though they're brothers, they play very differently, and so it's really exciting though to watch them go head to head to see how they're going to kind of mentally try to read each other. Xcurit 100% going to be thinking about his brother when he's calling those rounds now, so it's going to be an awesome matchup.
It's going to be very fun, and I think it's... I don't really know who to say. I think, though, PRX is definitely the favorite coming into this match, right? Like, I think T1, they're on a massive streak. They're on a massive roll. They look better than they have so far at all this tournament. Like, they're taking over these playoffs by storm, but at the same time, PRX just look... I mean, how are you going to touch them, right? So, in terms of that duel, I would say PRX absolutely the big favorite there, but... I don't know, man. I keep saying that about T1, and they just keep winning these matches where they're the underdogs, so... Maybe they will just win.
Maybe. That IGL showdown is going to be very exciting, especially since Xcurit on the side of T1, he will be IGL. And Forsaken does, everybody says PRX doesn't really have an IGL, but we do know that Forsaken does assert himself quite well. So that's going to be very, very exciting. And of course, we have Gen G versus DRX as well. And we'll have to say goodbye to one of those teams. So, wow. Very exciting stuff for the Final Four over here on Pacific. May the 4th be with you, by the way, if you do celebrate it. But for now, that's it from us over here on the desk. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to leave you guys with Jen, who is on stage with PRX. And we will see you guys as VCT Pacific continues.
Thank you guys, and PRX are going to Shanghai. Now I'm standing here with PRX's Something. Congratulations, Something. You guys have officially qualified for Shanghai. So are you relieved? How do you feel at the moment?
We feel overall great because we qualified to Shanghai, and we have a lot of Chinese fans from Shanghai, so it feels really great.
All right, that's good. Chinese fan would be waiting for you in Shanghai as well. Now, this was the first time PRX faced this iteration of DRX. What would you say was the main difference?
Just overall, since they have more young players, they become more aggressively, they keep contacting a lot. So the main difference is they become more aggressive.
And unpredictable as well, would you say?
I mean, not really. We also play kind of like this, so they understand how to play.
All right, now let's talk about Ascent, because DRX actually pulled out what looked like a counter to your comps and the way you play Ascent. What were your reactions when you first saw that comp? Because it didn't have Sova, had Viper in it, and it was very different from the Staple comp. And what would you say about this comp now that you've kind of played against it?
Our first thoughts, just overall, like as a team, it's like we're gonna destroy them because they don't have Sova, right? But after defense, something going wrong, we become too stubborn. We never rotate, we just execute. But how come we can execute at Cypher, Viper, and Omen? So I guess it's a good learning point versus them.
I'm gonna ask you a kind of a dumb question. If you were to face this comp again, do you think it would have gone the same way, or you guys would have easily just yeah?
The main problem it's attackers. It's not really about defense. We play defense okay. We throw our round versus Bane, like he was 1 HP, but overall it's all about attackers. So if you change some stuff, so it should be okay.
All right, good to hear. Now, overall, most teams that went to Masters Madrid are struggling a little bit in Stage 1 because of the tight schedule, and there's a lot of VODs for their opponents to take advantage of. We saw that happen in Americas, EMEA, and also with a little bit of you guys, but also to Gen G as well, right? So how are you guys trying to deal with that?
I mean, we don't really think about this because we still need to play a lot. For example, about Gen G, maybe they have some problems in team, maybe they burn out. about us, we're not really struggling. Yeah, we start like a bit slow this season because GG came back. I need to get used to play with him.
Yeah.
So we keep playing, and I guess we're gonna improve and improve.
But the thing is, you talked about burnout, right?
Yep.
It's very taxing. You guys made a lot of changes, and Jin came back. Also, that means, a lot more work,
Yep.
a lot more changes to the team as well. How do you guys deal with that stress or, the pressure?
I mean, I did get burnout in Madrid, but after that I get rest for a week, and after that I'm okay. But overall, we never think about this, so we just play a lot, keep playing.
Okay. Now you get to play more facing T1. Is that the team that you were expecting, or were you a little bit surprised to see them lock in Shanghai? And what are your expectations for that T1 series coming up?
I'm surprised a bit since they beat JNG like this. And about T1, it's gonna be again history, Susanto versus Susanto, and let's see who's gonna win this time.
Okay. We'll have to see, but congratulations once again, Something, and thank you for the interview. I'm gonna let you go now. So yeah, that was Something with the post-match interview, and that's all we have for today. But tomorrow we have plenty more of Valorant action ready for you, so we'll see you soon tomorrow.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.